A UN Spacey Wolf Squadron. This is your Wolf Commander Wolf Tent. I'm your werewolf, and you hear my wife cooking in the background. If you're hearing that noise, and the fan, because it is 72 degrees out over here in my neck of the woods, and I can't handle it. I can barely handle this with the fur I grow every night, along with the full moon. But we're celebrating the 10th anniversary of Captain America: The Winter Soldier. Ironically, that I'm a werewolf, concerned that the
First
captain
Avenger.
himself was. Thank you, Leia. Thank you for pointing that out. But it's I want to take in the irony too that the cat was originally also a werewolf at one point in the comics. So it should it be right for a werewolf to review this movie or rewatch this movie as such. But again, you know what? Since the Lady of Valor spoke up, I'm here with the Lady of Valor, Leia plus size.
Hello, everybody. This is Leia Plus Size, your lovely Lady of Valor, and I welcome all of you here for this rewatch of the 10th anniversary of one of the best movies in the MCU and the start of the great Cap series, starring the wonderful Chris Evans. And I'm glad you're all here, and I hope you have a good time and have fun like we are going to be.
Oh wow! I didn't think you were going to give the movie synopsis. I might as well put that as your job now. Oh well. C'est la vie. Anyways, we also have coming at you live underneath the ground, which is the schooner of the tuna, schooner tuna.
Coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground, but has excellent Wi-Fi. This is Schooner Tuna, and I got to tell you, I am looking forward to this. This is my favorite Avenger my favorite Avenger and my favorite franchise in the MCU.
He is occupying the Imperial space, coming to us across a sea of stars. The man, the myth, the trooper, the FN, and the 2525. This is Trooper FN 2525.
Hey guys, I am super excited for today. I am wearing my Iron Man Iron Gauntlet shirt. I've got my little Iron Man little figures right on my desk. I am good to go. It's gonna be a fun rewatch. Let's get started. Oh wait, yeah, it's First Avenger. Okay.
This is the real reason Civil War happened.
Right.
Yes, it is.
Right.
Yes.
Right,
This is the real reason. I would agree. Well, I have my cat bobblehead and turkey bobblehead sitting next to me.
So she's going to be the narrator today.
Right.
Kidding.
It'll be fun.
Wolfie! I love when she say that. Anyways, let me welcome to the chat Brian Gilmore, the Maverick Hunter Saint, who says, "Good news, everybody. Next week, my work schedule is moving from 4 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. to 6 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Meaning I can hang out on these streams a little longer." Awesome, dude.
Nice.
Can we finally get you a mic? That's the question, so we can have you on here for at least a Thursday or two.
Yes, Brian, we would love to have you here.
You've been part of the UN Spacey lineup for so long, and yet we have never heard your voice. You know, I would like to hear what you have to say about what we've been talking about all these years and so far of these months. We're coming into summer now, and I'm trying to get all the UN Spacey acolytes, if you will. No, I'm kidding. The UN Spacey Wolf Squadron all together, at least in one stream. We'll see. When the tides part, I guess. Melissa Harris and Sons is already here. She's, voicing her discontent. Man, Nui is stoked at the fact that it's today. Yeah, we rearranged the stuff too. We planned this out and rearranged. The usual topics that we talk about are going to come back in. You're going to have to wait a little longer though, so I advise patience. Yep. Brian Gilmore is also spicing up things, trying to keep everybody on. If you're just kind of here, man, nobody's keeping you here. You can leave anytime you want. So enjoy yourself while you're here. If you're just kind of here. Anyway, Sanya Proctor is also here. He says he's not gonna watch today. I got a different movie planned for today.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably watching Iron Man.
Samuel Proctor.
Okay, Trooper. you're not going to put an age boomer now here, are you?
No,
Because
I'm not gonna
I
do
get
all
this
that. I'm not gonna do
creepy
that. I wouldn't be supporting criminals anyway.
yeah, I get this creepy feeling. Both Commander, you're gonna kind of have to. You may have to come in here. I get this ickling feeling with Trooper. He's gonna play age boomer somehow.
Nah.
You'll know it, Commander. When you'll know it. So you'll just give me that advice again about mute my mic.
It'll be like
Okay.
Christmas, but with more
Yes.
me.
You. Yeah. See there. Okay. All right.
Well, Trooper, I can do this all day.
Right?
You Scoony.
Well,
Or I could say before we get started, does anyone want to get out? Ah.
No, no. I was gonna
Oh
say,
no, I
You
got
okay?
that one.
just as a brief
Yeah.
synopsis,
Are you okay though?
for
Mhm.
First Avenger. The one thing I noticed, and mind you, I think this got, if I remember right, I got 80% in Rotten Tomatoes. Was released in 2011, so
Mhm.
that pretty much meant we were still under the 44th president, going into his second term. The one thing I
Mhm.
noticed about this film, and I was telling Wolf this before we get started, is that the estimated budget for this film was $140 million. Now, with inflation, you would add another million, so it'd be like a budget of 240 million. But at the time, that was pretty moderate, if you will, for a film. I mean, if we look at like Ant-Man and the Wasp, and also if we look at Captain Marvel, they had 160 million dollars. Now, with this particular film, worldwide, it ended up grossing 370 million. Add inflation to it, I think it's like around 442 million and some change. But I guess now the benchmark has been raised that now we consider a film to be successful if it goes over the $1 billion mark. That's kind of where we're at with a lot of these franchises now. So, to kind of give everyone some perspective, during this phase prior to Avengers Assemble, this film was literally the last film before we got into the first Avengers film.
and I
This
thought it was
film,
kind of
Yes.
ironic. It's kind of ironic because it
yeah,
actually holds the biggest. It basically is the biggest piece of the Avengers movie. This
Yes.
movie, if you're looking at it as a puzzle piece,
I
Iron
was about
Man,
to say that.
Thor, Iron Man 2, The Incredible Hulk, they all had little bits and drops of all of it leading to Avengers. But this was the final piece, and ironically, chronologically speaking, it's the first story. I am not going to count I will never count that Captain Shameful, uh, Ms. Shameful, because
Neither do I.
this is the first chronological in the MCU. This is the first story.
And Steve
well,
Rogers is the first Avenger, not what that crappy Captain Crap said. This is
Mhm.
canon wise, and I don't care, even my book, and here on the stream, this is the first Avenger. Continue.
Hey, I already told you my
well,
rewrite. How
well,
how
and
how
the,
we
th-
could
the
how we
thing with
could have
this
made
is,
that, how we alone could have made a simple rewrite would have made that whole thing better. That
Mhm.
Cap
well, and the thing with this is too. I mean, at this point in time,
inspired Captain
in
Marvel.
this time frame,
Yes.
we're still with Paramount. We're not with Disney. Even all the way
Right.
into Iron Man 3, we're still with Paramount. Subsequently, the films that came thereafter had already been greenlit, and they were already uh, going to be in pre-production if they weren't already in production. Some of these films were already in post-production, so I mean, Disney at that point just had to more or less just kind of sit back. And Feige has been with this particular mega franchise from the very beginning. So again, everything had already been worked out. Nothing really had to be done. It's not till about towards the end films, and I think I even said it before, while we were talking privately. it's not till about Homecoming, Spider-Man: Homecoming on the Sony side that we start seeing a little bit more encroachment from the Disney monolith at that point as to these subtle changes. Even going all the way into Infinity War. Infinity War, me personally, I say that is the definitive film where all this massive project ends. Um, and when we were talking privately last night, most people revenue wise will say Endgame, but if anyone happens to be an Endgame fan just for the fact that you went for the Endgame experience, not so much for the story. Revenue wise, it was Endgame, but then again, they kept Endgame purposely in the theaters and they extended that run just so that it could go ahead and top out. It could go ahead and top out James Cameron and his film Avatar.
Avatar, yeah.
So I mean,
Which, now that you bring up Cameron, anybody aware that there's a new Avatar game coming out?
Mm-hmm.
So
I
I
Yep,
still,
and as I recall,
but I
there's
haven't
also
really
going to
kept up with
be
that.
2 other sequels.
I still stand my ground on uh Cameron. Still need to see a trailer
Mm-hmm.
to your sequel. The game is not enough, man. The game
Nope.
is
Well,
not
here's the
enough.
thing about Cameron. I mean, and everyone has said, "Oh yeah, we're still waiting for the sequel." Cameron is so wrapped up in his own IPs. If these films ever come out, it'll be a miracle. I mean, it took him forever.
Yeah,
It took him forever to move to Avatar. Now we're in post Avatar. I mean, a lot of these actors have more or less aged out. So
Might as
what
well
we
focus
get,
on new characters in that sequel.
yeah, yeah. So what we
I,
get might be fun. It might not. I do not know.
well, that's the thing too. And then he sold the 20th century. Then 20th Century Fox got sold to Disney, and now Disney's making the Pandora attraction, and he's busy all wrapped around doing the attraction of Pandora.
Well, I mean that keeps him busy. I mean that kind of keeps him. That kind of keeps him on. On Disney
Yeah.
trying to
Trailer
keep
kind of looks good
Cameron,
though.
more or less busy, or we could even go as far as saying is trying to play nice with Cameron, because eventually what will happen, and Disney is already known for doing this, is once they acquire these IPs, they go ahead and they push their own personal agenda, but it takes a while for that to happen. So,
Mm. I
um,
don't think Cameron's gonna.
and we were even talking about this.
I don't think Cameron's gonna step aside on that one because he's been known to be a hard ass, if you will.
Yeah, he is.
And
Well, and here's the thing. Here's the thing. Disney is also known for crushing projects. So I mean, he can play that game, but I mean, does he really want to? Does he really want to be a gnat in the soup, or would he rather at least have his name thrown everywhere? Oh, look, Pandora attraction! Yay, let's do that. So
Well, I
I
always,
think he can do without.
quite
look at
honest,
where
I think quite
look
honestly,
at where MCU is now. I mean, all
Mm.
if we're talking about Favreau moved on from MCU. He got put into Lucasfilm, into more or less trying to give Lucasfilm more or less a renaissance. That didn't go very far. Um, we saw what happened once the studio got involved with some of these films and they shoehorned Captain Marvel. Also, what happened subsequently after with D Plus literally using the MCU as filler content to launch their streaming content. Um, up till this point, they have yet to release their actual numbers, so we don't know how in the black or in the red they are. So, and we're also looking at HBO Max now. There's Paramount Plus that's coming
Uh,
out.
by the way,
So
if anybody's also ready to watch, we're at the two. For me, I'm at the 3 second. Schooner's at the two. I guess you can go 3 second where you see the stars,
I'll
just
skip
for
the
prep
Paramount
time
logo.
sake.
timestamp is going to be 2 seconds. You can go ahead and you can. It's going to be at the beginning of the Paramount montage.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So,
And the original
but yeah,
Marvel
that's pretty much all
Studios.
I had. Is that
Okay.
this film more or less was considered a commercial success. It's the first appearance that we see Chris Evans as Captain America, and
Far away from Johnny Storm.
A far cry away.
Yes,
yeah, that
I,
very perfect.
I,
well,
I remember. I'm going to float a question here, and this is more for everybody. Did all of you see this in the theaters, or did you wait for video?
I went to the theater to see it. I went to see
Uh,
it
FX.
in the studios.
I
I saw
ended
it
up.
FX.
For me, it was after the fact. I did not go see Captain America. He more or less was not who I was interested in seeing. So, for me, I was already on the Iron Man bandwagon. So I had already picked my side.
I just couldn't find anybody to come see it, and I didn't have the money, so I was already watching on FX.
But it was the same thing
For
with
me, you see,
Thor
for
on
me though,
Netflix.
the thing for me though, when I heard that they were going on the route of the Avengers, I was so excited. So, but I was when I heard that they were going to be making movies of Thor, movies of Hulk. I had only watched the cartoons, and was vaguely aware. I was the one I was wanting to see more than any of them was Captain America because I grew up reading comic books of the '90s and even the post 9/11 and how they were really pushing America Pride and all that kind of stuff and how we needed the heroes of Superman and Captain America to inspire us. So this is like a second renaissance for those types of characters, and I was so enveloped in it, and I was like, so Marvel is making an Avengers movie, okay, but where's the Captain America movie? That was the one. That was my tunnel vision. I wanted to see Captain America, but I wanted to see him done right. And when I went to the movies and when I saw this, I was like, holy smokes, this is the best of the MCU phase one. I have never been more blown away by the fact that not only is it about that they got the character, that they did a superhero origin movie correctly, but that they just embraced what Captain America was. And I loved it.
Well, I agree with
Well,
that to an extent. To an extent, yeah, that is correct. For me, honestly, I would have to say it came down to the Incredible Hulk and Ed Norton. So uh, when the Avengers was being talked about, I did not know how Ed Norton was going to fit into this because um, just going from First Avenger and going back to Incredible Hulk, I mean, Incredible Hulk had a completely different tone in terms of it had more in common with the television series, and
Mm-hmm.
as in far of appearance, backdrops, the colorization, the oversaturation of greens. I mean, it really played up the Bill Bixby side of the Incredible Hulk, and
And they
that's
were
really what
letting everybody know this was not going to be the Ang Lee Hulk. I remember the trailer for
yeah,
Incredible, the trailer for the Incredible Hulk. It almost followed the Iron Man trailer.
yeah. Yeah, and for me, it was a toss up between Bruce Banner and Tony Stark because they were both very different characters, and the Hulk film focuses more on Bruce Banner than what we actually get throughout the entire run of the MCU. Um,
Yeah,
I mean, we do get Bruce. We do get Bruce thanks to Taika Waititi in Ragnarok. So we do get some Bruce, but other than that, it's mostly Hulk, and
yeah.
maybe a few lines here and there, and maybe like a dropped romance line between Black Widow and Bruce Banner. I mean,
I will give Taika one bit of credit here. I like Hulk talking,
Mm-hmm.
even if it's if it's like this whole caveman ish talk. The way how they conveyed it in Ragnarok was actually not bad. Actually, I liked it.
yeah,
Though, if it's supposed to be Planet Hulk is supposed to speak in perfectly good English. But like I said, I was very satisfied with that. The way how he wrote
well,
Hulk's dialogue. No
it had
banner, only Hulk.
it had hints of Planet Hulk, and I subsequently thought because up to this point, all we knew is that Mark Ruffalo had a 6 movie deal contract, which up to this point I did not know how that would metastasize. It ended up metastasizing in the form of short appearances. He did not get his own film trilogy. I honestly thought now going into Ragnarok, that we were going to finally finish out his trilogy going into Planet Hulk, but that never materialized. So,
Nope.
Well, I just want to say that I pretty much am in total in sync with Scooney. Scooney
Mhm.
description of your Captain America was my description, and I went into that a little bit when I was in the professor stream on Wednesday about heroic inspirations. That
Mhm.
I myself of all the films, and not the fact that I didn't enjoy them, I enjoyed Iron Man and I enjoyed Thor. I enjoyed the Hulk, and I loved how they were building up to the getting the group together, and I loved that, and I was in it all the way. I said, "Well, I'm going to enjoy this," but Captain America was the one I was most anxious to see because I said it was the first Avenger. I know in the comics he was the leader of the Avenger, and I always said, "Well, he's the last piece of the puzzle. He's the star on the Christmas tree." So I was really looking forward to seeing this. And also, he was the kind of hero that I like. Is the aspirational hero. The aspirational hero is my favorite hero. So after seeing the journeys of the other characters, I was ready for his. And then I saw the concept art at the Comic Con the year earlier, and then I think on television there was a special that ran on ABC that was looking back at the character, and Chris was interviewed on that and talking about the character and the history and what he's all about. And I just felt this really great excitement. And I was like
mm,
you, Scooney, when I went to see it, absolutely blowed out the water. I came out there saying, "This is absolutely my favorite of the solo movies of the first phase. This is absolutely my favorite. I love the fact they saved him for last because he
Mhm.
rolled right into the Avengers film, and his spirit and his character carried right into that. And so I was all in all the way. It was my favorite. Like I said, it is. I still, it's underrated, but it is my favorite of the Winter Soldier is my favorite of all. But it's my, I call it the favorite of the first phase of
Mhm.
the solo films. So I sing the same songs. I sing the same phrases you did just a few minutes ago. I was blown away as well. Even though some me and my family we all went, even though they were like, "Oh, this ain't nothing. It's bored. Ain't no rockets." I was all in it. I said, "Are you guys kidding? I absolutely loved this. I love this." And like you said, Scooney, I love that he was done right and that they were true to him.
Exactly. And when everybody was, I remember all these critics were like saying, "Oh, it's taking place in World War II, lame." And I'm just like, "No, this is where it needs to be. He needs to be here in World War II because we need to establish where he comes from. You can't do a modern Captain America without first going back to where he came from."
I
It's kind of the
agree.
same with Superman. When you're going to start a Superman franchise, it always starts with him on Krypton leaving. With
well,
Batman, you
Yes,
could
exactly.
you
exactly. You got
also
to
have to
do.
look at where the United States was at between 2010, 2011, 2012. There wasn't anything really happening. I think we got the Arab Spring in 2012, but there wasn't really anything happening with the United States. So, in terms of this film, the only pushback that you would have gotten being under uh, being under the social climate that we were at would have been more of a apathetic reception in terms of, oh, it has elements of, Americanism in it. At most we only got bits and pieces, but this film also serves as one of the only few films to actually take place at an earlier point in time versus any of the other films, which technically are subsequently happening in the present as the film is taking place. Um,
Mhm.
Short of maybe Captain Marvel, but that's a hard retcon that pretty much no one's really into. This is the film that actually takes place in the 1940s. So
Mhm.
And like I said in my rewrite of Captain Marvel, it would have been just that journey for her through and through to be the Avenger because of Captain America.
I know
Where
exactly. I mean, and it fits so perfectly because what is Captain America at the beginning? He's meek. He's he's not what is it? The select few who go,
my
the few, the
my story beat, sorry, Schooner, my story beat would have been for her for him to be the inspiration to the new generation, since he was since he was of World War II. That would have been the precipice of going into our transitions towards the 80s, towards the 90s.
Hmm.
So let's just say around, let's say Captain Marvel was born around somewhere in the mid or early 80s, and that's where she got, somewhere in the mid 80s, she got abducted by the Kree,
Hmm.
and she comes back to Earth during the 90s. But her memory starts jotting back up, and she realized that like in many of her memory shots, if we're going with that still, we're seeing her being inspired by a poster. I originally was going to say that the poster was hers, but let's say that that was her father's poster, also
Mhm.
signed by the Steve Rogers,
Oh, that
and
would
it
be
was
pretty cool.
and it was hanging in his garage while they were working on. Now that's another thing that bugged me about Captain Marvel. No good daddy.
Nope.
There should have been a scene of her working on cars with her dad.
Well, again, this film takes place in 2019. I mean, First Avenger took
Yeah,
place in 2011. It's the only reason the
yeah,
movie was able to be made.
yeah. One can only
If
dream.
if
Their,
if
their
First
intention,
Avenger
Wolf,
was
was not
being
to have
made
a.
in 2021, we
A
would not be getting
woman's
this at
hero's
all.
journey. Yeah, I
Yeah,
know,
you
Leia.
wouldn't be getting this at all. And that's
I guess
pretty
I'll
much
have
what
to
I was
do
getting
my
at.
own fan fiction rewrite comic one of these
That's what I
days.
was really getting at. In 2011, there wasn't anything really going on in terms of social climate. What you did have was we were now starting to get into politically correct culture at that point. Again, that was the first presidential term of the 44th president going into the second term. Second term being when it really took off.
Trooper, this is
And then we got the
interesting, but
Watergate
you
and
know we're boring on 30 minutes here.
yeah. So I mean, this particular type
We can
of
talk
film,
about it on Thursday.
which we can, but what I'm getting at, this is why this film is unique because it could not have taken place any sooner or any later. Like it had to happen between 2010 and 2012 for this film to
It
take
came
place.
out at the perfect time,
Yeah,
and it was literally, and I love that. It's basically everything worked out.
yeah, yeah.
I agree. Hmm.
Heads up for those who are watching right now. This Thursday we'll be talking about tokenization, as in token characters, and from back then and beyond. So
Oh,
we'll be
excellent.
covering that this Thursday.
So we're going to be talking about
Sorry,
Frodo,
Schooner.
Samwise. We're going to talk about Saruman.
See, I
Ah!
thought so too. I thought so too. I saw that and I saw Tolkienization. And I'm like, that's a hard topic because right after Lord of the Rings, it literally changed how films were more or less shot, made, edited, and also special effects. It changed a lot. It
Mhm.
didn't have as big of an
We're not
impact
talking
as
about
Star Wars.
Tolkien, guys. We're talking about token
Yeah,
representation.
it didn't have as big of an
You
impact
know what?
as Star Wars,
That's why I'm gonna
but
retitle it. Token representation. There we go.
Tolkien representation.
There you go.
Token representation.
It's like,
That's what we're
you
gonna be
have to have
talking
a
about.
Saruman now. You have to have
Which is,
a
it's perfect because Gandalf represents angels, Saruman represents a fallen.
yeah.
You guys are milking this for its worth, and I love it. I love it. So we'll begin the movie now. Without further
All right,
ado, sorry
go for it.
Okay.
everybody. I know you guys want to say some more stuff, but time is money.
We can. Are we starting? Because I'll
Yep.
start
Yeah.
get my
Are we
copy
gonna do
I
going.
haven't done the countdown yet, guys. Don't be an age today.
So are we
Wait,
gonna,
wait, wait! I gotta get my in the thing. So
So are we gonna
Wait. I don't know what's wrong with my Blu-ray. It always had this delay.
well, it's a Blu-ray player. Hello, 1080p.
Age, we love you, but dang it, man, you gotta get that Blu-ray in check. Pop on a behind or something.
It's 1080p, dude. It's like literally a PS4. It takes a minute. It has a 2-second delay. All right, let's go.
This is why I start beforehand with my Xbox One. But other than that, I'm viewing this on my laptop, so no delays there.
Yep.
Ha ha. Anyways, in the count of three, 2, and 1. Play.
Ignition.
This is actually before the Marvel fanfare as we know it. So, or
It's
as it came to be known later on in subsequent films.
I was enjoying. I liked the Marvel fanfare as the films
Me
went
too.
on. I
Me too.
enjoyed them until we got to end
I
crap. But
have to say my favorite Marvel fanfare still to this day is Sony's take on it with Spider-Man: Homecoming. I thought that was the best version. I wish they would have been able to use it for subsequent films, but again, due to licensing, I mean, they got the one film. I mean, the second Far From Home, I mean, we get Whitney Houston. Come on, get real. So here we are. We are somewhere in Antarctica. No. Yeah,
Yes.
we're in.
Yep, it's Antarctica.
We're not in Antarctica. We're in the Arctic. So
yeah.
We just know it's cold. We just know it's cold.
yeah,
Yes.
we know it's cold.
I just assumed it's Antarctica because it looked old and those coats look really, really warm.
That's right. You can even
You
see
know,
the sun
one
barely
missed opportunity that they could have done.
If it was in Antarctica, you would have seen a predator or something come out.
No, what I'm saying is, a great song would have been perfect for this scene. Boom,
What's that?
boom, boom, boom.
Oh, the
Boom,
thing.
boom,
Yes.
boom,
Oh,
boom,
yeah.
boom, boom,
Nah. It would have.
boom, boom.
It would be like maybe Captain America versus Predator. How about that? So,
That would have been cool.
and then you get the temple with the alien. And I'm sorry.
I mean, his shield survives freaking Hydra blasters. I'm pretty sure he can survive the smart gun.
Yes.
I love how up to this point, we know that we don't know what year it is, but it's clearly sometime in the future.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's the feeling that I got.
It doesn't say present day.
It doesn't do
Because,
any tag.
That's the interesting thing I noticed about that. It doesn't say present; it just gets right into it. And Scooty, like you, I was familiar with the comic, so I knew that he was frozen in ice. So I was curious to see how they were going to show how he's frozen. How they're going to
Well, they
start it.
don't have Namor carrying his ass to the surface and say, "Hey,
no, they don't."
This is completely glossed.
This look. He didn't carry him up to the surface and say, "Hey, this was in my ocean. Take your shit and get out of here."
They just glossed about the whole thing. So.
Aqua Bro would do that. Yeah, yeah, he would probably do that.
That's literally not swearing included, but that's literally what Namor said.
Yes, you're right.
When he surfaced, he's like take this and leave. It's like he didn't negotiate anybody. He didn't care. He didn't care who he gave it to. He just said, "Look, this is here. I don't want it. Take it."
The iconic shield. So now we're into the 1940s. Mind you, 1938 is about the start of the.
Dang, how far are you ahead of me?
5 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm at the part where they're just wiping off the snow and they see the shield.
Yep.
So, I
mean, now here we go. Tonsberg, Norway, March 1942. A man runs with purpose. Explosions in the background.
Right. That's right. We're coming up to
the opening to League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Yep.
Right. The one thing that I noticed with this thing or this particular montage.
Hey, it's what's his face from Harry Potter.
Exactly.
Well,
I thought he was from Doctor. Well, for me myself, I think he was on Doctor Who.
Yes,
I'm a Doctor Who fan, so I recognize this. Yeah.
For me, more or less, this is more or less tying into Thor, is what this is doing.
That's
the Viking tomb and Yggdrasil, and then of course
Yggdrasil.
Yep.
That's
how many lights do you need? Literally, how many lights do you need?
That's the feeling I got when I saw this. When I saw that this was following Thor,
right
so
there in the background, as what's his face is on the ground. That's the first thing you see the world tree.
Yep. But I think what I love too is that this has a very cinematic feel to it. So when the villain enters, they play that music. I eat that stuff up.
Yeah.
The
Before
Darth
Deuce
Vader
came
moment
and
in Star
let.
Wars.
First time we see.
Precisely Leia plus size.
Hang on, guys.
Yeah.
What are you gonna say, troopers?
I was gonna say this is the first time that we actually see Hugo weaving, and
Yeah.
basically he subsequently returns in Infinity War.
Hmm.
I was telling
Mhm.
Spoonie when we see the villain, I call it the Darth Vader moment from Star Wars at the beginning of Star
And I'm
Wars.
like,
We walked through.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
any good story will always go ahead and introduce the villain at least within the first scene or the first act.
And already they show how intimidating he is because in just one push, he opens the tomb where it took 4 guys to couldn't even open it.
Without straining either.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Mhm.
we don't really know much about him at this point. You know,
Only that,
we don't
only
even
one
know he's
thing.
Johann Schmidt at this point. I mean,
We only know one
Other
thing
than
about
he's one big scary ass German that's super strong,
yeah,
apparently.
pretty much.
not only that, he is a force of nature. Because what does he do? He comes breaking in, and nothing will stand in his way. He comes
Not
busting
even a
in with a
cop put
tank.
not even a cop holding out his hand to say stop and get run over by a tank.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he immediately knows that the man is lying, that that's not the real Tesseract. You have it hidden, and then he figures out exactly where it's at. Whereas
Mm-hmm.
the old man is looking like, if I put that fake one in there, it'll fool him. But it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't. So he knows, you're right, Squirrel. He knows this man is not like any ordinary man. This is something else. But I think he also aware that this is Hydra that I'm dealing with.
You gotta admire his strength. He didn't rat out his village
Yeah,
at
I
all,
admire his. He didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course. I absolutely agree.
which will be a
Yeah.
callback to the Avengers.
Mm-hmm. And I love this
So
too because he goes. The button is basically in the eye of the serpent, and you always
yeah.
know a serpent always throughout history has always brought about terror and misfortune.
Yeah.
For change.
Inside, this is the forbidden fruit.
Yeah, so at this point we don't even know you know, where
But we know what that is when we see. Yeah.
well, we don't know that's where we're going. We know
Okay.
it's an Infinity Stone, but we don't know that the MCU at this point has decided, hey, we're going to go ahead and try to do the Infinity Saga.
Okay, true. I'll give you that. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's why we're going on. That's why we're going along for the ride. This is when writing
We
made
are from the
sense.
future observing the
Yeah.
past.
exactly. He's even right now. They're just taking us to Avengers. That's all this is. They're not building to Infinity War or anything like that. This is leading straight into Avengers.
I
This,
agree.
this is
That's
one of maybe
Foreshadow.
one or two. I think there's three. I think there's three World War II references. The Nazi reference on the newspaper is the first one. I do remember there was a lot of criticism
Like his
for
last
the
boyfriend.
CG. Well, for the CG, even at the time, they
my
actually.
That's a
sweet,
delayed
my sweetie.
reaction. You had to think about that?
No, I was laughing, and I said you didn't hear me. I said my sweetie. That's why I was laughing
yeah.
because you said the last boyfriend. You cracked me, you laughed me, and then I said my sweetie because he wants to fight, he wants to help. I know he's a little stream bean, but he's gonna.
Even right here, they show how aspirational he is because he says a lot of people getting killed over there. Kind of makes you think about not enlisting. And Steve Rogers just plainly says, "Nope."
Let's not
Yes.
let's not also forget
Despite they probably,
what the doc has said to him just now.
Yep. He
That's
says
something
he's
I
been
picked up on what he said. He says, I am doing my job, saving a life.
Yep. So
Yep.
that's why he can't condemn the doctor.
He's not
for doing-
rejecting him out of discrimination.
Mm-mm.
Sorry, go ahead, Schooner.
That was all I was saying. Is that exactly? He's just doing his job.
Right, to save his life. And the reason they said it makes you think twice is because he's going in there and all those men are fit and healthy and strong, and here's little old Steve and like, oh, bro, you sure you want to be in here? Maybe you should go home. And he's like, nope, I'm determined to help everybody else.
Oh man. Yep.
Here comes
Hey, Neil.
And I said this in the professor's stream, like he's still trying. Oh, this Dre's trying to fight. He's just getting so tail whipped in this. He's just trying to stand up to this guy. This poor baby is just getting. Oh,
Oh, that was me back in elementary.
and you still say I can do this.
Yep.
Oh,
No.
this just knocks him out.
Yeah. No one is a failure who has friends. I'll just say that.
And our first look at James Buchanan Barnes looking very
Barnes,
dapper.
Yes.
Looking very dapper.
Fresh off of the Covenant.
Big brother type right now. Before the
Yeah, fresh off the
pandemic
Covenant.
swapped. So,
Fresh off the Covenant.
yeah,
I heard
no,
you there,
for real.
Wolf.
For
Yeah,
real.
fresh off the Covenant. Yes. Yeah. Well, I think the script said that Wiki was described as dapper and handsome movie star, and Steve was the skinny little thing that women just weren't looking at. But it also established their relationship that I'm sure there's more than one time that Bucky had to pull him out of an alley after getting butt whipped. I think he probably I think I know where he's at.
I saw it as me and my friend. I saw those two as me and my friend. He's in the Navy now officially out, honorably discharged. Did his time there, but that's I always like to see that as
we
me.
appreciate his services.
The special effects with Steve Rogers work in some respects. I mean, when
You
they're
can
doing
kind of
side
tell
angles,
though.
when they do the
Yeah, well-
side angles, or when they do like back profile. But whenever they do something like staring at the camera or like getting a front profile, it doesn't work for me.
Yeah, especially when you see it at the neckline,
Yeah. Well, I read that.
and you can obviously tell. Sorry, Leia. You can obviously tell he's just sitting there to let the effect work. He if he makes any sudden movement, it's gonna look completely off.
Yes,
Like
I agree.
I'll point it out when we get there. But go ahead, Leia.
No, I agree with you, but I was sort of prepared for it because I did read, getting ready for this film, that Chris buffed up first, and then they had to try to getting him down later. So yeah, the special effects of getting him thin were not perfect. I agree with you. I agree with you
My
on
thing is
that.
how were they able to
it
do the
didn't
height?
It didn't take me out the pic. I didn't take me. Yeah, I forgot how they did that. I forgot how they did it. There's a picture of him.
There ain't no hobbit trickery there.
Just,
No.
it was more or less scaling. They scaled it down.
I think what I love about this is that we're clearly
Go
seeing a Howard Stark that is very similar to that of Tony in the beginning of the first movie.
Now
Iron
he is
Man.
he's his great. He's his not his great, but he's his grandfather, right? He's the grandfather.
Oh, that's the daddy.
No, that's his father.
That's the daddy. That's the daddy.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
That's
okay.
Daddy Stark.
All
now,
right.
my question is, how the hell he transformed into Daddy Stark in Iron Man 2? That's my question. Because those eyes are far too far apart compared to the guy they got for Howard Stark in 2 and even Civil War.
There were several
That was the thing too. It's because Iron Man 2 came out before Captain America.
Yeah,
Of course. But I'm saying like
changes. This is before it got to be so tight that they had to more or less keep an eye on the continuity, or it was just gonna wreak havoc with subsequent films. So, I mean, again,
all I'm
this
saying is
right into
I always
Avengers.
poke fun at that.
The big payoff is going to be Avengers. Anything after that, great.
I do like
it gets green lit, but
I do like Dominic.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Dominic. I forgot his last
Dominic
name,
Cooper.
but I don't. Yeah, Dominic Cooper. Yeah.
as Howard Stark. He's kind of like trying to be a very young Tony, but this is actually young Howard Stark who's got this kind of charm to him. He's not really a playboy compared to Tony is in this movie, or at least in this timeline.
Mm-hmm.
So
well,
I like that
it
aspect.
would be a
Yes,
1940s version of a playboy.
Yeah, what
Yeah.
they consider. Yeah.
Well,
You
even
can see it. You can see it when he comes out on stage to introduce the car that he's got some swagger to him. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, and the way he's dressed,
He
the
also-
way he's dressed. Yeah.
And also, also it's also a reflection of the time. You put in the work that he's got the flash and the panache, but there's also the genius behind him. This is a
Yes.
man
Hmm.
who worked to get to where he was. Tony,
Exactly.
while he is intelligent, he did kind of skate by on his finances.
Right. And then you have Rogers, who doesn't have any swagger at all with
Oh
the
yeah, like
ladies.
the
Yeah,
effect
poor
here,
dear.
Nope.
the special
And that's
effect here is so like again,
Yeah,
I
you
like
can
it from
obviously
the side
tell.
and from the back, but anytime they do like a front, it threw me out of the frame. But
It didn't. I get what you're saying, True, but it didn't take me out too much. I could tell I'm like you. I could tell, but I was like, it's not so. I'm still gonna ride the train.
right,
I'm gonna wait because I
Let
think
me
the
push pause on
payoff.
the discussion real quick to address a comment real quick.
Sure,
yeah, yeah.
sure.
So gamer 62589 for your first time being here, it seems. He asks, "What do I think of Lupin the Third?" I'm not big of a Lupin the Third fan, but I did watch one of the recent movies, well, two of the recent, well, two movies of Lupin the Third with Agent Matchstick. We watched the Castle Cagliostro, and we watched the 3D
Cagliostro.
Lupin, and I liked it, but I was
Yeah.
never. Thank you. But I was never really that fan of Lupin. I don't know why. I don't know why I was really distant towards Lupin the Third. Maybe it was not my thing. But
mm,
yeah, for what we did watch, which they wrote me in on, I joke, but I was a willing participant, mind you. I did enjoy. I in fact enjoyed those movies. Just not enough to make me a Lupin fan. So I wouldn't call myself a big Lupin fan.
I also love the scene when he's finally being accepted because, I mean, yeah, we passed the scene when he says, "I have no right to do anything less," and Erskine
Hmm.
notices this and sees he's got a quality to him that he admires. But he has to test him first because remember when he goes back and he says, "Before that, before I lived in Brooklyn, I lived in Germany. Does this bother you?"
right,
Because of the anti-German sentiment that was going around at the time. And
Yeah,
Steve answers him straight. He just goes, "No, you know
and,
what the Nazis are doing is not reflective of that of the German people."
and
He
this
says that. He says, "I don't want to kill anybody. I just don't like bullies."
and this
yeah. It
is
doesn't care where they come
supposed to be
from.
on
I agree.
By the way, the scientist
first,
that's talking to him was Stanley Tucci.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
yeah, and this is the first
Spoonie, I love that speech too. I love that speech too, and I love how he tests them there. I kind of caught that myself when he asked them, and how yeah he was testing to see that he liked what he saw as far as his qualities was concerned.
Mm-hmm.
and this is the first appearance of Arnim Zola. We'll subsequently
Yes,
see him further on.
Howie from The Mist.
Yep.
Ollie from The Mist. There's
I
a lot
think
of
he did
A-list actors that you recognize in this movie. Go ahead, Leia.
a lot of. I didn't mean to interrupt. I said yeah. That's one thing about Marvel Phase One, even with the X-Men films, is how good actors they really got for these roles. You know what I mean? And these and again it goes back. I know I'm old school, but it kind of goes back to, and again I said this is the Professor's Dream, the Superman trope for the Richard Donner Superman, the back characters. um uh, uh God, I can't think. Thinking of those muscles. Okay, Superman's father, Kal-El, and Jor-El and Lex Luthor were played by the big name actors at that time,
Yep.
which were Gene Hackman
And
and
Martin Britt.
Alan Brando. They were those back characters, and I think Richard Donner and the other producers produced that the back characters would be known, established actors, and both of those actors were Oscar winners. Glenn Ford was going to be his father, but Superman himself should be an unknown. Now we all know Evans is not an unknown, but Evans was not that big of a box office star, say like a Will Smith or Tom Cruise or anybody like that.
Yeah.
So
Let's
that's
put it
that
this way:
formula.
like his films would not have caught your eye prior to this. I mean, there weren't that many films. The only other one that would come to mind if you thought of Chris Evans would have been Fantastic Four, and that
Yeah,
was with 20th Century Fox. And this is
right.
at a time where 20th Century Fox is still trying to get their IPs off the ground, which subsequently they did not do successfully, so they moved on to other things. So
I
And
also
this
love.
is
Oh, go ahead, Leia.
no, I was just going to say, and this is where we meet Peggy Carter. But
Hmm.
go ahead, Scooney.
Almost
yeah, Haley
immediately,
Atwell.
Steve. Almost immediately, Steve is checking her out, and then when she sees when that guy makes Gilmore Hodge makes that comment, and then she defends herself, you see Steve smile like, already, all right. Oh, she's a girl after my own heart.
Yes.
And
As we see.
also Tommy Lee Jones.
Yes, who was great in
Yeah,
this role. He was
Yes.
Yep.
great. He
he's
was
settled
really
into
great.
the roles that he's.
Oh, he was great. That's what I said. The casting in this movie was so good. These good actors, and
Well,
Jones
it
was
also
perfect.
came down to, one of the big selling points for a lot of these films were that, hey, if we're successful in pulling this off, and this is, again, like First Avenger is already in films. Avengers Assemble is close to being in post production now. I mean, it's almost like clockwork. The selling point was,
This is
if this
unrealistic.
is successful, if
But
this is
he's not
successful,
falling off the.
subsequently, there's
No,
more work.
it's unrealistic to see that these idiots are actually bullying Steve like this.
Hmm.
You think the army would make fun of him for being so tiny? Because
I
I
think
was
they
like, this.
would, but I don't think they would be needlessly destroying property damage just to see him fail.
Well, it's just
I
that
think
one
also,
guy. It's just
yeah.
that.
Well, you
Yeah, it's
always
just
pick
I
that
a
one
don't
guy.
minority of
care.
the group. You
I
always
don't
pick a minority
care.
of the group.
I'm just saying, like I've seen war footage, and never once did I see them intentionally trying to break property just to see one of their own fail.
Yes, but this is an
Well,
exaggerated
it
version
also
of it.
shows
Right,
really
right,
how
right.
Steve is
So,
I'm
from
just
everybody.
poking fun at it.
so I mean, again,
I'm just
it's a
poking fun
comic
at it.
book film. The only thing of note here is that you see Steve Rogers deconstructing the problem to get the flag. That's
Yep,
literally the only thing I got out of it. So,
Well,
the
because
wits.
all the
He
and
got
other
the wit.
I don't mean to sound disparaging or anything like that. That was just like the one thing of note for this.
what
That
I
pretty much
actually
already
think,
tells you that he's on the road to becoming Captain America, but we're not there yet. So
There's a
we
David
don't know.
metaphor
At
here.
this point, we have an idea, but we don't know. So
well,
Well,
that's the
what it,
thing.
well,
Because what did they show? They were always showing him failing at every single thing that all the other soldiers were doing. But in this one instance, he proves his valuableness to the cause by not giving up on the flag. He's met failure after failure after failure, but then he earns his stripes by not showing how tough he is, but how well he's willing to think outside of the box.
well, you were gonna say there was a double meaning in that scene.
No,
Yeah.
no, there's a David metaphor somewhere in
Oh,
all this. David
David
and
versus
Goliath.
Goliath.
well, and that's the thing when it comes to writing with a lot of this stuff. A- some of
But
this is
that's what makes him
intentional.
so
A lot of
appealing.
it is unintentional,
Hang
but
on, Leia.
Mhm.
it really comes down to the writer. Subsequently, when we get this kind of stuff, sometimes it is unintentional, and it's more or less coming from the subconscious. But then again, that's why you need a strong writer, because I mean, if you're, as a writer, if you've, all right, let me stop myself. This is also an important moment when he dives on the grenade.
Very
I love
important
this moment.
moment. I do too. Very important moment. Big, big scene.
Yep. Basically just showing that Steve runs towards the problem, not away from it. So
But
Hmm.
see, he's putting his life on the line for people he doesn't know, and even that guy who bullied him. He still was. I mean, he was. I know it's a dummy grenade, but look what he's doing. Who puts it takes a lot of courage to put your life on the line for people you don't know, and even for a man who hasn't been nice to you.
yep.
And the idiot soldier pokes his head up to see if anything happened.
Yeah.
Again,
Like a
if you're
gopher.
a strong writer, everything else just comes out in the writing itself. I mean, you don't have to be intentional about it. So,
I do like.
and subsequently, we tend to
Hang
see
on,
this
Leia.
type of writing all the way through till about. Hmm, it's hard to say because I happen to my preference is that throughout the Paramount run is when the writing was probably at its peak because they really needed to work towards Avengers Assemble. That was going to be the big payoff for the movie studio, meaning now they had established themselves with Avengers Assemble. Now we can do whatever we want. But up to
I also
this
think
point,
it had something to do a little bit too. Sorry to cut in, Trooper.
yeah,
Also had a lot to do with the directing too. Joe Johnston, if you guys don't know, this is the guy who directed Rocketeer.
yeah,
So,
yeah, that was a Disney property.
He's no stranger to telling period pieces, but he also knows how to tell a constructive story and knows how to utilize an exposition dump in an effective way.
Well, also you got to remember. I mean, that was '91. I mean, 10 years earlier, we're talking about Raiders of the Lost Ark. So,
Mhm.
so
Little reference in this movie too when Red Skull says, "And the Fuhrer digs for trinkets in the desert."
mhm.
Lay, you wanted to say something. Go ahead.
I was going to say that. Well, first of all, I was going to say that I actually like the speech that he's giving to Steve. I'm jumping ahead of myself, but when he tells him how to remain a good man and why he does what he does, and tells you about the value, about strength, the Yoda moment. There's lots of metaphors here. The Yoda to it's like Yoda to Luke Skywalker. If you guys,
Yeah.
if you saw the stream I did with Professor, you can see why I picked all those characters, because they all seem to loop back to each other. And I call this it's like Luke, Yoda talking to Luke in The Empire Strikes Back about the power of the Force and what the Force is supposed to, what it encompasses it, and not to let size matter as to how to use it.
Oh, it comes down to when the student's ready, the master will appear.
Yes,
That's-
and I agree with Schooner. Yes, Schooner, Joe Johnson, great job directing this. I absolutely agree with you. Trooper, you're right. The writing was way better back then than the crap we get now. The writing was so much better back then.
The stakes were higher.
Yeah, there was no Tahihi Coates. There was none of these kind of people in there. There was
Tahiti.
Yeah.
I like that.
You mean Taika Waititi?
No,
too.
no. We're talking about Ta-Nehisi Coates, and we're talking about Black Panther.
You mean Tiny
Yeah.
Shitty Coats?
TAMPHR. Panther.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
And
you
him too.
colonizer. Oh, you crazy white boy. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, not that kind of guy.
All those cringy moments. This is one of
That was
the
Brian Coogler,
nicer
though.
films. This is one of the nicer films in terms of imagery, if you will.
Mhm.
Kind of piggybacking on Leia and
Hey, Damien.
with the writing and also the Rocketeer from 1991. You do get a lot of futurism and maybe like a dark,
Kind of like that
noir
pulp
type film.
futurism.
Yeah,
Yes, and that's one of the things that I loved too, is that the Captain America comic books didn't stray away from the pulp futurism, and I love.
Nobody move. Hang on. I got a comment on this scene right here.
Yeah, you got it.
The fact that he's shrouded in shadow. I don't think that I kind of would have cropped out his head.
Who's Red Skull?
Yeah, this is too obvious.
well,
Ah.
it's meant to be obvious. It's meant to be obvious because we already got the hint from the blood.
We
on
also saw in the trailer.
Hydra insignia, right in the very beginning.
I thought it was a
with
dude's
the
blood.
Tesseract. So we
But
know
anyway.
he's Red Skull. Now we're just waiting for the Red Skull reveal of the actual makeup.
I like this fake out though.
Yeah.
And then of course,
Check out
you have all
the-
the
check-
paint
check
on
out the
the
pa-
side
check out
there
the painter's
that's all
face.
red.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the painter's face is like completely freaked out.
Yeah, he's like I can't do this. This is too gross for me.
Or he's like,
No. No, what I'm saying is he's got this look of, oh, please say it's good, because I heard what happened to the last guy. When somebody said it was wrong.
I like, yeah. I like
And the
that.
And the more he said it's fantastic. He's like, oh, thank the gods.
Yes, you're right.
I
That's a
did
good
I
question.
did like the special effects when it came down to 1940s Brooklyn here. I
Okay,
really did
this
like
scene,
that.
you can obviously tell that that's digital
Yeah,
on
Yes.
the
but
edges.
Yeah.
but,
Yeah.
but I was so already wrapped up with the character of Steve. I don't
He would
even know.
move way more in that scene.
I was the
He would
same with
move
you,
a lot
Scooney.
more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I was like you, Scooney. I could tell, but I was just so into the story. I didn't care. I didn't care. I was.
I'm
But
not
I
saying
understand. No, no,
I'm
I
not
agree
saying it's
with you.
distracting. I just respect it. I like okay, I could
Yeah.
really tell that's digital, but I'm very intrigued by what they're saying. I'm just just impressed at how they were able to do it. But you can also see it in the neckline too sometimes, like the skin texture kind of like
Yeah,
shifts a
it
bit
wasn't
when he moves.
perfect. It wasn't
No,
perfect,
no, it
and
wasn't.
they did get a lot of criticism for it in the reviews, but it is what it is.
I
You
just
got
took
you
it for
got
what it
you
was.
got a 20
Does
something year
does
old man's head on what looks to be a
look,
14-year
it's
old's
Aunt
body.
May. No, I'm joking.
Mm.
Well, I
No,
just liked how
uh,
he.
I think it's kind of funny how they digitally put in Brooklyn because this movie, despite what everybody thinks, this movie was not filmed in America. This entire movie was shot in London.
Yeah,
Yep.
Hmm.
that's right. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
London
I could tell.
Sound Stage. I think it's
Yeah.
that they
Yeah.
used one of the. I think they used one of the stages where they usually shoot the 007 movies. One of the
Yeah.
stages. They,
The
yeah,
re-
yeah.
and the reason being is because movies were this was at the time what we were saying at the beginning with Trooper during President 44, and we were going through some economic trouble. So film studios were now hiring out at this
I'm sorry,
time.
Schooner,
Yes.
what you were saying? Because I was admiring Peggy's ballistics just now. Sorry guys.
Okay.
I couldn't
Well,
help myself.
Fellas, get all the Peggy you want looked in because in a few moments
well,
it's all gonna fall
well.
on me, and
I
I am gonna let that out.
I hate
Knock yourself
to
out.
I hate to spoil the Agent Carter, but subsequently she gets her own series and they make her into a lesbian. So,
Oh, that's
but
stupid.
In that series, wait, in that
Yeah.
TV series,
How
in
the
that
heck
TV series.
how the heck she get Sharon then?
uh not for
And
me.
don't give me that artificial assimilation
For all I
BS.
know, he's all like Pan as in Peter Pan. So, but
Unbelievable. As he pinches
but
the
yeah,
bridge of
no,
his
actually,
nose.
Schooner makes a really good
Is
point,
that
and I had
tabloid
completely forgotten
jargon?
about this. We were already into the 2008 recession.
Yeah.
Uh, and subsequently, like, it became an opportunity for all these other places. Hey, come film over here. We'll do it dirt cheap, bottom dollar. Like, we want your money. So,
Ironically, there were only two movies that were actually shot in the United States of Phase One, and that was Iron Man 1 and Thor. Thor took
Let
place.
me address Sam Proctor's comment here. He says, "You guys are the first people I've ever met who isn't impressed by a skinny Steve Rogers VFX." That's not that is far from the truth, sir. We're actually
That is
are
far.
impressed. It's
actually,
constructive criticism we're giving.
I was very unimpressed. But I did, there were certain points where I could buy into it. I really was already, I was already sucked into the film by the other actors.
I
So
didn't even see up until this stream. I never complained
for
about
me, the
Steve.
film doesn't even
I
start.
defended Steve because I said I was already so wrapped up in his character. I didn't even notice any of these
For
problems.
me, the film doesn't even start until we get past his backstory, which is, once he gets the super serum injection,
Mhm.
which literally takes place minutes after this. So,
Yep.
Stanley
But
looks so great in this.
Mhm.
Who? Who?
Stanley.
Yeah,
Stanley Tucci.
wonderful, wonderful actor. I've seen him in some other films, and he is a wonderful actor. I agree with you. He was great at this.
Wait a minute. Who is that right behind them? Wait, it's Richard Armitage.
Yeah.
Thorin Oakenshield from The Hobbit. That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Richard Armitage, Thorin Oakenshield, exactly.
Yeah, from The Hobbit.
I
Yeah.
missed them.
yeah. So in this version of Midgard, most of the people that were from, Middle Earth subsequently
You ever
live
notice
here.
that most of the you ever notice that most of the people, mostly
Yeah.
the elves that came from Middle Earth, kind of all ended up becoming bad guys?
Yeah, that's yeah. That's what they noticed. Yep, everybody that left Middle Earth. The some of the Hobbit films or Lord of the Rings films end up being, yeah, you're right.
Used as bad guys in Marvel
Thranduil,
movies.
uh, Lee Pace, who played Thranduil's father, ended up being in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh yeah, Ronan the Conqueror.
Ronan the Conqueror. Yeah, they all have been in here.
Accuser.
Okay, yeah, one of the accuser. Thank you.
Accuser.
Okay, fellas, get all you want to get saying right now, because in a few minutes I'm gonna let this out and I'm not holding back. So
Don't
go
worry,
ahead and do
Lady of
all
Valor.
the
We got more Peggy on the way.
yes.
Trust
Okay,
me.
so
Exactly.
sure. Okay.
Exactly.
And you
But
also have to remember.
it all
Go ahead.
balances out.
Oh,
Well,
I was going to say.
for me, I like the shades.
Yeah.
I like the shades on Dominic Cooper, and I like the goggles, and I like the steampunk elements to those.
I agree with you. It's a movie beautifully to look at. I do. I
Yeah,
love
it's a beautiful film to look at.
beautiful film to look at. I agree with you. You caught that really well, Trooper. But I also going to say, guys, you got to realize this could have killed him if he didn't have the strength to get through it. But he's going through right now. I have to remind people when I watch this, it's and you hear him screaming in there that he could have died from this, but he survived it, because this is a total body transformation he's going through, almost
Well,
like
one
going
could
through a
argue
werewolf
that. One
transformation.
could
Like,
argue it was sheer will. So
Yikes.
Also, and that was another thing too, that he was ready to give 110%, even if it meant that he was going to lose his life. At least it was for the greater good. Which is why I love the scene where they say "shut it down" and he yells, "No, don't! I can do this."
yeah, me too. That tells a lot about him there.
Because it's not just the technology that gave Captain America what he was; it was others' faith in him. So this was the moment of
the
science,
film really starts here.
science
and
and
this
religion merging together.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is.
And here
Superhero
you
reveal.
hear the Captain America theme, so that you're going to hear permanently throughout the
Yes.
Listen to
theme
her
and-
giggle like a little, like Leia's in high school again.
This
And Thorne
Oh,
Openfield
sweet.
was saying,
We-
"No way is going to knock out my franchise."
oh,
Leia's a
sweet
high
God, and
school girl again.
oh, sweet Jesus in heaven. Talk about God creating Adam. Oh,
She's Peggy in this thing right now.
this God creating Adam. Just God.
all with the
Look,
miracle.
look. Did you see her reaching over? That was all. That was unintentional. From insider notes. Her reaching for his peck like that. That was not in the script. That was all Haley Atwell really reaching over.
I do remember someone mentioning that
They,
was.
they kept his review hidden. By the way, his muscular review.
I like how he's so super heroic. He can literally put on his t-shirt in under a second.
Oh, yeah.
They would have fired me because
Total-
my
total
hands would have been
stump cut.
all
Total
over.
stump cut.
I would have been fired because my hands would have been all over him, rubbing that body. The director, Joe Johnson, was like, you need to stop doing that. I said, what I did, I was like, that's just method acting, sir. That's all. Just method acting. I would have been fired off the set because my hands would have been all on that wonderfully chiseled chest, and I probably would have forgot my lines.
The images that cannot go away now. Thank you, Leia.
Yeah.
So for me in this
Or something-
particular action montage, I mean, he's coming into his new abilities, so nothing is set in stone. Like the cake isn't fully baked, so
Yeah.
Well,
like so when you
he's-
get that close up of his face and you get
Hang on, guys.
pure
Hang on,
look
guys. Leg,
at his-
go ahead.
Oh, I
What
thought
you
you
gonna say,
wanted to get your Peggy. Did you want to get your Peggy moment in, or can I keep
No.
talking?
No.
Okay.
I want to hear Lady Valor's thoughts on this whole thing after she picked her jaw back up.
Okay. I've got my cool towel and I'm off. I was going to respond to Trooper and Spoonie about this moment that he's like a newborn baby learning to walk. It's kind of, again, I go back to Sir Superman, where Superman is racing the
I mimic
train.
this scene, by the way.
You do.
Hey, Victoria. Yeah. Like the moment he started running, I'm like, just pretend like I'm jogging. Especially when I watched this on FX, I was like, oh yeah, this is it. I'm like, just imagine myself just running that fast without stopping to take a breath. I'm like, bro, I wish I had your stamina. If I had had my asthma, I'd be out there with you like that, like boop 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 boop. I'm like, just not taking a breath for a moment. Oh my goodness, I wish I can sprint like that.
Well,
And,
but I
and,
also thought
I
the
did
action of
like
the sequence. Go ahead,
I
go.
did
Go
like
ahead.
how they did the Lucky Star Easter egg, the Lucky Star cab. I like how
Mhm.
they did that Easter egg. I thought that was cool.
mm,
What were you going to say, Scooney?
It was that this scene too. Hang on. It's also showing, when Erskine passed away, the master imparts one more thing onto Steve. He points to his heart and says, "Never forget." And what does Steve do? He puts himself already at risk by going after the guy who took Erskine, and not just because he's doing it for revenge. He's doing it for purpose. The guy has the only serum. Erskine is gone, which means they can no longer get any more super serum. So if he
Right.
gets away, the world they're doomed.
Well, that was all part of Red Skull's plan. He said it in the
typical
monologue
villain.
that yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we can't allow them to win, so we kill him, and the serum is gone. But we find out that there was some left to create the Winter Soldier. So maybe there's something that was, as we find out in what Bucky's fate was in the Winter Soldier film when he gets part of the serum. Have to be in the audience. What was
Here's
that
a
comment? I
comment
missed
from
it.
here's a comment from Victoria.
Yeah.
She, to Damien 24/7. She says, "Forget Paige. Leia's the one who's really thirst." And and of
So
course,
true.
Damien 24/7 says, "Her and half the women in the audience when I saw this in theaters." Oh, I'm
Oh
sure.
yes, you
Oh, I'm
should have
sure.
heard. I did not. Oh,
Not
shit,
more like
yes, it
parched,
did.
more like
It,
parched, but it's
oh,
beyond thirst. So
I
Mm,
was
And
I
they
was
mocked
drooling.
us for when we get an
whooping
eye
and
candy.
hollering.
Oh no, 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 no! It's perfectly fine when it's Chris Evans and
oh, I'm
Matthew
sure. I mean,
McConaughey.
you could hear the cobwebs being removed. I mean, I'm sure.
Mm, mm, mm. We're getting
Yeah.
dirty in this stream, guys. I'm sorry.
How can
And
wait? Let me shut
and
up.
there goes Thor, and there goes Oakenshield.
That
And
is
Yeah,
talking shit.
yeah, it is Thornhill Shield. Yeah, I recognized him too when I saw the face. I said,
Yeah, the nose.
That's
It's the
Thorne from
nose.
Hobbit." Yeah, like oh,
yeah,
he's in this movie too.
I usually recognize them by the eyebrows.
It pretty much encapsulates how small Hollywood really is at this point in
Also,
time when it came to the
Trevor
collaboration with
Belmont.
film.
mm-hmm.
There's
So
also Trevor Belmont in the
Yep.
Netflix Castlevania.
Castlevania. Ooh, still love that. So glad to this day. I'm so happy
I like
that
these
it's out.
uniforms, and like I said, it's like I said, a lot of cyberpunk noir futurism.
Yeah, because just
Hmm.
yeah, I agree. The way Hydra looks like their masks are and all that. Yeah.
Well,
Quick
you
tidbit. I was gonna say fun tidbit. Hugo Boss actually designed the uniforms for Hair Eldaf or Hair Adolf. Yeah,
Schmite.
yeah. There you go. Yeah, that too.
he did he did a good job. The costumes are great in this film. For Hydra, did a great job with their costumes, and for Roger's First Avenger uniform, and all the other characters, they did a good job in it.
Yeah,
And I was going to say, like I said, this is a beautiful film to look at because the designers and the art direction shows the world of the heroes, and then you see Hydra, and also the advancement technology wise Hydra is doing, and you can see why they needed a super soldier because Schmidt here and the base was way past what the United States was trying to do. So
I like how
Yeah,
his suit
only
rides
other
his
film that's
shoulders.
close to this in terms of visuals, for me was Sky Captain. So
I
yeah.
was about
Sky
to bring a
Captain
Sky
World
Captain at
War.
one point.
Yeah,
But I like the fact that it wasn't on green screen. That was the one thing that bothered me about Sky Captain is that I loved it. It felt that the actors and the background
It's too cartoonish.
exactly. But if you could make it in practical effects like this, I would have loved it.
In the case, I wanted to bring up Schmidt's suit. I liked how it broadens his shoulders.
Yeah.
Yeah. The costume, you're right. The costume designer really did their job. I can't remember if
Poof,
he or she,
poof,
but they,
poof,
yeah.
poof.
It makes
Blast,
them really.
blast, 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 and blast. All right,
Now
problem solved.
now I know what you mean by blast in your office. That's what you're thinking.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then you realize now,
Blast.
too, I like this too, how Zola is actually terrified.
Yes. Yeah, yes.
Nice gift, Trooper.
Oh, that's an interesting fact, Trooper. Thanks
It
for.
is, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't know that. Ooh.
Yeah,
No wonder you were so good.
that design house would love for you to forget and just focus on their casual suits now.
I bet. I don't think the average movie
a lot of people don't know that, and it's like, it's like, oh, I love the fragrance, blah blah blah. I'm
Blast.
like, okay. It's like, I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, yeah. I think the average movie brewer doesn't know that.
Oh
I don't
no,
think
no.
They don't. They don't
They
know
don't
that.
teach that one in school.
What I also found interesting about that scene too, did you notice how you had the 1940s Nazi uniforms, but then you see all of Hydra, and they're like the Nazis of the future.
Right.
Mm.
Yes.
Maybe that was intentionally done to show their progress, how they were progressing
I
with
think it
the
was.
technology that they had. Yeah.
think
And
it
it made
was
them
I would
intentional.
like to
I think
think
it was
that they
visual.
were the analogy. I like to think that they're the analogy of the Thule Society.
Yeah, exactly. The occult.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. And they said that, well, it's brought up, it is fact that Adolf Hitler did worship the occult. It's brought up, Dr. Erskine brought that up a little bit in the speech he made to him, that he was obsessed with it and fascinated by it and believed in it. And maybe that's what comes across in the wardrobe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it makes them more intimidating. So wonder people cower when they see them because of how intimidating
All
it makes
right.
them look.
Leia Plus Size has her moment of geeking out. I'm about to get mine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I kind of like the song too, Scooter. If that's what you're talking, if I think you're going when you talk about.
Yes, the song was such an earworm for me. I loved it.
I was singing it at the movie, and it was written by Alan Menken, who wrote The Little Mermaid and also parts of the Beauty and the Beast soundtrack. I think for all you out there that don't know, I believe Alan Menken wrote that song.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Alan Menken, a man who gave a mermaid her voice and a beast his soul.
Correctly.
Yeah.
So all my characters, all my aspirational characters, when I did the stream, the professor got it, but I told you guys they all connect.
I know.
Yep.
Oh yeah, they all. When I picked them for a reason, as I was going through my list, they all have a connection. But I was like you when I came up there. I was
Brave, here to say the American way.
For me, right here, this is pretty much allegory. He's still new to his powers, so the suit doesn't fit. That's right. The type of Americanism that we see here is very subdued. I mean,
Scooty is having a good time.
this scene right here actually gets reproduced later, where we see Captain America walking next to the soldiers in the woods.
Man with a plan.
Hang on, Trooper.
Scooty is
Let them have their fun, Trooper.
He can't ignore the threat and a war we must win. On the goose, testing goons from Berlin.
You know
something?
if you like this, you should watch Cabaret. You'll really love it.
Man with a plan.
At this point, we're just 4 individuals sitting on a couch right now.
Yeah. Well, I read that the writers wanted to throw in a tribute to Captain America when he made his debut in the comic and what he looked like. in a montage kind of
And
way. So
coming
that's
in
why
3, 2, 1, and there's the comic.
Stalwart and steady and
yep, there's the
And
yes.
again, and
Yeah.
again, and again, and again.
Yep. Right down to the
You know what's,
pirate boots.
you know what's sad?
yeah.
All those cities that they listed all went to shit.
As eagle will soar,
Although
who's taken eight off afraid to
the
step
Yeah.
out of
scenes.
Chicago went to shit. Milwaukee gone to shit. Philadelphia went to shit. I'm sorry.
Oh, in terms
It's
of
true, guys.
modern cities, oh, absolutely.
Yep.
Finish what
The ones that they named all went to shit. In terms
Are
of
we
modern day,
surprised? Yeah. Are we
New York
surprised?
City went to shit.
Well, New York is always.
Man, this movie tells our future so well. Everything America touched in this movie went to shit.
Oh, come on, what's the spirit? Captain America with the plan. You're talking about the films going. Okay, and
I'm just saying. Notice that they named the cities that they were performing in. They all went to shit in the future.
He's such a Chad in this scene. Total Chad.
real.
Total cuck. I'm like,
Bring in the dames.
see if I can do. They only know one song. It's like, are we surprised?
well, what else could he do? He was only doing with that guy hired him to do. He's got all this strength of Hercules,
basically a
and he's
monkey.
here. Yes, yeah, a singing monkey in
Again,
a show.
yeah.
Now, what I love about
Again,
this
the scene doesn't fit well, or it doesn't fit right yet, just yet. So
Yeah, you're about to address that, Trooper. Hang on, Schooner. Go ahead and give your quick thoughts about the whole metaphor of him fitting the suit.
well, the allegory here, and it all pretty much comes subsequently. It all gets congealed and boiled down to in Spider-Man Homecoming, and Homecoming. If you're nothing without the suit, then you shouldn't have it. So this is pretty much now that we're here with Steve all the way up till we get to Bucky's capture. Like the suit still doesn't fit well. He's still new to his powers. He doesn't know where he fits in the world. Right now, and it's just like his sketch, Little Circus Monkey. So
exactly. I was about to catch. Yeah, I was about to catch on to that. You would have
I was
think
like,
that,
dude, I am jealous.
but you would have thought that having these powers and being thrown with all this attention, getting everything that Steve would have ever wanted, you would have thought that all of that fame would have changed him. That he doesn't want to fight and lose. Who he
You know what Captain Marvel would have done?
Yep, reveled in all that.
Blast.
no, her nose would have started bleeding, and then we would have had some montage, of
Of her
flashback of something that she may or may not have done. But
and Blast.
no, in terms of Iron Man, in terms of Captain America, in terms of Thor, in this particular phase, they all literally go through that same thing. If you're nothing without the suit, then you shouldn't have it. So
exactly. This is the difference. But this is the difference between Captain America and the rest of them, is that all of them were under this false delusion of who they were, the lie the character believed.
Okay, Samuel. Most of those seeds went to shit in the future.
But
well, you could say Salt Lake is. You said Salt Lake, right? Let me look.
Yeah.
Well, one could argue that Salt Lake is actually going crap now. So.
What were you saying, Scoonie?
Oh, well, I was just saying, getting it back to what I was originally saying. Tony Stark and Thor and even Bruce Banner all start off with this narrative technique called the lie the character believes. So in Iron Man, Iron Man, Hulk, and even Thor all start off the movie believing in a lie, and then when they learn the truth, they try to change for the better. Whereas with Steve, he doesn't fall into that. He already knows who he is, and that's why when he's being shown and when he's being
And
shown
that,
That's hard. That's
Hang on, guys. Let's
arguable.
Schooner talk. Let Schooner finish his statement.
what that montage of him going all over in the tour, you would think that, oh, all of this fame and these new powers and all this attention now suddenly that I've yearned for would change who he is, but he doesn't, because you see him smile once in this montage, but you just see how how upset he is. He only smiles in the theater because what is he imagining when he's in the movie? That he's over there fighting people.
yeah,
Go ahead.
no, finish, Scooney. Go ahead and finish.
And that's basically what I love about this montage theme, because he's under no delusion under what he's doing. He's a monkey and he doesn't know what to do, though. And this is when Peggy kind of comes, and I love this because she goes to him and reaffirms his convictions. And that's what every hero needs, and that is not a weakness.
She's the real hero because she tells him to get up off his ass and go do it. So there should be a movie about her.
No, she got 2 whole seasons. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to...
go ahead,
Leia.
No, Scooney, I was going to let you finish. I was just going to say, I agree. This is why, again, he back to the stream, why he's my top pick for the aspirational hero. Just as you said, for the others, they have to get to know who they are. He already knows who he is at this point in the movie. And whereas the other 4 films that you mentioned, with Iron Man, with Tony, with Thor, with Hulk, they sort of all had, to get to where they was at. And that's why this movie, I love this film and I love this character. Because of those characters, this is a guy that's exactly the way you just described it to me. What'd you say word for word?
Disagree.
I'm gonna raise a few eyebrows when going back to the montage.
Because that's very idyllic.
When I first watched the montage with the propaganda thing, I did not like it. I didn't even like the song.
One of the few films that I
don't think it was. I don't think it was meant for you to like it.
I don't think so either. But I'm pretty sure.
Well, I mean, this is 2011.
It's catchy now, but when I first my first watch, I didn't like it.
If anyone was pro-America back then, you would have seen it. So, but no, it's very idyllic to want to believe that Steve knew who he was. It's very apparent he doesn't know who he is. Would he still be the same man with or without the serum? Yes. Could he do the same things with or without the serum? No, absolutely not. No. So the serum is his suit.
The serum, exactly, but who he is, but that's the thing.
However, again, this all really comes down to, if you're nothing but a suit, you shouldn't have it. Yes, he does know who he is. However, it's one of those things that he voluntarily took this on. But now that he has it, he doesn't know what to do with it. So it literally takes his family, being abducted, if you will, for him to actually act. So it's an act of desperation that actually brings this on.
Well, no, see, leading up to that, I agree but disagree, because Peggy comes to him and says, are these really your only 2 options? You were meant for more than this, and you know it. And then unexpectedly, the 3rd option opens its door, like you just said, Trooper.
But that is the option he takes. It's not because Peggy said, "Oh yeah, you were meant for." We all know that. I mean, it's a lot of exposition. This film has a lot of exposition throughout the film. So I mean, that's one of the things I do like about this, is that it takes the audience along with them throughout the film. So that's meant more as exposition. One could argue that it's not expositive, but I argue it's exposition. So.
But back to what I was saying, plus to answer your question, the lie the character believes, that's part of the, it's a narrative trick for the positive arc. The positive arc.
They use brooms for that.
It doesn't matter. I still like the fact he jumps in that thing and just and knocks those guys around.
I'm only poking fun.
It's okay. I get it. I like the effect it gives, though, because I like the effect that he just starts knocking them around everywhere, even though I know what you mean, but I like the effect that it gives. I like,
I like to imagine, though, like all 3 of them just poking up with the brooms, and then it's like same time tomorrow to rehearse. Evans, yeah, sure.
That's funny. Actually, this is my favorite part of the movie. Have you asked me what your favorite part? I said when he rescues Bucky. That's my favorite part of the film. I think it's one of the best part of the film is to me when it kicks into high gear is when he rescues Bucky, and I love it because it's very simple. The effects are they're very simple. It's a very simple sting. It's not like
Slam,
he's got to bring
punch.
down a, but it works. It just
Oh, I
works.
agree.
Well,
And
in
although wait a
All
subsequent
you
minute,
need was a
films, like
QTE button in that scene.
yeah, like in subsequent films, you'll notice how it gets really CG heavy, especially by the time we get to Infinity War. You know, again, this is still
Hmm.
Paramount. This is still Paramount, so it's a different way of doing things. This isn't Disney.
Paramount
But a
believes
lot
in
of people
sound
tend to
stages
forget. A
Right,
lot of
right.
people tend to
and
forget.
location shots.
Whenever we talk about MCU, everyone lumps it in as one big, monolith, and it wasn't. I mean, a lot of this stuff was only possible because Paramount was involved at the very
Look at how
beginning.
those cages are designed.
yep.
Yeah. So did the
That's a
sets in
bird
this movie.
cage.
Mhm.
That's a
But
dungeon.
that's the thing too.
Well,
He doesn't.
you also get Dum Dum Dugan in here, which never
I
really
was
amounts to
about to bring
anything
him up. Who's
other
also
Yeah.
Damien
than
Doc.
yeah, other than maybe a teaser of maybe we'll get the Howling Avengers, but or
There's Damien Dark as Dum Dum Dugan.
I
I'm from Fresno, Ace.
I,
even
I
love. I even love the scene too because the Howling Commandos are from all over. They're all American, but they consist also
Britain,
of
Indian.
so the one
Indian.
thing I ended up missing here is that we are now into the second costume change for Captain America. So now the uniform, if you will, or the suit's starting to fit a little better.
May I also point out a 90s
We're no
actor is
longer in the
in
cotton
this
suit.
scene as well.
Like,
I'm
what?
sorry, Trooper. A 90s actor is in this scene as well.
Yep.
The black guy. I forgot
Yeah,
his
Mhm.
name.
it's that I forgot his name too. It
When I
starts with
saw
A,
him, I
I
was like, "You still around? You still get work, bro? I missed you. I miss you and Mekhi Pfeiffer and other dude who got nailed to the door in Halloween Resurrection. And what's his face?
but the bigger question is, does it get blown up in this film?
Nope.
No,
Because it's the same thing with red shirts. They
only
get blown up in this
casualties
film.
in this film of the Howling Commandos are Bucky Barnes and Steve Rogers.
Yeah, Halloween shows. That's what I meant.
But like I said, I like the I like you said, Trooper. One of the complaints people felt when Disney took over Marvel as the film's been on, more CGI, more CGI, more CGI. Not so bad. Some CGI works, like Infinity War. You need the CGI. Thanos CGI was great,
Yeah, you
and
almost
you
need it.
you needed some CGI in Winter Soldier, but it wasn't totally over the top. It's it's
Mm-hmm.
it's it's after that they started relying on it. But like you said, it's not a lot of CGI in this movie. But I love it, and that's what I heard a lot of people say who like the films, that they like the practical effects. It just I
It
don't know.
just
It worked.
They relied on it when they were going for the cosmic universe. When they went for cosmic storylines, that's where they
Mhm.
Hmm.
went far too reliant. Now, when we
Right.
go in with the grounded ones, like say for instance Civil War, and which did have a whole CG battle too. We also had the we also before then we had Winter Soldier, which did shoot on location when it came down to
Hmm.
practical. They
It
they
did.
shot on mostly location shots. There was rarely a set right now. It was just shoot on location, a fight on location. Whereas you got Guardians of the Galaxy, that was basically CGI locations.
Once we
Thor
get
movies,
once we get to about this part of the film, okay, so now
yeah.
we're here to Bucky. The one thing I noticed, and not so much with Bucky, this is just kind of like a teaser that he may actually, there might be something going on with him with the instrument pointing at his head or whatever. But anyway, but once we get to this point in the film, and pay attention to the next few scenes once we get past this and once we get past the map, is that certain scenes are also mirrored in Wonder Woman. Is
Oh
what I
yeah. Oh yeah.
so,
Oh yes. A lot of scenes out of this. They Wonder
yeah.
Patty Jenkins sat down and watched this to get Wonder Woman going. I saw a lot of stuff.
Hmm.
I agree with you, Patty
Yeah, and
Jenkins.
I'm like, I'm like, they kind of followed the Captain America storyline loosely.
Hmm.
And they
Once
just
we got
swapped
to the
out
point of the
wars.
film, and
They
I'm like,
called it World.
Michael Bay would be proud of those explosions.
Even to the
They,
Howling
they
Command. Hmm.
exactly.
I was saying Michael Bay would have been
but
proud of
not to
them explosions.
undercut this scene. Here's where we have the role switch, where now it's Steve Rogers who takes on the older brother, uh, protective
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
roles. The
The
roles have
switcheroo.
switched. Yeah, the
Yeah.
roles have switched.
Yeah.
So
That's what I liked about it. Yeah, that he now has to come to his rescue, whereas before, for a long time, probably Bucky always had to be there to rescue him. Now he has to come and rescue Barnes. And Trooper, I did catch that too. That when he went in to rescue him, I was saying they probably started doing experiments on Barnes when he was in there tied to that, and the machine was
mhm.
pointed at him. They probably started working on, experimenting with
Oh
him.
boy.
Hmm.
Yikes.
Yeah, and like I said,
Here
I
comes
think
one
a
of my
lot
favorite
of
parts.
these,
My favorite part. How they're
yeah,
just standing there. It shows the two sides. Oh, photo.
I actually
Hold
like
on.
this shot. I like
Hold
this
on.
shot. I like
yeah,
this
I
shot.
did
Yeah.
too.
This is a great shot. I like this shot of Cap on one side and Red Skull on the other, and there's a fire. I think this was showed at Comic Con in 2010 as artwork or conceptual art.
Ta-da!
Yeah, no, you're right.
Presto!
You're right. I did
Chango!
come across that. I did come across that. When it was
Somebody's
still, I
somebody's
think it was in
volume's too
production,
loud.
maybe. It wasn't in post production, but yeah, some of this stuff was actually used in Comic Con footage to promote it, to
Yeah,
get the fans to go a little wild.
yeah, that was me. Me was one of them because there was no promotional stuff until that point, and then they did see some of that, and I said, "Oh, okay, I like where they're going," and I liked that it was the stuff during his 19 what this era right here, and I'm like,
Well,
okay,
I
the way this
think there
looks.
wasn't. I think there wasn't a lot of merchandising per
It
se
wasn't.
No,
Mm-mm.
when
there
it
was
was still in the hands of Paramount.
Another scratch. Another scratch.
not scratch.
And I like his his coat in this scene too. He has some great costumes. I like
Oh
the dust.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, that's a great costume. Yeah.
like these rockets, for me, I mean, they stood out because again, it reminds me of Sky Captain, World of Tomorrow. It reminds me of all those films with like a lot of futurism effects.
And those pulp,
Gattaca.
yeah, and those, yeah, like Wolf was saying, back to those pulp sci-fi 1940s type stories.
Yep,
Hmm.
yep, I agree.
I mean, he does travel in style, so yeah. Would it be so? Would he be the bad guy just to demand that you don't scratch his shit?
No.
That's what I love
Mm-mm.
about Schmitz. He's so charming in that regard.
One thing that I really disliked that came out of this particular film is that we don't get hardly any Bucky Barnes at all. Um, like, yeah, we do get
Yeah.
Winter Soldier subsequently, but we don't get much more. This is all the Bucky Barnes we get. We don't get any Howling Commandos. We don't.
Well, that's
I
what
After
haven't
one
after
of
heard
this
the
film,
more.
Yes,
that's it. Like,
that's a good call.
yeah,
major that was actually one of the major criticisms of this movie is
I
the next
agree.
part coming up is like it goes way too fast.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. We should have got more of Barnes. For us, we know what's going to happen to him, but I would have liked to see known the Bucky before we got into the Winter Soldier. I
Yeah.
agree. I said the same
But
thing because
I
when he
give
fell off the train,
Paramount.
I was mad. I'm like, oh, that's it.
Well,
Just when
so,
we get into it.
Well, subsequently, Captain America and Bucky went on a lot of adventures. Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
Patriot.
but
in
for
the
me, but for me, it's like, we now being sitting here in 2021 and knowing all these offshoots of all the additional stuff that they did with the subsequent characters. Giving Wanda a series, giving Falcon a series, giving Loki a series. Like
why
I
not? Yeah,
I,
why
I
not
don't
for
I don't I
years of
don't
Captain
think
America?
like I don't think the MCU, with it being so new at that point in terms of what they were doing with this phase, I don't think that they actually would have been able to go to say, the company be like, all right, we want to do like a Bucky Barnes show
Yeah,
or
I
something
get what
like
you're
that.
saying.
And this is what I was talking about earlier.
Which
This
I
is
think
now
is
the
sad.
actual scene in real life as opposed to
I
the
mimicked this
promo
scene.
with the backdrop. Yep.
Me when I walk home from the gym every day.
Good for
hmm
you. See how this
Me when
movie
I
Hey,
walk into
inspires.
work.
MCT oil, bro. MCT oil
Me
is
when I
the
walk into
boy.
work.
See how this movie inspires all of you in your own way. That's what it's all about. That's why I did in the Christmas
Baywatch
stream.
does
It
that for
inspires
me,
you
Leia.
all.
Baywatch does that for me.
Ah, Trooper, you're special.
Some
You're
people
a
You
say.
treasure.
have not lived. You have not lived until the Baywatch running, and you're like, man, I really miss that
hmm
gym.
hmm
Trooper, I want to go back to
Yeah,
what you
this is
say
me
about
walking into work.
right. That's all. Hey, with the
There's
strut
that
too.
soldier again.
Yep, yep.
But yeah, that's me. That's all me right there, walking to work.
Well, I think
That's
this
why
pairing
people
works
like me
too
so much.
because for as much as they try to downplay Sebastian Stan next to Chris Evans, I mean, they both pretty much share the frame pretty well in terms of
Mhm.
appearance. I mean, they're both like very weighty actors. But
Mhm.
I mean, at this point, we already know it's like, Steve Rogers is now starting to come into his own. He's come back from his first mission. He's good to go. It's like, and now it starts to feel like he's starting to leave Bucky behind. That's one of the criticisms that I had about this film is that we don't get much more than what we got in this film.
Oh, I
Like
agree with.
See,
we like directly jump over to Winter Soldier. Like that's pretty much it.
I
yeah,
agree with you, and a lot of people said that. I want to go back to what you were saying, and I kind of said this in this stream I had with the professor last Wednesday, because I got into it about Bucky, and I said that Barnes has been and Special Stan have been underrated, very underrated in this saga of the MCU. I do see what you're saying, but if
Hmm.
Leia plus size, Leia Valor was in charge, I would drag you guys in the room and I would turn in my big desk at my table and say, you
Hey
guys,
Stan.
we're gonna a Bucky Barnes show, make it happen. It can be done.
Yeah.
And
oh,
you
and I'm
know,
just
and it's
immediately, I'd already be dropping 15 different scripts right in front of you for 15
Truth be
different
told,
series.
guys.
you would
Truth be
make me
told.
happy.
Our Bucky Barnes.
I'll tell
Here's
you guys the truth right now. Hang on,
mhm.
guys. I really need to say this. I
Go
would have
ahead.
stopped the MCU after Stan Lee died.
Ah,
That
why is
probably.
Well,
why
lucky
would you
for
say
us,
I'm
that didn't really
yeah.
happen until about Captain Marvel. So
Right. Why
I'm
why
just
would you say
saying
that?
that
Go ahead.
because there's what really keeps us going throughout these MCU movies is always getting very excited to see when the Stan Lee cameo will pop up.
Yeah,
It just
well,
yeah.
that's
just
because
that
everyone had the
just
theory
that world that where's Waldo
that he
type of
indeed was
feeling.
Watu. So
Mm-hmm.
that
Yeah.
was the running gag theory, if you will.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
he was among the Watchers.
yeah, that he was a watcher himself.
Right. But like I
But
was
you
saying,
know,
But
Also,
but yeah, but yeah,
this
I
particular
was
scene right here, it literally mirrors Wonder Woman. You've got a Mediterranean who speaks many tongues. You've got your puckish rogue, if you will, which is also mirrored in Wonder Woman.
mhm.
Like it's like this pub scene starts to kind of mirror in Wonder Woman as well. Same thing right here with the piano. It's so like
yep.
they're like I could see where they lifted where lift would be the correct word where they actually did lift material to be like, oh, okay, this is what we could use. So
Yeah, this is where Patty Jenkins sat down and watched this, and because everybody thinks Patty Jenkins, oh, Wonder Woman was a great script. Patty Jenkins sat herself down and probably looked at this movie, didn't
I
say it,
mm,
really, I really didn't
and
like this.
reconstructed it.
hang on, Trooper.
I was gonna
What you gonna
say I
say, Leia?
really didn't like this scene right here. I'll tell you in a minute. Go ahead, Leia.
Yeah.
I think I know what Trooper's gonna say, but I think it's keeping consistent. What I love is that despite he didn't get a whole lot of screen time in this movie, Bucky was there for the important part. He got in the beginning, showing that he would have Steve Rogers back, and he's right here saying that he's going to follow, that seeing him the way he is now doesn't change their friendship. That's why I'll follow that guy into the work.
I agree.
Go ahead, Leia. Hang on, Schubert. Let Leia get her word in real quick.
Scooty,
Sorry.
I'm glad you said that, because you have to listen to Bucky's words when he says that, and I do think it's a shame for Barnes, because he tells him, he doesn't look at him as Captain America. He looks at him as Steve. To him, you're still Steve. You're the guy that was too dumb to run away from a fight. I'm following him. So just basically what you're saying is that he still sees him as Steve Rogers, where everybody's looking at him as Captain America. He's seeing him as the buddy I've known all my life. You're still Steve to me, man, no matter what, the suit or something, So I do agree with that, and that's important, that's important. But go ahead, Trooper. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That particular scene is very interpretive, because when the scene starts, he's taking a shot, and you gotta, he's by himself. He's not with anybody else. And you'll start to notice that it's starting to sink into his mind that Steve no longer needs him. It almost renders him now into almost like a second fiddle role, which is even more solidified by the fact that Peggy Carter completely dismisses him. And
hey, Marjorie,
we already know Bucky to be a ladies' man, and Peggy just dismisses it completely. So I came at it from a different perspective. It wasn't like, oh, I still see you as who you were. Now I see that, for me anyway, the interpretive for me was that Bucky has more or less been rendered useless.
Can we take a break just to admire Natalie Dormer in this scene right now?
Yeah.
I'll let you boys have your fun. Go ahead.
Look at them eyes. Look at them eyes. She's hypnotized. She's hypnotizing them with them eyes right now.
I don't like the forehead.
And those
I don't care if you like the forehead. I'm just looking off her eyes.
Well,
again, I would be fired.
The forehead, it's next to the eyes.
Again, I would be fired, because I would be all over him, and the director would say, "Stop that! You're kissing this."
So that's you as Natalie Dormer, huh, Leia?
Oh yeah,
exactly, I could already picture Leia plus size tying up and gagging Natalie Dormer and getting into the uniform and standing in that scene.
Yeah. And I would be, the director, Chris, would probably even complain sexual harassment. And say, that actor sure is a bit aggressive you got there. Because if I'm supposed to kiss him, I'm going to let him have it. It's going to be one of the best on-screen kisses he will ever remember for the rest of his days.
I don't know.
This magic moment.
The makeup on Natalie was too hard.
Surprise!
They need to go a little.
I actually see it happening differently. Plus size lays a huge smack on his lips, and he actually reciprocates. And the director Joe Johnson is like, going, "Wait, who's that? What? You?"
Yes. That's what we mean.
And then it happened.
It'll be all over Twitter.
It took me by surprise. I knew you felt it too. By the look in your eyes.
Which is more or less hinted at in Iron Man 2. So
yep.
Yeah. So yeah, I would be kid. Twitter would have actress on set sexually harassing Chris. That's my name. And
this magic moment.
It's just. Oh my God! That's it. Yeah, they're Lady of Valor. They're reading off the charges: sexual harassment, physical assault, hostage crisis.
Yes.
Hostage crisis with Natalie Dormer.
Yes.
And what do you have to say for yourself? Totally.
My kind of woman.
And here now the suit fits, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, now the suit fits.
Suit montage.
Yep. But this is the part that
mimic this scene too. I mimic this scene. Love this scene. Where he just roll in, just capping.
Mm-hmm.
Not
epic
too crazy
happened.
about
Well,
the quick
well, they
montages
only
here,
did
though.
one city. They only did one city in Wonder Woman. Here, they're montaging several cities. This is
That's
where
what I'm saying. Like I
like
didn't kind of
it
like that.
starts to literally mirror Wonder Woman, or rather the other way around. Wonder Woman starts to mirror this film
A
This
lot.
is
Patty
a
Jenkins was doing
lot.
her own work. Yeah.
this
Thank
I
you,
is
mean,
King
also
don't get
Star.
me wrong. Like Wonder Woman
Thank
was
you,
a very
Star.
good film. Was a very good film, and it did have a second wave feminist slant to it that actually worked, and it wasn't like too offensive, if you will. But
Hmm. Not too oversimplified either.
yep.
well. This is the one thing too that kind of bugs me about the
Dude, you
film is
ain't hitting shit running with that big ass thing in your hands.
that
Just running through, just. I'm like, you ain't hitting shit. You gotta stand. You gotta stand still, bro. You shooting like a game banger now.
but I love those moments because it reminds me, yeah, I'm in a movie theater and I'm watching an epic movie.
Mm.
I agree with you too, but I wish that they let Cap have a moment like Wonder Woman got in her film, where she goes to the village and she takes those soldiers out, and then Lucy takes out that. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, he's a man, and this is a man. This is man's land. So, I mean, that was the difference between the No Man's Land scene and this. It's like here, it's like a super montage.
He's all
Uh,
in one shot. Just
yeah,
all in
like
center
Patty
fold. I didn't
Jenkins
like that.
literally expanded
Yeah.
on that and took it even further
Get
when it
out of
was
there.
No Man's Land. So, I thought that was
It's
creative.
good.
Yeah, it's good. And like I would have liked to see more of Thor's shield, but um I was going to say it looks like the Russo brothers made up for that in Winter Soldier, because in Winter Soldier they look like they gave Miss Plus Size X-rated for this. Highly good. It seemed like the Russo brothers made up for that in the Winter Soldier film. You guys notice? I love the opening scene where he goes on the Lemurian Star and he takes out all those guys. So it looks like the Russo brothers did some cleaning up when they got a hold of this, and that's what I meant in the stream, that the Russos got a hold of him and just upped his ante and just turned him into this badass.
Blast.
Tell
We all know
him
where
to
that
listen.
power comes from, and we all know where it ends up at. So that's why I'm saying blast.
Oh.
Well, that's another thing too that I found interesting about this movie. It was just like what the professor said. Steve Rogers isn't there to stop Red Skull. He's there to stop the Tesseract. Because Red Skull's already Red Skull by the time the beginning of this movie is. What is Red Skull
Right.
looking for? The Tesseract. The Tesseract is the real antagonist of the movie.
Mhm.
It's because in the wrong hands, the Tesseract will give unfathomable power.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
I agree.
this is the Snowpiercer portion of our film.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm
I-
like,
Mhm.
really, people? I'm like, okay,
Dang, they
Yeah.
predicted Snowpiercer.
yep.
Because, but it's sad. Bucky falls off the train, and I hated that.
I know,
It's
I know.
like,
no.
Well, he
for
did
me-
lose. Well,
for
if it
me,
make you
this is
feel better,
literally
lad,
the
he
most-
did lose the incredible, the ever loving blue eye thing in Snowpiercer too.
Well, for me, it's like
okay.
this is like the most Bucky Barnes you get as Bucky Barnes, like before
Yeah.
he's Winter Soldier. This is literally all you get. So
Mm.
I mean, it's not bad, but again,
Not enough. Yeah.
Can I just
not enough.
I just wanted to say, just to add on to what you were saying, Wolf and Trooper. Fun fact: in the closing credits of Avengers, you see Chris Evans, with his hand to his chin. He was actually covering up his beard because he came back quickly to film that scene because he was filming Snowpiercer. That's why he's covering his bottom jaw.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Fun fact.
Nice.
I like that. Yep, that's a nice fun
Because I love
fact.
the Snowpiercer reference here.
Yes, that's a good one. So piece of reference. But I still feel, Sebastian
Not
Stan
double.
has been. Thank you, Wolf. The character of Bucky Barnes deserves more respect. I said that
Blast.
in the track. Like,
I'm
that
sorry.
was some shot. This is
It's okay,
No, but-
Bree. It's okay, Bree. You're good. You're good.
And this is only brief, but I got to mention this. You notice that Bucky's getup is that of the original Bucky Barnes comic book counterpart.
Yeah.
I'm glad you point that out.
What was that?
And
His
there you
suit
go.
is
That's
Bucky
about as
Barnes
much
suit
field
in the
time as
original.
Yeah,
Bucky gets.
and I love that they did that. I love that. It seemed like when the early part of the MCU, the characters really looked like they jumped out of the comic book. And
Again, Paramount. Like,
I think Paramount stupid them for letting it go. And see, when he picked up the shit, I thought it was a
Play of the
foreshadowing.
game.
I thought it was the foreshadowing of what was going to come because I knew his storyline in the comic that eventually he would become Captain America until other people had other plans. But I still feel like this is, I will say this, and I don't care who, I will say this. That's that guy, that's the man that should be Captain America right now. But the woke agenda, the woke agenda can't have another white Captain America, but he's the man that should be Captain America right now. But this is sad. This broke my heart. I'm like, oh, one, because I wanted with Bucky Barnes. Two, I felt for Steve.
well, he got to hold the shield
super-
for a whole minute. I mean, Sam Wilson got to hold it for a whole series. So
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
What's
So,
interesting is that
Yeah.
his suit design carried over to also Winter Soldier get up, and then later White Wolf get up in Infinity War and stayed that way to replacement Negro and white man can't jump.
I love your title, Wolf.
oh, you mean
Yeah.
Anthony Mackie who's dead to you?
I know this is gonna. This may rub people the wrong way, but
Anthony Mackie's over party.
I would be fine if Sam Wilson became Captain America later down the road, but I want them to go in the proper order. That's
It's
like
not
Yeah.
controversial. I just want it natural, all natural,
Yeah.
not artificial.
exactly go through the proper channels. You don't just go from Dick Grayson and jump all the way to Tim Drake. You got to
Right.
do.
I'm so sick and tired of the Photoshop. Give me something natural like stretch marks. Come on, I need stretch marks.
Well, they
Steve
wanted
right now.
to, and they have been. They've been trying to fast forward to 2015 in the comics because that's
I
when all the stuff
Politics.
starts to happen. Well,
that's
that
when
too.
Marvel started to go down. When Marvel started to become political in the comics, that's when they started to lose readers and they started to go into the
They started using Secret Wars to be able to do that. So
right.
really
one of my favorite comic book events, Secret War.
not the 2015 Secret Wars.
No. I'm talking about the original where Spider-Man got the black suit from.
The one cool thing that we did get out of Secret Wars, this last iteration of Secret Wars, is we got Spider-Gwen. That was pretty cool. Shout out to Jim.
Yeah, Constellation Prize are fine, but still.
No, it was cool. It was for me. It was the Gwen Stacy lives, kind of like a Tron Flynn lives kind of thing. So, and it was kind of cool because it was a different take on the character. We're
forgive me for not living for joy. Bad back,
all the time. And at that point, I mean, they had started to push Miles, and I
Trooper.
wasn't a big fan of Miles.
That is unfortunate.
Trooper Scooter.
Yeah.
Forgive me for not leaving for joy. Bad back,
It's okay, Bree. We understand.
Scooney, I agree with you. I feel that they shouldn't have just skipped right over Barnes's run as Captain America just to get to Falcon.
Yeah.
I still say Falcon. I like Falcon as Falcon. I still don't like him as the Captain America Marner because Falcon is cool as he is. But if they were going to do that, skipping over Bucky just to get to Falcon, I abhor. I think that Sebastian Stan should have. Sebastian Stan has been here from the start, as you can see.
Gentlemen,
Falcon
I
came
like
in
war.
later.
I like criminal war. I like carnage. I like bloodshed. I like war. That is what I ask for you, soldiers. Give me war.
Pretty much.
That's from Hellsing. Ultimate.
Yeah, I love Helsing too.
Yeah.
This is a hill. No, I was saying that Yeah, just briefly that the guy that should tell because his journey to become Captain America from Buck is I think it's a good story.
Hmm.
Be
I
nice.
really think it's
It'll
a
be
good
nice,
journey.
Damien, but we got ego. So
We got good redemption arc.
talking,
Good redemption.
talking about
Yeah, and we ended up. I forgot what we swapped to get Ego in Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Because that was on loan from
maybe
Sony.
David Hasselhoff.
Nah, he not like Ego is Sony property. They asked for Ego, but I forgot what Sony got in return.
Yeah,
No,
I
what I'm
did too.
saying is
I don't
David
remember.
Hasselhoff as Sergeant Fury.
Oh,
Really?
you're talking about that, like.
Oh, okay.
What Damien X was talking about. That
Yeah,
I
I saw
highlighted.
that.
I was saying like maybe David Hasselhoff with Sergeant Fury since he last time I checked he did play Nick Fury in one of those failed Marvel movies, right?
Yeah,
Hmm.
he did.
Oh yeah.
Everybody forgets
It
Nick
was
Fury in the comics was white. He
hmm
wasn't always black. He was race swapped. But everybody has sort of forgotten that. But I didn't.
Where it's fine. It was
very
fine.
extreme because in the continuity in which they changed it, and it was for Marvel Ultimate, and that was
My
a mod.
problem my problem with race swapping is the fact that that's their go-to thing now. That they're pretending like it's a cemented design. Like this is the real Nick Fury. He's black now. Get over it.
hmm
No, real Nick
Yeah,
Fury
Right.
was white. You get over it. You be happy with black Nick Fury for as long as you can, but don't get mad when they decide to go with real Nick Fury. You had your black Nick Fury on screen. Deal with it, bask in it, nut to it if you want to.
well, now we're seeing that now with what Feige is doing because at the event, I believe at Disney World when they were opening up Avengers Tower,
Mhm.
um, Kevin Feige introduces.
Yes, he says this is the real Captain
Yeah,
America, and I
exactly.
blew my stack when I said it because I sent that video to the professor because the professor was talking on that subject, and I said, Professor, you might want to see this. And I saw red when Feige said, I said, oh, he's really woke himself out now. What an insult to Steve Rogers. Because the thing is they seem to think that only white patriotic people like Captain America. Now you can look at me. I'm the farthest thing from it, and I adore him. But that's the
Star for
misconception that they
identity. That's
have.
all they are.
Uh,
Right, right.
to
Because that
Neo's star, Neo's comment, if it feels less like Gwen Stacy lives and more like we'll get you another Gwen. I was making a reference to Sony's Amazing Spider-Man, because obviously we only got two films out of that, and that was Sony more or less holding on to the
This is
license,
where I drew the line
swapping out
at.
another license, or
This is where I
rather,
drew the line at with this movie right here. Then it, Inspector Captain.
now,
Inspector Captain. Go, 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 go,
well,
motorcycle cable.
well, in Wonder Woman, to
see,
be
for me,
fair, in
it
Wonder
was an
Woman,
Indiana
it's Wonder
Jones
Woman on a
feeling.
horse, not Captain America on a motorcycle. So, just
well, in
making
the
that
comics he had a
comparison.
motorcycle, so I was
Oh yeah,
okay
he
with
did.
it.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, he absolutely did. I mean, I'm okay with this part. Like,
Yeah,
doesn't
this
And
part,
really
yeah,
matter.
then
Inspector Captain.
because I knew what his plan was, so it
Go,
didn't.
Captain, go.
Well, he can't fly,
Go, Captain. I'm sorry. I'm
apparently.
gonna keep singing. Y'all gushing over it. So I'm saying this looks like Inspector
No,
Captain to me.
I just I didn't mind it. It worked for me. I understood what his plan was.
I'm
So
just saying the bike wasn't set up enough. Is what all I'm saying. Like, bro, you got all
I,
these gadgets. All of a sudden, what, when, huh, how? You didn't show that in the montage. I'm sorry, you didn't show that in the early montage.
okay,
B
Commander, I
My
B
see.
my
minus.
my criticism with Amazing Spider-Man 2, and it was a shared criticism that pretty much was of consensus.
Mm.
They introduced Gwen Stacy only to kind of literally stick to the comic as opposed to trying to do something different. So uh,
Look at that shirt
again,
he wearing.
going to 2015 Secret Wars, that was literally the cool part is we got to see something
Looks
else
silk.
from that character. So
Hmm.
What?
Silk was
That's
cool too. Silk was cool too. That was a different take, but
No, I'm talking about the shirt he's wearing. Looks like
oh,
silk.
I thought you were talking about Cindy Moon. So
Yeah,
Screw that bitch.
I thought it was also kind of funny too that this kind of somewhat echoes a Cain and Abel feel because he says you see Erskine. Love it.
that's funny, Damien. Mhm.
His comment about me talking about the bike.
Yeah.
Um,
Go get your cable line.
What were you
But as I
saying,
was
Cooney?
I was just I just love the scene where Red Skull says to Captain America, "You see, Erskine gave you everything while he gave me nothing, and what made you so special?" It's this very bitter resentment you see of Red Skull
Oh
that
yes.
that
Damien
this
Dark dumping on that shotgun, loving that.
guy,
Oh yes, definitely. He says it through the whole thing. Even when you'll hear that resentment again when they're fighting on his ship. That you could have had everything, and you think but yet so you can hear the resentment. Very true. He figured, what's so special about you? And he's like, nothing. I'm just from Brooklyn.
Kind of echoed through Tony and Avengers.
mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's why I point out in that professor stream that when he said that when you guys mentioned that, I said that sounds like that's villain words coming from him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
At least
that's why.
that's what outsiders like to think when the powers make the man.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's why I brought it up in the stream when I said that that's kind of a low blow from Tony there. That's everything
Everything
special
special about
just
you. Yeah.
I said, well, that's kind of cold. That's a low slap. That's a low slap to him, and he quickly learns
That's
that.
just daddy issues talking.
I
Exactly, because Tony ended up much, which is funny because his father would tell him all these stories about the great man that was Captain America, and Tony got very resentful of that because he took the wrong message from it. He thought his
I'm like,
father.
bro, I thought you got over your daddy in the second movie.
right, right.
it's
Yes,
okay, Bree. It's
Pop
okay,
that gun,
Bree.
girl. Pop that gun.
You're getting a second film.
She didn't blink not once. That's a
You're getting the
marksman.
Marvelettes.
Mm-hmm.
yes, yes.
She's
The
the true
marvelous.
Marvel. She do.
This is what bugs me too about when
I want to see if Kamala Khan or freaking Monica Rambeau ends up being the bad bitch of the film. Like, because it ain't gonna be Brie. So
Mm-mm.
Well, that's the thing. That was the thing, though, that I liked before Captain Marvel came out. They were like saying we had no strong women in these Marvel movies, and I'm like Peggy Carter, Thor's friend in the
The
Thor
Lady
movie.
Sith.
well,
The Lady Sith.
Peggy
Yeah.
Carter,
to be fair,
you got,
Freya.
to be fair, these people are referring to phallic women. And that's what their idea of a strong woman is.
No,
They're
they're
phallic
no
woman.
phallic women are Xena, Sif.
Lady
What they're
Sif.
talking what they're talking about butch women. The ones
Yeah,
that think they can solve their problems by punching something.
well,
They
yeah,
got
phallic
too much
woman is
too much estrogen high.
Well,
yeah,
they
really tell that-
did get their Captain Marvel with the Hillary hair by Endgame. So
Yeah, I call it they want the women who have a penis.
I don't know
Kind of
what is
thing.
up with these freaking
That's what they
females
want.
with Hillary hair. So this scene I kind of like because it kind of has like
Hillary will be their undoing. I will say
it
that.
has like a League of Extraordinary Gentlemen feel to it. Also has like kind of like a Spruce Goose type of feel to it because of the size of the ship.
Exactly. But but going back to what we were saying earlier is why do we connect so well with Peggy Carter is that there's the lucky little kiss. Basically she is not afraid to be a woman, but she can also fight.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
And that's the thing that's what endears us to Peggy.
I'm not
Is that-
kissing you. Right, Daddy.
Uh,
Okay, Daddy.
that's for y'all in another stream. So
Okay, Daddy. See you later, Daddy. I'm about to go. I'm about to go board this plane. Get to work.
I'd like to bring home the milk, little twerp.
Yeah.
Hi, Daddy.
What happened?
Damien X, I saw your comment. Yeah, that's an interesting call that you have that hark back to the Fellowship of the Ring. The ring influences, they sit there in the Council of Elrond. Interesting take on that,
The
Damien.
Mind Stone, or at least the
Right,
scepter.
right. And then again, the scepter used in Avengers. Sonia Proctor reminds me that everybody was under control of the scepter during that scene, which is why Tony gave the jab that he did. But it's still a harsh jab. I know this, but it's still a harsh one. And I still think some of that was Tony himself, but
Think
each to his
about
own.
that one Justice League episode where the Justice League were turning against each other versus Gorilla Grodd and his crew of Legion of Doom Legionnaires before they became the Legion of Doom. They
Right.
at the end of the episode, like Flash has this reassuring comment, but everybody else is really just like just saying, oh, that no, what we said was really true.
Yeah, he's like saying, "Come on, it was all Gorilla Grodd who was messing with our head," and they were like going, "No, I meant every word of what I said." And they say,
man, all these missiles are going towards like the Democrat-run ghetto cities.
Mhm.
Like I'm so for these missiles, man. I am for these missiles.
Dude,
Only
if
true
these are
Patriot
happy
has that.
missiles, I'm all for it. Missiles that once they blow up, they hit them with happy gas and everybody be happy.
Oh no! Oh hell no! No!
Here
It's
comes
gotta
the
be.
R-rated. Here comes a moment. I'm sorry, guys. Here comes a moment I did not think would get in this picture, but they got
That
it in
was
here.
that was crazy.
Yeah,
Oh
with the
yeah,
good
All
the
that
cover right
blood.
here.
colors.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yep.
that was
I didn't
pretty
think they would.
cool.
Yeah, I
Yes, that
liked it
was.
too.
I didn't think they would let that slide, but they got it in there. But no, it didn't bother
They got it
anybody.
in
But
there. Yeah.
I actually like this sequence. Again, this simple, practical action sequence I actually really like. I like the fighting sequence in here. Yeah, that was the Lady Sips, Emily Parker. And I liked her.
Hmm.
I liked her. I was mad that her and Thor didn't hook up because I liked her more than the Natalie Portman character. I didn't have any issues with the Lady Sif. I was okay with her. I wish there was more of her. I think at one time there was going to be they writers originally were going to have a love triangle between Sif and Jane and Thor, and I would have been at Team Sif all the way.
"Yeah,
Natalie, yeah, I was not crazy about Natalie Portman's performance. I felt like she was walking through the thing, but that's me,
that
But
was kind of hilarious that you mentioned that because the only reason why she came back for the sequel was because Patty Jenkins was set to direct, and she always wanted to work with Patty Jenkins. And when
Yeah.
they
yeah,
switched off Patty Jenkins, Natalie Portman just walk through her performance because it's like, I don't want to do this anymore.
yeah. All right, take your stick up your butt, aristocratic self away. I'm sorry, my God. She's
Well,
got
I
a.
mean,
She
to
walks.
to be
She's a,
fair, like I mean, they become fast food films pretty quickly after Avengers Assemble. So
Hmm.
not all of them. Some of them are pretty. There were
some of
some
them are good.
gems,
Some of them are good.
but I see what you're saying.
They
Yeah,
serve their
but
purpose as entertainment to some degree, and it varies with who's watching it.
yeah,
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 you
but
get
there
a
are
lot
some.
more of that as we go through the decade of Marvel.
But you're right. But I get what you're saying, and I agree. But I also think you got some really surprising gems, like this one. This one is a surprising gem, and then the Winter Soldier, which is just I think for a lot of people like myself, we went into Winter Soldier like, okay, this will be a filler, but I was just blown out the water from that one. And
Yeah.
the
Yeah, it
Russos
I
raising
shook
the
up
know.
state.
everything. The only
Yeah,
Yeah,
time we ever got anything shooken up was in Infinity War. Everything
Yeah.
else was
right.
just your standard hero fight villain
Because
and the plot.
to me, Black Panther felt like a filler.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
definitely was. There was nothing really important that impacted the
Same thing
narrative
with
of the MCU.
Ant Man
same
and the
with
Wasp,
yeah, same with
and
Ant Man and the Wasp.
from Sony, so I mean that was their faux pas. That was not Disney. That was a Sony thing.
It
Hmm.
also kind of bugged me because that's what I felt Guardians of the Galaxy 2 was. Just one big filler
Um,
thing into Infinity War.
that was like Guardians of the Galaxy 2 was like the MCU's Shazam, if you will. That was like
Yeah,
a family
Sam has a
film.
question for you,
Like
Trooper. He says, "Why do you keep calling the Avengers symbol? I thought it was called the Avengers."
because on my timeline, the way I went ahead and I broke up the phases, I break it up in three different. I break it up into three different segments. So, and this goes back to my viewing list. This has nothing to do with the title of the actual film. Um,
We have
like
such sights to show you.
exactly.
on my viewing list, I call part one Battle for New York. And that I start with Hulk, which has the Tony Stark in teaser, Iron Man
Right,
1, which
Brian.
has the Fury teaser. I literally watch First Avenger as the third film in the first phase. Then I move on to Iron Man 2, then Thor, then I move on to Avengers. So, um, like if you notice, you have Avengers, colon Infinity War, you have Avengers colon Age of Ultron, you have Avengers. So I'm like, okay, it's Avengers Assemble. So
And you can still,
But
they're still your favorite, Neil. Don't take away from this as a negative. Enjoy
Yeah,
no,
Ant Man.
yeah,
mm-mm.
you enjoy
Oh,
Enjoy
it.
Ant Man.
I liked Ant-Man. I went into Ant-Man because I went into Ant-Man thinking I was going to really hate the film because I wasn't sure about Paul Rudd as a superhero. I'm like, oh yeah, you got to be kidding me.
the film has
I
heart.
wouldn't
And I
go.
came,
I'll give it
Nah.
that. It has
I came
heart.
out
It
of
has
it. I came out of it really liking it. It surprised me. It did.
I
That one
came
that
in
was like
there
one of
Baskin
hoping that they
Robbins
were.
always finds out.
the.
Always.
I was coming in there hoping that they were going to give Hank Pym a freaking unleasing life because he was in the shit can for all the years of comics. They hurt Pym so much throughout the years when it came down to his stories.
Nobody knew how to handle him.
Agreed.
After
Yeah.
the slap. After the slap,
Yeah,
they didn't know what to do with him other than just to keep making him
so
just in the same
unlikable.
boat as Reed Richards. Oh my goodness, Reed Richards. Don't even get me started on him.
Yeah, oh yeah. I
I
Like they're both interchangeable at this point. But when Ant Man came out the movie, considering that Edgar Wright had left, I really would have loved to see Edgar Wright's version of Ant Man to this day. But like when it came out and after I seen it, I was like, oh, they're focused on Scott Lang, the better Ant Man from in the comics. But they gave Hank Pym a better storyline. No slap, no no
Plus
Ultron.
the only time Captain America says Avengers Assemble is literally Endgame, which
and
Mhm.
I
is
hate
not
and
one of my favorite films. So I mean, I call Avengers
yeah.
Assemble because
And you
of
know
that.
what? I blame Joss Whedon on that one
I
because
do.
because Joss Whedon basically said that's too cartoonish. And I'm just like,
They
Sam's
had
the
a new
guy who
director.
referenced a lot of stuff.
I know Joss ended up on that film and he did some rewrites and his when he was asked about it subsequently he said he needed to tie up a few things is what he said. Cool, whatever works for me, But
I
that was
agree
the
with
one thing I despised of that film is that he
Hang on,
never
Leia.
says that. It's kind of like his thing. I would have liked it once. What did I get? I got shawarma. That's what I got. So
I agree with you, Trooper. I agree with you too, Scooney. I hate the fact that the only time that Captain America says Avengers Assemble is at the very last movie in game. Like, why isn't he not saying it now? I mean, in the other two in the past, why not? And I hated that. I hated that. He should have been allowed to say Avengers, and then at the end of Ultron, he's about to say it, it cuts off. I said, that's stupid. Let him say Avengers Assemble. Let's take it seriously.
this scene is literally like mimicked in Wonder Woman.
yeah,
hmm
it's
Well,
also yeah.
Well, it just shows you what Patty Jenkins was looking at.
Yeah.
Yes, it
Yeah.
is. Patty
I-
Really
Jenkins.
amazing
Yeah.
that she swapped. The only thing she changed is she swapped out wars. It's not World War II. It's World War One.
Yeah, which I
Yes,
loved.
yeah.
Which I loved. I think that
Everybody
was
assumed it was
very
World
well
War
for Wonder
II
Woman.
because you see Germans, uh, yeah, Nazis. I I told a coworker that used to work with us. I was like, "That's not World War II that they were in. They were in World War One." It's like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
oh, like
Well,
yeah,
you got to remember,
exactly.
like a lot of these people can't make the distinction because I mean,
Oh
education
my God.
and stuff.
We're so
And
inundated by it at
Hashtag
this point.
reasons.
I'm just like, oh, good lord. Oh, but this is what I love too about you see that real change in Howard Stark. Where
Yeah,
he doesn't
yeah.
become that real playboy anymore after his.
Exactly,
So
Samuel.
This is literally the part in the film where it finally kind of sinks into Peggy that he's not coming back.
But that's to everybody. That's to Peggy. That's to the sergeant, and then
Oh, I hated that picture. I was like, you could have put it better. I was like,
That's a
No, I
that's
screenshot.
not the man she fell in love with. I'm like, let's get real. Like, females like muscles. I mean, if they're gonna go ahead and lay eggs, it's gonna be with a dude that can take care of her eggs. It's not gonna be with some scrappy runt.
oh my God.
It ends
I
like
mean,
a
let's be
classic.
real. Let's be
Look at
real.
this. Look at
Like,
this shot. Look at
the
this
runt
okay,
shot.
guys.
never wins.
Okay, excuse me,
Uh-oh.
fellas. We're about to come to a scene that was like the talk of the internet when I saw the picture. And this is, and I guess you guys know what I'm talking about. Was this moment was like the talk of the internet, the talk of Twitter.
Was it?
Um,
I
it
wasn't
it
even paying
was.
attention to Twitter.
It probably wasn't,
Oh
but it
yeah.
was for me. It was the. And when we get to it, you know what it is. This whole little moment about to come up was sort of a little, not a big thing, but it was a controversy that I guess normies or not normies, but normies or the casual viewer, I guess they were tweeting about, because I saw a lot of tweet
Oh,
pages
yeah,
on it
yeah, yeah.
of
Okay,
the
that
how
would
did
make
he know he was in the modern time, and
He
everybody
didn't.
was picking wild
I like
guesses.
how I was gonna say I like how they
But wait
went
a minute.
all out of his. I like how they went all out of their way to get him an SSR shirt that he wears when he's scrawny Steve.
I thought that's what he looked in the comic. I saw a picture of him in the comic and how they dressed him that way. But
Yeah.
everybody was debating what gave him the signal that what moment did he realize I'm not where I am. I'm not home. I'm not where I'm supposed to be.
That's not Peggy.
Because I know
That's
that's what they were going. Yeah.
that's not
But she
Natasha.
is smoke. But she is smoking hot.
Yeah, it should have been
Well, listen.
Natasha.
Yeah, that's the reason why
Listen.
she's not Peggy. She's far too smoking hot.
Yeah.
That
In a,
should have
in
been Black
a,
Widow.
in a,
That
in
should
a,
have been
in a
Black Widow
bimbo
right
way.
there.
Mhm. Well, that's what they said that gave it away. That's I know she's looking like that because they wanted to look like Peggy Carter, so he could believe it. But everybody said that it was her because they felt her hair and makeup was too fancy.
It
And
would
a
have
lot of
worked. It would have worked better with ScarJo. Me personally. I mean, we
oh
already saw similar hair in Iron Man 2, so
yeah.
Well, I like this scene too because the way he's looking at the facility around here, it kind of mimics the surroundings. He thinks he's in a Hydra base because remember he's running around in Hydra.
Right. Yeah. Yep. And that's probably what he's thinking because he doesn't know exactly yet. And I love how he comes
That's
out.
the
I
run
love this
again. The
moment.
run.
I love when he comes down and realizes. I mean, and
What
he
is all
doesn't
this?
recognize what is all this. Yeah.
This is a cool
Yeah.
shot. Like I'm
It
feeling
is.
small
time
looking at
Yeah.
slow.
this.
Nothing like
Yeah.
that. Let me just preface that.
Yeah, I know.
It is
But I
not
mean,
nearly as cool. I've been to
not as
Texas.
pristine.
No, it's dirty as heck.
But to
Yeah,
him,
because the city
to
went to
wake up
shit.
is
Oh, and it
yeah.
smells. All I gotta
Hmm.
say.
But to him to run out and not know where he's at and know that he doesn't know any of this. This
Well,
is
this encapsulates the man out of time theme.
right.
Hmm.
Yeah. But the idea was that her clothing gave away that he realized, and then the game for him to say that what got me to theater when he said he
See,
knew. He said I was at that game, so I know I
that
can't
would have
possibly
been
be where I'm at.
great if he just would have gone back and done his date. But the problem is, what the way I would have wanted that to develop is he goes on his date, and because he goes on his date, subsequently everything that came after does not happen for him. So she doesn't pine for him as Peggy does when he disappears. Like he goes on a date and she's like, "Oh, you're just another thought." Pass. So,
I love this music. I
Mhm.
love the score. The score
It's
for Captain America.
Rocketeer-ish.
Yes,
Yeah.
and it
So
just it gives me
thi-
that Superman feel at the end of Richard Donner's Superman.
this
Like I said in the stream, it made me
this
stand up.
film and Ant-Man share the unfortunate curse of having to have recycled trailer teasers as their end credit teasers.
Hmm. Hmm.
Sadly, sadly.
I
So
think Ant Man was the one that,
just
that teased Days of Future Past,
depending,
right?
it teases Civil War. So depending on how you watch these films in the phase to kind of give it a little bit more flavor or continuity, you
Their
gotta
closing
skip.
shots.
Yeah, you gotta skip the end credit teaser on this film
Mm-hmm.
because it disrupts anything subsequently you do, especially if you watch this movie first, to give it more of a linear in the actual timeline that it takes place.
Hmm.
Then you got to cut out that Avengers trailer teaser because it's literally footage from the film. So
No, no, don't put her name next to that bitch.
Well, when I first saw
That
this film,
that picture is now tainted. It's now tainted. It
what,
no longer holds any
Rosie,
meaning. It
Rosie
holds
the
no more
Riveter.
meaning.
Rosie the
What?
Riveter.
Yeah.
Are you talking? Yeah.
I get you. Well, when I first saw this and I saw this Taylor trailers for the Avengers, I actually was quite excited. Now we don't know
Whenever I talk,
Tuna now,
look,
but what?
let me pause you real quick, Lay. I'm sorry, but I want to
Yeah.
bring up Rosie the Riveter. Whenever time I saw Rosie River, I was like that line. It says we can do it. What I like to say is we can do it too with our man together at our side, along with the
well,
man.
you got to remember it was propaganda to get women in the workforce, which was
That's what
one
I'm
of the most,
saying,
which was
and it
subsequently
worked.
one of the most damaging things that happened to the nuclear family, as long as and also
True,
the
true,
United States bringing women into the workforce.
true.
Well,
Only
okay.
because
First off, I'm not going to blame that. I'm just saying history here. Okay, the men were off fighting in the wars. You know, we were making
true,
the best. We were making
true,
the best out of the bad
true.
situation.
And then the government apparatus did nothing to put the women's back in the home. So
Hmm.
they just
Well, it
monetized
didn't.
on the fact that you could now get two
It,
people
it,
out of the same household to do work, and now you've got some weird nanny taking care of your kid and instilling
If
their values.
only you can get taxed by being a mama and a stay-at-home
Right,
wife, or at least
right.
get paid to be a stay-at-home wife.
Heck yeah.
we must
That's
win.
all they needed to do. All they needed to do was pay them to be stay-at-home mothers. That's all they needed to do. I don't
That's
care if you call me a
all you
sexist or
need
not.
to
I
do.
wear it like an armor.
Right.
I'm saying if women were paid to be mothers and homemakers and not paid to be home wreckers and thoughts,
Oh
maybe a
yeah,
feminist
dude.
movement maybe a feminist movement would never have been needed. That's
Fast
all
forward
they
to
had to do was pay.
2021, they're doing hot tub streams on Twitch.
You
Yep,
guys, just
I've seen
imagine
it.
how much I see. I was so obsessed with this film
Not
that
that
I
there's anything
watched.
wrong with hot tub streams. I mean, if you can make money off sitting in a hot tub, by all means. But I
What
mean,
did
they're
you
And
not.
say,
have
Scooty?
I was saying, like, I loved this movie so much that when I saw the closing credits, I thought, yes, I love it. And then when that was done, I was like, should I leave? And then this song starts playing, and I'm like, okay, I can stay and listen. And I
Oh,
just I watched
I was.
it to the very end, and I was so happy that I did. It was when I suddenly realized, you know what? I love this movie so much. I'm going to sit here and watch the credits and look at all these people who made this great movie possible.
Well,
I was
well.
sitting there too, sitting the credits. I was singing "Cute Captain America." I was sitting there humming it just
Prior,
like you was, Tuner. But I knew there was going to be some sort of scene at the end, so I knew something was coming.
well, I actually
Something
was
was
going to reference that. So prior to Star Wars, you always had the credits more or less at the beginning of the film. Star Wars was one of the first films to actually attach the credits at the end of the film. And similar, what these Marvel films started to do is they started having end credit teasers, all the way as far back as
they
Incredible
were
Hulk.
the downfall of the opening credits.
So,
Very
um,
few movie has opening credits these days.
well, yeah, yeah, yeah.
I miss
Um,
those. I used to
I
get. I
don't.
used.
I think stylistically, it works because you jump right into the narrative. There's
I just
no.
like being surprised on who's in the movie.
So I mean,
Yeah,
sometimes
I get what you're saying.
I mean
I know
it
why.
happens.
Yeah,
It
from what
happens with
Trooper is
like
saying,
Guardians
I
of the
agree to
Galaxy.
some
You
extent.
get the names.
But I just
So
missed the who's in this movie now? Oh, he in this movie? Sweet.
well,
I'm
so
like
you
the
should
opening
know that
credits.
prior.
I'm
You
like
should
the
know
opening
that
credits
prior, and then use the
in
internet,
next Friday.
right?
What's up?
It's like you need to Google that,
Google what?
like if you want to who's in that film. All right, so what are we doing? We're doing Age of Ultron.
Who's doing Age of Ultron?
I'm doing Age of Ultron
Where?
in my PS4.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Well, I'm like, okay, well, what do I want to watch now? It's like I kind of want to watch some Age of Ultron. So
Are you
So
kidding me? After this movie, I'm like, let's go right into Winter Soldier.
everybody freeze!
Yeah.
no, pass.
Everybody
Pass.
freeze! Everybody freeze! Speaking of Winter Soldier, that is happening on the 4th of July on a Sunday.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yippee! Yes, perfect day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Perfect
now
day to do that.
mind you, I'm about to recheck the time because I had to get off of work around 3 my time. So I have to adjust it real quick just to make sure that nobody's late. No, we're all here before we start. And yes, I dumbfoundedly set it to where I'm supposed our usual startup. So I'm gonna edit that right now. Actually, I also got a line in the description you guys might recognize.
You have to understand though, also, because it's the 4th of July, I'm going to be spending it with family, so I'm going to come in and out.
Cool, that's fine.
If that's all right with you.
Oh,
If
you
that's
like yours that much? Like I can't.
How
remember.
does 4, 5,
I'm like
30
I can only deal with them in
guys,
small doses.
serious, real talk. How does either 4:30 or 5:30 sound for you guys?
Pacific.
That's on.
Pacific.
I'm on Eastern Standard, so
Yeah.
that would be. This sounds fine with me. You'll have to. Wolf, can you send me a reminder, or send me the link beforehand because Eastern Standard Time, and I think you're 4 hours.
Yeah,
I think you're 4 hours behind me.
We're in Pacific. We're Pacific.
Yep.
So you're actually
So
ahead of us.
I'm Eastern, so that's what I mean. 4 or 5 Eastern, or should I put it for 6 Eastern?
6 Eastern. That would be 8 o'clock my time.
No.
Okay,
wait.
no.
You guys are
Okay.
confusing yourselves. He said 6 Eastern, which is Leia's time. So is it Pacific or Eastern that you're talking about?
Okay.
Go with your time, and then I'll have to look at it from my time. But you were looking at you're on Eastern. I mean, no, you're not. You're on
He's on PAX.
Pacific.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So
you
I'm
guys have to help me.
5 or 6 Pacific.
Oh wow. That's gonna be.
That'd be too late.
Yeah,
Okay,
on the East Coast.
Yeah.
That's like 10
What
p.m.
the
almost.
hell? This. We're gonna figure this out, guys.
Bro.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna have to
Captain
just
America
put it
will
to at least.
return in the Avengers.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put it to 4 just to see how that works, and then wait for everybody to show up.
Goonie, when I saw that, I cheered in the theater. I think everybody thought I was nuts. Because first
Everybody
of all,
cheered.
they heard. Yeah,
Everybody
they heard.
cheered when they said Doctor Strange will be coming back on my
Oh,
side.
oh, in my theater too. Yeah, with Doctor Strange and Thor, and Cap, everybody was like, yeah, everybody was cheered and ready for that one. But when they said Cap will return in the Avengers, I just like threw my popcorn bucket in the ceiling, and then they showed the end scene that I'm looking at here. And I was like, yes, he's going to come back and be the leader of the Avengers. And I really appreciate the First Avenger movie now because Loki was much more cooler than what they're doing to him on the TV show. I mean, come my God. I really appreciate Loki.
Oh, you mean
that's the
Doctor Who?
Loki. Yes.
Loki who?
Yes.
No,
Yes.
it's Doctor Who. It's not
No, it's
Loki.
Loki
Nothing.
Who.
It's straight Doctor Who.
I know it's Doctor Who, but I call it Loki Who. It's Doctor
no,
Who.
I mean that's what they're lifting from. I'm like,
I know they are, but that's why I call it Loki Who.
I wouldn't even call it by its proper name. Like I wouldn't even give it any type of recognition.
It's Loki Who, man.
You're adding more oxygen to the flame.
Loki Who.
Just call it Doctor Who. And then they'll look up Chibnall, and then they'll be like,
No,
"Oh,
it's not. It's
British
not Doctor Who. It's his
series?" I'll
own
be like, "Yeah,
stories.
yeah, the British series." So
But guys, I
No,
think that
Sam.
the
We didn't do it. We did a Guyver. We did
uh,
a, no,
how
we
about
did a Blade trilogy.
no? How
We did
about
a Blade.
no on a trilogy, on a Cap trilogy? Like,
Do we really
Well,
want to cover Civil War?
do you really
no,
want
Should, should,
are you
should,
are you
should,
we will do
should
it.
we invite Age to the Civil
no
War?
God
no.
no.
And you, Wolf,
Oh, I
you
didn't
don't
mean
want him
that
there
out loud.
too.
I didn't mean that on recording. I didn't mean that on a recorded stream.
Oh, I better be quiet too, because I said emphatically no, and Wolf, oh
Right?
God, I done got busted.
You
I'm
know,
busted. I'm busted.
if we wanted to, we could bring him on the stream, and then we'll. For those who are still listening, when Leia was it Leia plus size? Were you doing the rewatch with Aged Boomer?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
There was a bit of a dispute, just to put it mildly.
Yep. A beautifully done dispute.
A
Leia,
beautifully
see
done
that?
dispute
Private chat.
which has left many scars, many hurt feelings.
If you want to, if you guys, I will do a rewatch with you guys of Civil War, but I must warn you guys. Well, Wolfrey knows.
I don't know
I
if I
get,
can handle a Cap
I get.
trilogy, man. That's a lot of Cap. That's a lot of Cap.
Okay,
Mhm.
see, here we. Okay.
Bruh,
All right.
if Owen
See,
survived my
I
ass with the
And the
Blade
reason I
trilogy,
say
he
that,
survived
the
my
reason I
ass with
say
the Cap
that,
trilogy.
the reason I say that is because stylistically, the third film is an Avengers film. So it's literally you get two
Yeah,
Avengers
yeah,
films
yeah,
back to
yeah,
back. You got
yeah,
Age
yeah,
of Ultron, and
yeah,
then literally another film, and then which is
yeah,
what, Ant-Man.
yeah,
And then you jump
yeah,
right into it.
yeah,
So it's a
yeah,
lot. It's a lot.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
okay, Bree.
yeah. We're still
Do
doing
not
it,
care. We're
and
not. We don't care.
you're in it hooks, line, and sinker.
well, I will do the rewatch with you guys. I think you guys know how passionate I am about that. And Wolf,
Yeah.
Wolf with the rewatch of me with when H Boomer has it, so he knows where I stand. So
I
if you
don't think
guys,
he's gonna do it with the way how he's working his schedule is right now.
no. Because Wolf, you yourself, you're the same way. You were in the same boat I am.
I was
You would
always on
have
the
to.
same boat since they
uh,
announced it. I was
let,
already
let's
firmly on Cap's side.
let's say this: if he is in the rewatch, I will follow your advice and just mute my mic, and I'll just let you come in and take over. If my
Oh,
emotions, if it, you can tell, just put it in the private chat. Leia, mute your mic, and then I will do it like that to keep peace with one. How about that?
Let's just say a boomer cannot tangle with a werewolf. He can
I would
try.
love.
He can try. He already know what happened. He already know what happened at the end of the. He knows the end to the Wolf Man. When he,
Yes. I would love to see that. I'm sorry.
Senator Proctor has an interesting question. I have no idea what I am doing.
Being like Brie Larson.
No, I'm just teasing.
Well,
I'm
you mean,
just teasing Trooper because he's voicing he's voicing his resistance. He knows he's in it for the long run.
I do not want to do a Cap trilogy rewatch. That's a lot of Cap.
well, see, that's a lot of cap.
That's a lot of Cap. That's a lot of Cap. Like,
Put it to you like this:
Wait
you
a
better be
minute.
glad he was not played by Channing Tatum because you be seeing him gyrating all over that shield.
you get like, okay, so
That's why I
you
say
get,
that would be a lot of Cap.
you get like a Cap prequel in the first film, which is fine, cool, whatever. And then you get actual Cap. Like, I would have liked more of Winter Soldier's type content for Cap. And then for the third
Mhm.
film, you literally get an Avenger film. I'm like, really?
After
Well,
an Avenger film.
yeah.
Like,
Well,
like for me, Civil War is an Avengers film. It's not a Captain America film. Like, you can almost tell that Tony takes the lead in that film several times. It just the way it works. Like Captain America is just kind of in it, and then he kind of resists the system, and then suddenly he becomes outlaw
The
number one or
fugitive.
whatever. Yeah,
He's
it's like
it's literally the
okay,
fugitive.
he's a fugitive
Yes.
in his own film, and I'm like, okay, cool, I get that. It's kind
Well,
of
actually,
cool,
no. I
kind of
would say Winter
edgy, I
Soldier is
guess.
more of the fugitive with Harrison Ford. I mean, he does dive out of something.
So
He does
Well,
dive out of something, and he does say, "I didn't do anything." They say, "I don't care." Not kidding. No, that wasn't his words, but it's similar to that.
were you referring to Barnes? Because Barnes is on the run in Civil War. Is that who
Oh yeah, he
you
does
comparing
jump
him
out of
to?
something, doesn't
Yeah,
he?
yeah, yeah. And just like the first person, I didn't kill my wife. Barnes says I didn't kill T'Challa when T'Challa and Black Panther comes in
T'Chaka.
and starts
Yep.
fighting. Yeah, T'Challa. Oh,
it's
I
all
think
the
starts fighting him.
same. They're all from Wakanda.
Mm, mm.
Well, see, yeah,
Well, they
the
do
only
come from
limit I
South
have,
Wakanda.
well, the
When you said
limit
you were going to open up a
Hang on,
pharmacy,
Trooper.
I thought you meant the Starbucks. Like, okay, cool.
Hang on,
I get,
hang on,
I
Trooper.
get.
Go ahead, Leia.
I do lament that I wish that Cap really got a Cap movie
Yeah,
that was a Cap movie. I'm a little upset that I felt Evans could have gotten one more film that was just a Cap film, like you said. The Civil
yeah,
War to me, everybody stood debating what is it. Is it really a Cap movie or it was the Avengers film and they put Cap in it, as you just said, Trooper? So in some ways, there are parts of it that I enjoy, but then I'm lamented a little bit because I felt Cap should have got one more third film that was just his film and no Avengers in it.
yeah. Because I don't think any other character had anything like that. I know Iron Man didn't.
Mm-mm. No,
Thor
he got.
definitely didn't. If anything, I think the second film is probably the weakest of the three. That's arguable because I mean the Thor films weren't that great to begin with, but
Hmm.
it's the closest that you actually get to the actual Thor character. Ragnarok was probably the most creative in that it finally made Thor pop for a lot of people. Like finally, it's like okay, now
So we
there's
have to turn him into a joke,
no,
Yeah.
or at least,
absolutely
Yeah,
not.
yeah,
You
yeah.
get
or at least a punch, or rather
you
a
get to
punchline.
literally see him. You literally get to see him away from the Avengers. You get to see him on
True,
Sakaar.
true.
You get to see him deal with having to work with his brother that he is frenemies with. You have to more or less see him try to work his way through trying to bring Bruce out of Hulk. You also have to as Thor try to figure out how you're going to get out of the Devil's Anus, which I find funny. Um, and then on top of that, deal with a sister who is hellbent on your utter destruction, all in one film.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I still felt like he was. I still felt like he was turning too much of a joke, and that was one of the issues that I
Punchline
had with Rag.
mostly.
Yeah, yeah. I wish they hadn't done that. It seemed like
Well,
they were trying to turn everything at this point into
visually,
Guardians of the Galaxy.
visually, it felt more like Steve Ditko. I mean, I could see
Yeah,
why people
Hmm.
would
yeah,
would
I
Yes,
equate it.
agree.
I
Would
do too.
I could see how people would equate it with Guardians of the Galaxy because of that, but stylistically, it was probably one of the best films in that third phase.
Hmm.
Stylistically, for me, it made references to Planet Hulk. For me, it touched all the bases. It made references to Planet Hulk. It you get to pretty much see, Hela, if you will. Finally, we don't get a more about whatever. I mean, you do in my Phase 5, but I know her.
Cert was in it, or
Yeah,
Surtur.
yep.
Well, I get
I
what you're
mean,
saying.
you get a little Beta Ray Bill tidbit,
Yeah,
just to kind of
yeah.
tide you over, and so I mean, it hit all the right marks. I mean, um,
Jeff
I
Goldblum was
did,
nice.
I did like how it was a little bit more tongue in cheek because out of those films, that's pretty much the only one that's like not poo poo. Like you've got like just in that particular phase, um, you've got Civil War, which is not a very it's not a dark film, but it's a very weighty film. Like
Yeah.
Mm.
this is why like when I watch these films, I kind of have to move them around a bit so that there's some levity in there. You get Doctor Strange, which is it's an okay film, but it's not dark, but at the same time it's different. It's the best way I can put it.
It was a
Um
different world, and I think they pulled it off because
yeah.
he is not like he's mystical, and so
Yeah.
far the Avengers are not into the mystical
Yeah, this is like the
world. So
first yeah, this is like the first step into the mystical side of the MCU.
right,
Um, from Sony, you got Homecoming if you include it. If you include Homecoming, then yeah, you got like
yep.
a coming of age film with Spider-Man, which was cool. Especially if you're a kid growing up now, seeing Homecoming, I could see the attraction to it. Um,
So who's ready for Footloose starring Spider-Man?
as long as it hits all the right marks. So as long as they have,
Somebody
I'm
tell
not interested.
as long as
He's
they
not.
have heart.
Look, Tom Holland, great actor, but he's no Kevin Bacon.
So
no, I agree. Now,
and
guys,
hmm,
go ahead, Trooper. Go ahead, Trooper, and then I'll ask my question.
I was gonna say, Disney being so big now, they're able to make all these pop culture references because freaking Disney owns it. So it's like, yeah, Disney owns that. Yeah,
You know,
Disney owns the AT-ATs. Like all the pop culture
Mm.
references he was making, they're all within the Disney franchise. Same thing with Aliens. I was like, yeah, that's true. They own that too.
Man,
they're
time
getting
is a
lame.
cruel comedian.
They're getting lame with the pop culture references. I think someone said,
Well, some are carbon dated, but it's like,
yeah,
okay, those are
yeah.
for the boomers or for the people that actually went out of their way to actually watch the Alien franchise. Just to kind of like give you an idea, like I finally ordered myself a copy of Predator 2, just so I could kind of like get caught up with the Predator side of the Predator versus Alien thing.
I actually enjoyed Predator 2 more so than I would have
I
thought.
did
And
too. It had Maria Conchita Alonso. I mean, that was
Mm-hmm.
big. She was like a big Latin star trying to break into Hollywood.
Ball
Hmm.
grabbing, ball busting, and
Yeah.
all with that
and
big
I
ass
even
cannon in her hand.
I even thought Bill Paxton was awesome in that subway scene.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, oh
I
yeah.
can't find my copy of Commando. I actually bought a director's copy of Commando and I can't find it. I might have to buy it again. So, I mean, because that's part of my Arnold collection. Like, I literally have Conan, I have Total Recall. I stick Red Sonja in there because he's in it, but um, like it's part of like my little Arnold
It's
side
this
of my
thing about
collection,
late death Melissa's talking about.
You know what, Trooper? Why don't you call it My Little Arnie?
Oh
right?
wow.
So
With a less talented Alyssa Milano.
actually, with a non woke Alyssa Milano. So
She's just talentless. That's all. And that's all she
yeah,
should have stayed.
and then she grew up
Now
and
she's
she
just
became
annoying.
like this
Yes.
shrill harpy that is like bitter and still bleeds but gets no attention. So
Well,
You're
when actors really don't have substance in their acting and they've relied on their looks and their cuteness for so many years, you can tell those are the ones that jump into the
yeah.
politics kind
Well,
of
look at
thing
Ellen
to get
Page. I mean,
attention.
she's gone as far as to like lop off her
That's
cuties
the
to
thing is that's where it all starts. Really,
so
when you look at the history of things of how these sort of so-called social movements that really made no impact in history, it all
mhm,
boils down from people who are late to the game and still act like they're all important, but they try to they're trying to leech off the accomplishments of real heroes. You
mhm.
know, they quote the real heroes, but at the same time they insult the real heroes. They like to tear down MLK and any other civil rights leaders because they're under this impression. And I use the civil rights movement as a frame of reference here. They tear down the civil rights leaders too because to them, especially with the 1619 project being poured down our throats here and there, they're basically just saying that everything that the civil rights movement done was all for naught because there's still racism in this country. Okay, okay, but uh, how's that? How's that? What $50 per hour uh employment you're enjoying there? How's that? Or how 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 comfortable do you feel making you know 24, what I'm saying, by the
That's
hour
true.
now? You know
Martin
what I'm
Luther
saying?
King was not a failure. If anything, the man's accomplishments alone were, I mean,
The man,
historic.
I will say this: the only thing the man was not was perfect, considering
He
what
wasn't
we've been
perfect.
hearing about him, or at least what people are choosing to cherry pick from to slander him that much. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? The
Yeah.
man was not perfect, but he accomplished like I would tell this to anybody who brings up those facts about people like that. I said, yeah, he's not perfect, but what did you accomplish after him?
Boom.
There you go. But nobody is,
James
no matter
McAvoy
what
put
it
it best.
is.
I
Or at
think,
least
pardon my,
let me ask them this. I'll do the one better that makes them even smaller. Compared to what the civil rights leaders did, what did you accomplish after them?
Right.
that's a double boom right there.
But
Okay,
we
first one, that's boom right there. I mean, I was gonna say what James McAvoy said at the end of Wanted. What the fuck have you done lately?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very true. Very true. And no one is perfect, no matter who they are, what they do. But they still are able to accomplish things despite their imperfections. So
Hmm.
no
Uh-huh.
one is perfect. So if you're sitting there capping on someone else about this, hey, you better turn. You need to look at yourself.
Yeah, they say, well, why don't you
You
be
want
like,
to make the world a better place. Take a look at yourself and make the change. Na 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 na
Yes.
na na na.
Mhm.
Come on.
They inspected me. They inspected my penny.
Oh, good. No, true.
that's basically, why don't you try to be like these heroes? Well, these heroes are not as good. Well, they tried their best. Yeah, but they were, it's that sass talk that's basically one big giant excuse not to do anything.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly,
And
Scooter.
yet they want
Exactly.
somebody else to do it for them, and yet they think they're on the right to criticize people. This is a fun talk on this stream, apparently, since we're in two hours right now, two and a
Hey,
half
Yes,
I'm in
and this
hours.
Age
is
of
we're.
Ultron, so
Well, no, the,
I'm at the point where Tony's trying to talk Bruce into creating this armor for the planet, if you will.
oh, you're in there by now. I think
Yeah.
so that's what she was.
I got to get my Iron Man.
If you want me to read it,
Yes,
no
Yeah,
yeah.
disrespect, but if you want me to read it, I'll read it.
Go ahead.
If my memory isn't, this is from Sonya Proctor. If my memory isn't faulty, Portman didn't like playing as Jane Foster, and that's why she wasn't in Ragnarok. So make her Lady Thor and Son. She's on board.
Yes, of course, because
Uh,
that's
Well,
the way.
there's a
well,
whole
nobody's
bunch
sucking her
to
dick
that
anymore,
story.
so she got back on board.
There
Exactly.
was there was a whole there's a whole thing behind the Jane Foster thing. So you got to remember Captain America comes out and then Avengers. So prior to that, you have Iron Man, you have Hulk, you have what Iron Man 2.
yep.
So
You
like
have
this
Iron
thing
Hmm.
is
Man, Hulk.
starting this thing is starting to take off. Now, mind you, she hasn't done Black Swan yet. I don't
No,
remember if Black Swan came out before this. I think it's after.
Yeah, it's
So
after
after.
it was after.
Hmm.
so at this point, the selling point is that there's going to be more work, and this thing might get bigger if it blows up the way they think it will. So she jumps on. Now, mind you, she's coming off of Star Wars fame, so she really never has to work a day in her life. The biggest part that's memorable up to this point is playing some, white trash little slut hoe having a baby in a Walmart. Like, if I remember, that's like
Let's
the
not forget too. Well, let's not also forget too. She comes from kid fame because she was in the story Leon the Professional.
Yeah, yeah. So like really, I mean,
Why
the
I
most
keep thinking
memorable
Christina
movie
Ricci
again
whenever
is
time you
her being
mention
pregged
baby
out.
store.
Yeah, at this point, the most memorable film other than Star Wars is her being pregged out at a Walmart. So She does the film, doesn't work out for her. You got to remember, like, she's expecting all these lines and she's expecting all this, whatever. I'm like,
Yes.
okay, but you're a B-list character, you're a supporting character. You're not, the movie's not going to revolve around you. You might be a love interest at some point.
And when does being a love interest suddenly turn into be a bad thing?
Yeah,
Well-
that's what I've always said. My goodness.
Well, the way they sold it,
let me add
they
that
sold
real quick.
this
Let me add
being
that real
bigger
quick.
than it was.
At least your boyfriend didn't force choke you this time.
They sold it as
Yes.
they sold it bigger than what it was. Her name was still not associated with Black Swan. It was after Black Swan she could ask for ridiculous amounts of money. Like
Right.
at this point she was still
At
flexible.
that time,
enough
she
to
was
do stuff like that.
she was after V for Vendetta.
Nah, that was Black Swan. Black Swan's when she went full on weird.
Oh my
Yes.
God!
Yeah.
Padme, wait a minute.
She's also a screaming leftist. So
Wait a minute. Padme kissed Red Skull
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
in V. Yeah.
Yes. Exactly. Oh, Scooney.
when
you,
it
you,
came,
you, you, you
when-
need time to breathe, Scooney? this revelation? You're not going to paint
so they had
That's green.
planned like a quick cameo in Avengers. That didn't materialize because she's working on another film, and
Well,
I
we
have
did get a cameo.
I have better things to do than to show up in another one of your plebe films.
Terrible screenshot on the phone, by the way.
Well, I mean, they had to do it off of the footage they already had that they had already copyrighted that they could use.
You didn't have no centerfold footage for that. That's the
No,
best shot you can do,
It's
Josh.
Paramount, bro. It's not Disney. So
Paramount. I've seen Paramount
has
do
all
some
the
better
blackmail.
centerfold, man.
That's why they can get away with doing half the stuff they do. So
I
anyway,
didn't really care for her, so I didn't care what her picture looked like. It's a
So-
Jane. Okay, it's good enough for me.
so that explains
I
her
was just
not
happy she wasn't in
being
either.
that explains her not being in Avengers, and then that's also explained away in Age of Ultron.
Good, because I didn't miss her.
So Jane is still the character is still within the universe. It's not like she's been snapped or anything, but that's so they explain it away with the whole Pepper does this, oh Jane does that. When it came down to Ragnarok, I guess they had asked her, but again, this is after Black Swan, so I mean she's already won her Emmy.
It's really
It-
sad that I actually appreciate Gwyneth Paltrow more than Natalie.
I'm getting to that. Y'all are trying to jump over the vagina candle seller. So
Oh Lord!
yeah, so I mean, I don't know how you can appreciate a woman who wants to sell you a candle that smells like her own vagina. I don't understand that. But
You just said below Barbara Portman, dude. She's at the
it
bottom.
gets better. It gets better. So she gets her award. Who else has gotten an award who is in a Marvel film? Halle Berry. How did that work out for her? Not too
Oh,
well.
wow.
So
No, it should never been Storm in the first place.
yeah. So well, I mean, look at the hair that they did for Storm. I mean, come on, get real. So anyway, so yeah, so I mean that doesn't give Portman any reason to come back, and plus the money that she's asking for, they're not willing to pay her, so that's why she didn't come in there. But officially, the studio said that they needed a stronger character against Thor, so instead of having Jane Foster, they went with Valkyrie. Yeah, I'll buy that because I did like Tessa Thompson up until she opened her mouth and revealed that she's another raging leftist. That's why she gets along with Natalie Portman, and they're in Annihilation together, pro-feminist film or whatever.
I don't
Yeah.
think it was, but whatever. I saw
Oh,
the
it
movie.
was because it was all these bad bitches going after some alien dude.
Well, they did. Well, they did have Gina Rodriguez, and she almost got canceled for the N word after singing Faith Hill's song "Ready or Not."
We'll see.
My
like
takeaway
Faith Hill.
was. I'm just saying. My takeaway was you're going to cancel her for Let It Slip.
People have been canceled for less. So I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
So I
true.
mean, that was the whole story
Look no
behind
further
Ragnarok.
than Vic. Look no further than Vic
What's
Mignogna.
happened now is that big.
Hey man, first girl always win, dude. Patrol came first before Portman. So yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, so now MCU is big. Now they can
But then
freaking
again, we'll still always have. Sorry,
Wait a
Trooper.
minute.
Again,
Well,
we'll always still have Haley Atwell, and she's been silent for a majority
the
of filming of all this.
big difference. You got to remember that whenever Disney has a problem, they just throw more money at it. Avengers was done under Paramount. This
Hmm.
is being done under Disney, so Disney gets what it wants always. I
Hmm.
mean, that's how. Remember how JJ was like, "Oh, I'm never going to do Star Wars, blah 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 blah, Star Trek, Star Trek, Star Trek," and then they just threw more money at the problem. Suddenly, he abandons the franchise and comes over to Star Wars, and
Money
then ruins the
talks.
entire franchise.
Money talks.
That's what Disney does. So I mean, that's how they got Natalie Portman. They just threw more money at the problem. So and they probably promised her the world and then some, which is probably going to be like some pro-feminist, sapphic
which is
storyline with a
exactly what
lot
we
of
got.
like,
We got that preview at the con when they were introducing Marvel Phase 4, and when Taika Waititi is offering the hammer to Natalie Portman.
yeah.
Which is
In this very degrading manner, I might add.
But
She
at the same
even
at
the
the
way
same
how she
time,
held it was just it's just
at the
nonsense.
same
That was a
at the
power
same
trip.
time, I mean, we're talking about Thor from 2015, so we're at Lady Thor now. So I mean, either way, we were going to see Lady Thor at one point. So rather be Natalie
I would love to
Portman.
have seen a nice transition.
Yeah,
I
you're
would
not
have
gonna
been
get it.
okay with Lady Thor.
See, and you got to get off that mindset that these other YouTubers literally try to like, you know, throw at you
Mm.
is that you need some form of continuity. You're not going to get that from these studios. These studios already own the IPs.
Continuity be damn. I'm just saying, like, what I'm saying is, if you want to go that way, make sure you do it natural, not artificial. I don't want my baby to be artificially inseminated. I want to put the dick in and pop. We got a baby.
Well, you ain't gonna get
That's all
that.
I'm asking. Excuse me, everybody.
You ain't gonna get that. Plus, they're also preaching abortion. So,
Yep. Yep.
I mean, that's the most toxic. That's the most toxic place for a black baby is the black woman's womb, if you will, because it's over
Cursed
fifty
pussy.
percent. It's over
Cursed
50%
pussy.
that baby will
Excuse me, Leia.
be put down, i.e., abortion. So, but because abortion is contraception. Anyway,
I'm just
so
glad my
yeah, that's
mom.
the whole
I'm just
story
glad my
behind Marvel.
mom decided to have me.
They just threw more money at the problem, and it's Disney, and Disney has like money in its coffers. So
Anything
I'm
else you
at
want
the
you
part
want to say?
where Ultron just crashed the party. That's one of my favorite
Well,
scenes.
this is my favorite.
Oh,
If we're going to just to build off of that, the first two scenes with Ultron, I really loved, but then they were kind of trying to make him this anti Tony Stark.
Yeah, I could kind of see that,
we lost
but
Leia.
it's Spader, so it works. I like James
Yeah.
Spader.
But that's another thing that's hilarious. James Spader was coming in, and he was really off of the hit show The Blacklist. He was a big selling point for Age of Ultron.
Yeah, yep. So
But back to Captain America: First Avenger. I mean, I love the fact that this was what really kicked off the Avengers series, and it was also the biggest piece there.
Mm.
oh yeah,
And his performance in the movie wasn't terrible either. I thought he was amazing for having to share. I mean, that's what I loved about Avengers is that for the first time, these major films
yeah,
were going to be in one movie, and you're like wondering, well, how are they going to balance it out? And they balanced it out really good.
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I agree. And it's kind of why I don't find Civil War problematic. I find it to be a storyline that has too many characters and it doesn't necessarily have 100% emphasis on the main character, if you will. You're using a title character film to kind of
You okay, Leia?
do the natural progression
yes,
Wolf's talking
I
about
am now. Sorry about
to
that.
be able to get to
Power rush.
the final stage of the film, which is Infinity War.
Trooper, Leia's back. You might
Yeah,
have
I
to
saw that.
refresh your stuff.
I did.
Okay. Yeah. Um, let me go over, since we're all here again.
Hey,
I might as well go
Yep.
over what we have because I have a list of shit we're gonna get
You have a
into this week.
list? Oh goodness.
Yep. I've
sorry, I
been
had
busy.
I see.
So we're
Did we lose
going.
Scoon? Did we lose
Nope.
Scoony? Oh,
Scooney's
I
I'm
thought
with
it was
still,
us.
just me.
I'm still,
Oh,
I'm
oh,
still
okay.
here.
Oh, yeah. I had a little power rush, but I'm okay now. But you can go ahead and go over your list because I'll be checking out in a few minutes because got for dinner. So,
So this
uh,
Thursday we'll have token representation with anybody who's willing to guest star with us. If you guys want to throw in your hat and talk about what to you is tokenization of minorities or any other character that you've been seeing recently in media. We have the I believe it will be on the that will be on that yeah that'll be this Thursday. For next Tuesday we'll be talking about romance, and the Tuesday after will be continuing our representation versus identity validation. We can cover token representation some more on the episode as well. So that's what I got so far. We still got the Captain America Winter Soldier for July. I haven't made anything else since then. You guys can message me about any topics that we want to get into, or whatever topics that we're supposed to have a part two of. That I keep
Did we
saying we're
ever
gonna have part two of, but I never got around to.
did we ever settle on a time for Captain America Winter Soldier?
No, but I did
No.
set it for. But I did just automatically set it for 4:30 Pacific.
Okay.
Just to make sure everybody gets here at least a little bit early, or at least like I said, around for a later time before we start,
Hmm.
so we can all just head in. Just you guys let me know if you're big on time, so we don't lollygag like I usually do.
being it's a holiday for me, I should be
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
unless
me too. I'll
otherwise.
be at
I should
home.
be okay.
I
Me
plan to
too.
avoid my family like the
Well,
plague.
ain't nobody popping no fireworks on my end, so
Oh, you
No,
do
but
not know. You do not
you
know
know,
these
that's
people. These people love being in my business. It's just think of my big
we don't
fat
need your
Greek
life story,
wedding
trooper.
like on roids. That's literally what it is. I'm like, oh my god, you people need to leave me alone. Like, please go
well,
away.
I can't speak to Trooper's behalf, but 4th of July, my family's like, yeah, we all got to hang out. I mean,
Oh well, you like yours. Like,
well, they like me too.
I thought you
They
didn't
like
have a
me.
family schooner. I thought you lived in the basement.
Well, they're not
well, they're
local.
letting him out of the basement, so that's why he has to go. So
They're
I thought he
not
was
local.
under.
No first
I thought he
time
was.
ever.
No,
I thought
I
he was.
get constitutionals outside. I've been very cooperative in their research.
Yes, I thought he
mm,
was underwater and mermaids and seahorses
Exactly.
and
Exactly.
it's like the opening of the Little
Under
Mermaid when they
the
all get
sea.
together. King
Under the
Triton and
sea.
the daughters of Triton come out and sing and all that kind of fanfare and Sebastian the crab comes out and so I thought that was going to be Thuni's Fourth of July. Yeah.
Down here is better. Down here
Well,
is better. Take it from me.
exactly. Well, and it's kind of funny, you guys are saying like, wait, 4th of July, you're going under the sea. What, 4th of July is an American holiday? Well, we are in American waters. So,
okay.
and we are protected by the laws of America.
So, in honor of Captain America: First Avenger, since I'm actually running 3 audio feeds through my headset. Yes, yes.
He's running, and running.
I'm showing off my skills. I'm gonna go ahead and just run Pussycat from Missy Elliott for Leia. So
Mm. And they say
yeah.
I'm crass.
Oh,
And they
well,
say
you
I'm
ain't seen
crass.
nothing yet. You haven't seen nothing
Oh
yet.
wow.
Now that we're doing Winter Soldier, so
Oh
you
goodness.
there's some goodies in that one. So
Mhm.
just,
I
just
think I'll play some Medina Howard for that one. For that
I'm going to prepare myself.
freak like me. That one's OG. That one's hella OG.
I, I bet. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you go
DJ,
ahead
please pick
because
up
I'm
your
Ooh,
I
phone
do.
on the
I
I
do.
request line.
I am not. Wait till we get to Winter. Wait till we get to Winter Soldier. Oh, I've got some
Is
singers.
it worth
I,
it? Let me work it. I put my thing down, flip it and reverse it. Yet. Yet. If you got, let me search it. Find out how I work it. Like to get to
Oh,
know you so I can show ya. Put that
transformational
pussy
rapper,
on ya. Like I
transformational,
told ya. Give me all your numbers and I can
grand
phone ya. Your
circles around
girl,
the
I can,
bride.
I can,
The
I can
brat
stay there and call
cannot
me over.
survive.
Not on the bed, lay on your sofa. Call me before you. I need to
Hmm.
show. Oh my goodness, it gets dirty as it go along. Oh my goodness, Missy. You the gift that keeps on giving. You the gift
you
that
guys have brought up.
get
You
your
guys have
flag
brought up.
up, get your nails
You guys
done,
are
get
bringing
a
up these. See,
pedicure, get
see.
your hair done.
When I think Captain Rogers, I think romance. You guys are thinking raunchy. I'm thinking, um,
Oh no,
um,
that's romance
yes,
in rapper form. I mean, you got to remember,
yes,
like rap is art as well.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. That's true. Yes, yes. It's not just romance. There's other songs that
This,
well that
I think this ain't your
express
mama's rap.
right. So there. Um, so Thursday we are doing tokenization. Is that what you said,
Yes, yes.
Commander? Okay.
I'm sorry, repeat the
Uh,
question.
So,
for Thursday it's
Sorry, I was reading the
tokenization.
lyrics. What were you saying, Leia?
It's tokenization for Thursday.
Yeah, well, I
Okay.
retiled it to token representation.
Okay, I got you.
like the
Okay.
only chick
So we
that
don't
could
get tongue
rival
tied.
Missy Elliott was Aaliyah, and Aaliyah like crashed in a plane. So I mean, come on, that's
Hey,
sus.
low blow,
That's
man,
sus.
low blow. I'm
That's
kidding.
sus.
Oh,
Missy, I don't know, Missy. I don't know if you're listening.
trooper,
I don't know. It's a little sus, but all
trooper,
right.
trooper, please, too soon.
Still too soon, even if we are far away from that disaster.
Hmm.
Well, I
And
mean,
now,
you do.
and
It
now I
was
probably
kind of
too black
weird.
and
It
people
was
what
kind of
you
weird
want.
that she
I love
did
your
a
braids and your
movie
mouth
titled
full of
"Queen of the
fuzz. Love the way
Dance."
my ass go. Boom, 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 boom. Keep your ass on my boom, 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 boom. You think you can handle this, but don't take my tongue off and my ass go boom. Cut the lights on, see what I can do. Like I
I,
said, Missy, gift that keeps on giving.
That reminds me of that Vine when that song is playing so loud on this mom's stereo, and she's like going, "No, no, no!"
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
what was it?
Be like, Missy was ahead of her time.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Love me some
Be
round
like, she
chocolate
came
back
from the
then.
future to save the past. That's what it was. That's what it was. With rap and some fly hooks.
One of the pioneers of female rappers,
I
next
know.
to
I mean,
Latifah.
Lil Kim likes to take all the credit. I was like, the only credit you got was
Yeah.
for wigs. That's all you got. It's just wigs.
And weaves.
Yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
wigs and wigs.
um, what was I going to say? For represent, because I might send you a video, Wolf, maybe tomorrow or something. Not a video, but a little clip that
Mm.
goes along with what we'll
Actually,
be
you know
discussing
what?
on
Now
Thursday.
that you're talking about video, what triggered this idea, this topic was Eric July with his video about that one lady that was and of course definitely from you Leia, bringing up the fact that people are still trying to convince you that you're black, you're supposed to like Winter Soldier.
The
You're
Falcon,
supposed you're,
especially
you're,
that one.
Oh, you're supposed
Yeah,
to like Sam
you're
Wilson.
supposed you're supposed to
yeah,
enjoy
I'm like,
you're supposed to enjoy a replacement Negro.
yes,
You
You're,
mean
you're,
BLM?
you're
Captain
supposed to
BLM.
exactly.
the,
Yes, yes, yes,
translation. You're supposed to enjoy the scratch thrown by the massa.
yes.
You're gonna make me choke on my energy drink, dude.
Come on, man.
And he very played it up at that that a Disney announcement, as you said,
Mm,
Wolf. Yeah, he very
mm.
much did. He danced with
He
Master.
totally he told yeah, Feige was totally being white savior there.
Yes.
Sam Proctor. I'm not pro Shapiro. I'm very anti Shapiro.
Oh wow. But are you
Like
Yeah,
anti
I'm
lobster?
just saying. I'm just yeah, exactly. I mean, well, I'm
I am
glad you.
pro lobster. I am pro lobster for certain things,
Or,
like
or,
clean your
or,
room,
or
tell the truth. If you see a cat on the street, pet it. You know, that kind of thing. Now, depends on the type of cat, because if she's clean, you want to pet it. If she's dirty,
for
you don't
real
want
life
to be
Kermit.
near it. So
I was gonna say I saw that video by Eric July Wolf, and I loved how he nailed that lady with that ridiculous, stupid, ignorant
Oh
claim
my
that she
goodness.
threw down on him. That was so. I
But
am
you have
so glad Eric
but you
moved
have
back
a
on
Luke
her.
Cage in your and what that's
Yeah.
supposed to mean? So if I post a speeding Gonzalez, am I appropriating Mexicans?
yes.
That's another thing too that I found hilarious. Actually, something I found hilarious because
Actually,
they
you know what?
actually tried
Professor
to
did a
cancel.
video on Luke. He something about duos, and he
Heroes for
had like
hire.
Luke Cage and Iron Fist. And I wish him and I were sitting in the same room, because I would have told him, I'm like, I've talked about this before. Like, strong black male characters like Luke Cage will not be rewritten. They will be forgotten, but they won't be rewritten. You'll get like the Jimmy Olsen Black Chads. You'll get those for
Hmm.
sure. I mean,
Oh
we're
my
already
god!
getting that one, so we know that one. That's 100% written in already. So
Yeah, that's a good idea. It's also cheap, just a way to say, you know what? Rather than put in the hard work, let's just race swap another redhead, and then when they criticize us for it, we'll just say, oh well, you just don't like quote unquote people of color. And I'm like, oh, for God's sake, you're even those stupid buzzwords. If I have to hear another one of
well,
those like, we're adding, it's like we're adding a hidden depth to this character, or we are, like that
what was
Hollywood
it?
thing. That
Lacey
Hollywood
Lennon. Lacey Lennon, who leads in the Black Widow parody film. Uh,
mm-hmm.
she actually, she touched upon this whole thing with redheads in Hollywood and generalizations, because you know how we were talking about generalizations and stereotypes.
Yep.
Apparently, for whatever reason, just gingers in general just tend to be stereotyped as being difficult to work with. So
I wonder
yeah,
why.
so
You want to know why? You want to know why? Because
That was rhetorical, Schooner.
all right.
but yeah, I mean, they, was a hard-headed,
We all
independent.
know why, but that was rhetorical.
But yeah, like, I mean, because that's always been my question too. Like, where are all the redheads in Hollywood? Like, I mean, when we talk about these films, I mean, we have some superheroes that are
Man,
redheaded.
when
So
we see Black Widow and Winter Soldier, that would be a breath of fresh air.
Mm-hmm.
if it was
Yes.
the Black Widow film we were supposed to get back, um, I would have said right after. Gosh, what would have been a good slot for that for
Right
Black Widow?
after, it actually would have been perfectly set up after Black Widow. A Black Widow movie would have been perfect after Captain America: Winter Soldier. Like,
Yeah.
immediately
Yeah.
following Winter Soldier. That would have been the opportune time, because she said, all my covers are blown. I need to find out who I am. That's the perfect opportunity for her to go back to her past to try to make peace.
Yeah,
Or-
and style-wise, that was probably the best look on Black Widow, was the flat iron hair.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the best
I
look.
didn't mind the curls. I don't mind the curls.
The curls were all right. As far as
The curls made her look like a little girl to me.
other look that I did like on her ended up being in Age of Ultron, in that opening scene with the waistcoat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, and the flared out hair. That was actually kind of nice.
You know what? You guys want to spitball? What time is it? Oh, yeah, we're going on 3 hours.
Yeah.
3 hours.
You guys want to spitball on how you would have done a Black Widow movie?
Okay.
Well, I know how I would have done it. Because you know how, it was just this running gag between Hawkeye and Black Widow. You know how each one
He wants
saw.
to go back to Budapest.
I
Yes.
do. I would.
I wouldn't
And
start at Budapest, by the way.
and that non-romance that shall not be named, because let's be real, like, his wife is not that hot. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure if Hawkeye would have been given the opportunity, he would have tapped it in a hot minute. So
I think so too.
I don't see them as a couple. Sorry.
well, no, they wouldn't be a couple. They'd be co-workers with plenty of perks. So because
Actually, you know what? That would have. Oh my gosh, that would have carried over. I think even perfectly into Captain America: Winter Soldier. Because what if in the past you actually show that Black Widow was doing the same thing with Hawkeye, trying to get him a date?
oh yeah, because, like, here's the thing. So far, just from what we know, from her failed romance arc with Bruce, is that we know that her relationships with men don't work out. So
Actually,
this
that's also a big part of her arc too, which is
yeah,
not to be shunned away from. It's to be embraced. Okay, yeah, she's actually being
So
shown.
wait, you didn't like the librarian he was with?
Say what?
I said y'all didn't like the librarian he was with. That's what she looked like, a librarian.
I'm just saying that with talking about Black Widow and how it was hard for her always to form a connection with people, and
Yeah.
even it was harder for her
Where
in
is
the
she
romance.
from? Oh, she's from Third Rock from the Sun.
Who?
That explains everything.
Who?
She's from Third Rock from the Sun. The Hawkeye wife.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
Damn, she was young.
yeah.
She was the
Well,
she
I
was
mean,
the
you
love interest
figure,
to the son.
I mean,
at the
did you guys
series.
really like? Some people complained about them being down on the farm at Hawkeye's house in Age of Ultron, where they sit and express all their feelings
Disagree.
during that scene.
I
They
thought it
felt
was fine.
That's one of the best scenes in the.
That was
That's
a
one of
little
the
bit
best
more
scenes in the movie.
exposition than I wanted, but it was fine.
Well, me
Mm.
personally, I didn't have a problem because seeing Captain America flex those muscles, chopping that wood, made me very happy. Sorry, I had to bring that up. That was
Well,
glorious.
It's
well,
nice to know where your priorities were, Leia.
Thank you.
in the context of all the previous films, like, if you're watching all those films, by the time you get to Age of Ultron, it's a lot of MCU. So it's kind of more or less just kind of setting the board again as to where everything is. It's like, okay, so this is
She
Mhm.
where we're
aged.
at.
She aged
This
pretty
is
well.
where we're
Let's
at with
just say
Nat
that she
Bruce.
aged kind of well. But
This
Haley
is where
Atwell
we're
is still
at
better.
with Cap, chopping wood, and Tony.
Yes.
I mean, this is, it kind of
Just sizing each other's dicks at this point.
Oh,
well, not even
Hey.
that. I
Let's
mean,
be honest. Let's be honest. We dudes
no,
like to size.
because
We like to size each other's dicks
That's
when
also
we're having conversation.
no, I mean, we
know,
already
you
know
know,
their
you,
we already know
you
their
know,
friendship is
you got Tony. He's all well. I'm on 15, and Steve's like I'm on 50. I'm getting up to 60. Okay,
Well,
let's
no,
not
it's
be
like
around the
we
bush.
already know
We're
that
sizing each
friendship
other's
is
dicks.
fracturing. We already know it's fracturing.
Yeah.
We kind of
yeah,
already know that Steve is hiding a secret from Tony, and I mean, inevitably, it was probably one of the few bad decisions that he technically did for the sake of trying to keep his current family together, which is the Avengers. So,
Mhm.
I
see,
mean,
here's the thing. That this is one of the problems I have with Age of Ultron is that, and this goes back again to Joss Whedon. It's that the Whedon formula. It's almost as if everything that happened in between Avengers and then when we get to Age of Ultron didn't really happen because all of these characters have fallen back into their roles. Yeah, we get subtle acknowledgments that Winter Soldier and Thor: The Dark World happen and stuff like that, but it really just feels as if this is taking place Am I making any sense here? This is taking place right
Well,
after.
it almost has to be
Have
formulaic
to.
because you have to remember, like, these Avenger films have massive amounts of actors, so they
Yeah.
pretty much have to follow each other in a certain way to
Hmm.
where. And that's why. That's why Civil War
But this
feels like
is
an
but
Avengers
this
film
is
because it follows that
this is
same
even
formula. Whenever you get a large ensemble
Hang on,
together,
Spinner.
whenever you get a large ensemble together, we already know how they interact independently. It's like now we need to see how they interact as a team. Now, mind you, it's been what, maybe 5 years since the last time we saw them interact as a team, so we need to bring that nostalgia back. So,
I get what you're saying. I get what you're
yeah.
saying, Trooper. But it just feels like these characters haven't grown since the first Avengers movie, when the other in between films have kind of shown them grow as characters.
Well,
I really
and
think.
also,
Go
well, I
ahead,
was
Lady
going
of
to say,
Valor.
this is like literally the period in the MCU where you start to see the movies becoming sluggish. Because after
Mm-hmm.
Age of Ultron, we start going down that Disney road where the films are okay, but once you get to Captain Marvel, it's no longer okay. It's like right in your face now. So
Yeah.
I was going to say, Scooney, I agree with you with your assertion. That's one of the issues I've had with Age of Ultron, which I don't hate. It's not a terrible film, but I felt that, like, for instance, coming out of massively successful Winter Soldier was, particularly with Steve and excuse me, discovering that the Winter Soldier is Barnes and Barnes is still alive, and Shield was compromised by Hydra all this time. All this time, Hydra was right on their noses, and I was working for them. I should see a different type of character in Age of Ultron. There's a part of me
Oh
that
shit.
lamented that badass that I got in Winter Soldier. I didn't quite see him in Age of Ultron. In Age of Ultron, and now this is trying to explain to the professor in the stream Wednesday, when I was telling him about sometimes I felt Josh Whedon was treating Steve kind of cartoonish, because at this time that I felt at this time that I should see a different Steve Rogers in Age of Ultron, because now he realizes that things are a bit different than they were. Hydra was right under my nose. The man I've known as the Winter Soldier was Bucky Barnes. This man that I thought was dead all along is
And the
alive,
fact
and they're
that
trying to
they're
use him.
well,
Yeah,
this is
exactly.
well,
Not wait, hang on, Trooper. Not only
yeah.
that, Hydra killed Tony Stark's father, and I now know this, and I'm keeping it a secret from him.
Well,
That
right.
again,
should have been that
that
should have been
one
the
thing we need to
nightmare.
keep in mind that everyone seems to kind of forget. This is the big difference between the Russo brothers and Joss Whedon. Also,
Yeah.
Joss Whedon wrote Age of Ultron as opposed to Winter Soldier that actually had different writers on it. So,
Mhm.
um,
But that should have been the thing that was actually, like, in Age of Ultron we saw uh Captain America's nightmare reality was the fact that he lost that time with Peggy and all of that, and how he's haunted. No, it should have been his insecurities. Like, it should have shown the dead Howard Stark saying, "You're keeping a secret from Tony. It's eating you up inside." Or Bucky saying to him, "I was your friend. How could you have let Hydra take me?"
Yeah, something like, yeah. I agree with you. I agree with you, Scooney. That we should have saw some of that Cap. I agree. And also, I think this is where the Russo brothers started to shine, because remember the Russo
Mhm.
brothers took over, did Civil War, and they did Infinity War, and I
yeah,
think
they did.
they handled those two films, which were Avengers movies, really good. I
Yeah.
think they really got it. I think in a sense of more than the way maybe Josh Whedon got it when he got to Age of Ultron. And I kind of agree with you on that, Scooney. We should have saw some of that in Age of Ultron, because I do agree with Scooney that it's Age of Ultron acts like none of the events that these characters have dealt with up to this point had happened. It's almost like Age of Ultron. We went from the first Avengers film to Age of Ultron, but we've got everything in between. And everything in between should have affected how they were
Well,
in the
Y'all check
film.
out the link
And
yes, if
what?
we're talking in
I
terms
shared
of
in the
overall
private
arc
chat.
progression, but if we're talking about Avengers films being standalone films, then the first two are going to feel
Can anyone
more
hear me?
formulaic
Yeah, I
because
can
they
hear you.
are
Yes,
feeling
yes.
films.
Are you talking about the
And
YouTube or the DVD releases?
YouTube.
I'm talking about I'm talking about Avengers, being directed by Joss Whedon and then going right into Age of Ultron, Joss Whedon. But then you see the big change once we get to the Russo brothers taking over. It's like you can tell there's a big difference. But
Yeah.
again, as standalone films, if we're just talking about Avengers, we're not talking about all the in between films, all the single title films. I
Ooh,
mean,
that's beautiful, Wolf 10.
Check the
That little
description.
that little description right there. Ooh, I love it.
With what? What is it again?
Captain America
Just-
Winter Soldier rewatch. Just read the little description.
Description.
Oh, okay. You can continue, Trooper. I was just wondering what they were, but I'll
but
read
yeah,
the little description.
I mean, it's it's hard. I mean, it's hard to ask, something of Joss Whedon that he's not really capable of doing because, throughout his career as writer and director, he's shown he writes a certain way, and that's just how it is because that's how he's written everything else.
That's not a knock on him. I mean, it just works. But it does feel like we're watching a rerun of Firefly by the time you
it
get.
feels like Buffy the Vampire Slayer with a
And
lot
Buffy the
of characters. I mean, you got your Willow, you got your Xander, you got your Angel, you got your Cordelia. I mean, it's for him, it's formulaic. He writes a certain way. So, yeah, I mean, you could argue that, they were affected by the subsequent films, but unfortunately, having to work at the Avengers means that you leave your personal feelings at home when you're at work. So, I mean, that's how you have to look at those films. It's, it's like when you're at the Avengers, you're at work. So it's like all that stuff that happened subsequently, you got to shove it back down. So
I don't know. I think you could see that was the problem between Phase 1 and Phase 2. Phase 1, they are loosely connected, but are enough to stand alone. But by the time of Phase 2, Disney, especially, like you were saying, Trooper, really wanted to hammer it home that no, it's all in the same universe.
Yeah, and that was the big difference between Paramount being involved and then Disney making the acquisition. That's really the big difference. That's really the big difference because you see where it ends and you see where it starts.
And I got to tell you, the movie that really impressed me afterwards that was good enough to stand on its own, but had just little dips here and there to show that it did belong in the larger scale MCU was Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh yeah, Guardians. That really, I loved that one. You're right. That one, it came out of nowhere, but it worked. It so worked. It came out of nowhere, but it so worked.
I kind of wish they would have went that route where we didn't really need to always have another movie connected to the MCU.
Yeah,
but we were still getting like superhero movies that can stand on their own. They didn't need a big franchise to carry them all the time. That's what I was hoping it was going to be, especially when it came down to X-Men. Like you continue to have your X-Men movies, you continue to have your Deadpool movies, or even they're get Image in the fray, and we can finally get Savage Dragon at least.
Well, with Guardians of the Galaxy, I don't want to say it was a guaranteed success, but because it was an underdog film, underdog films and underdog characters in general operate under a different set of rules. So,
you got to also look at the
it was always going to be different. It was always going to be different. I just, the tone that it took was because, James Gunn. That's what it really came down to at the very end of the day. It was
not only that, you got to look at the advertising. Look at what the advertising was. It was Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. You always got to remember that. It was every time in the trailers, it starts off with Marvel's, and then it goes to Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah. Well, they finally have the branding down, too.
And that's what attracted a lot of people to Guardians of the Galaxy because, Marvel has turned out the Avengers, Captain America, the Iron Man movies and all that kind of, you know what, why don't we give it a shot? I've never heard of these guys before, and that's probably why they came, because that was one of the things that surprised me too, is that Guardians of the Galaxy? Really? You're doing that one? I mean, there aren't there. You would have had better chance with the Starjammers, because the Starjammers have been in and out of the X-Men franchise.
Well, in here's the thing. I mean, all the way from Incredible Hulk to the Avengers first film, and now going into like Age of Ultron. There's always been the perceived payoff. So if you're now like an MCU fan, or if you're following the MCU films, now you get the sense of there's a big payoff in the end. Like you follow these films, and at the end they all kind of piece themselves together. We kind of got some of that with Age of Ultron in terms of the Mind Stone. Now we're getting closer to the Infinity Gauntlet, because up to this point we've had the Space Stone show up, we've had the Reality Stone show up, the Power Stone, the Mind Stone. It's like, okay, so they might be going for it. So
yeah, and I did also. Now I'm going to say this: I didn't like the Thanos cameo at the end of Avengers: Age of Ultron. They should. I mean, it worked great in the first Avengers, but always
myself.
I did not like that. What I liked more is when you go and see him, his first, for me at least, I always skip that part because I want his first actual appearance to be in Guardians of the Galaxy. Because that is a much more menacing Thanos. That is a Russo brothers Thanos.
Well,
I only ask that you take this seriously.
Well, for me, I'm not even focused on the character. I'm focused on the fact that Thanos fits on the Infinity Gauntlet. So then, when you watch say Infinity War now, then that teaser has more of a feel of the fact that he's somehow on Nidavellir now, and he's had his gauntlet made. It takes on a different tone. So, I mean, that's how I see that in teaser. So
no, actually, if anything, that teaser probably should have either been in at the end of, I know, because you pretty much say it's an Avengers movie anyway. That should have been at the end of Captain America: Civil War. That should have been.
That should have been. But instead, we got the Wakanda teaser, which to me, I was like, why do we need to go into Black Panther at this point? Like Black Panther is just one of those characters that just did not appeal. Like in this, I mean, we're going into, we're in Civil War already. You've already introduced the character, so I guess we have to go to Wakanda. Why do we have to go to Wakanda? The only reason we go to Wakanda
is there a
because
stone there?
The battle. That's literally where the battle takes place. That's the only reason.
I can actually give 3 different reasons right now. One, because Black Panther owes Bucky, because he was about ready to kill. It's about, for him, it's personal because he was about to kill the wrong man. And there's one thing that's what at least Civil War T'Challa was, at least in my opinion. If he got the wrong blood on his hands, it would have followed him forever. So he owed Bucky that. Secondly, he wanted to give Captain America peace of mind because this is a sovereign nation. If anybody tried to come after him, it would be an act of war.
Right. I agree on that one too.
And then
that should have been. Here's the thing, guys. That should have been the story to Black Panther.
Ooh, that would have been good, actually.
That would have been great.
Instead, we really get like.
Instead, we got identity politics, border politics, and
globe trotting to places like South Korea. It's like out of all the places to go, which I get it. We're staying away from Anglo countries.
Hey, Dominic.
You've just given me a beautiful idea, Wolfson Media, because that would have been a perfect way to not only show Wakanda, but would have shown the whole movie of Black Panther, now that I'm thinking of in my head, the whole movie's in Wakanda. There is no outside or no globe trotting, none of those stuff. It's all in Wakanda. Mm-hmm. And there's a very civil debate about everything that's going on because, 1, the Winter Soldier's here. 2, they have a new king. and 3, T'Challa must now navigate his government, which is horribly divided because
Yeah.
they never because first off, Zemo didn't get taken to Wakanda. First of all, okay,
Right.
not everybody, and in order to preserve Zemo's safety from any sort of retaliation, maybe T'Challa couldn't tell his government that, oh, I caught the real man who murdered everybody, because everybody in Wakanda is already blaming the Winter Soldier.
My
Right.
only thing is, like I said, it's not that Black Panther feels shoehorned into the MCU. It's just, for me, uh Black Panther coming so soon, or rather so
Mhm.
close to Infinity War, that needed to happen a little earlier. So
Well, I agree.
so that we could go into that guilt, and we can go into the development of the Black Panther character, so that once we do get to Infinity War, we know where he stands as a character. So
I agree with both of you. I do. I do agree with both of you on both your parts in debating Black Panther's Wolf 10. Yeah, your idea is correct. I think the storyline of one thing I've heard a lot of people complain is that they like the T'Challa Black Panther in Civil War than they do in Black Panther the movie itself. They feel like he's been, shall I say, toned down a little bit in that one, and it's not the same guy that you get in Civil War.
well,
Again,
yeah, he was ghettoized. I mean, he's got one scene where he's showing off his slide
He was
shoes. I mean, come on.
tokenized.
and that is
Right?
right, and that fault is
So,
on Ryan Coogler. Ryan Coogler
Exactly.
tokenized him, where the
yep.
Russo brothers did not. The Russo brothers really portrayed him, and I said, somebody said that. So why you
Ain't
gotta
that
go
a
back and say
shame
that?
too?
It is.
Don't that sound shameful when it leaves your mouth, Leia? When you say that two white guys did a better job portraying a black character than the black man himself?
Yes.
I'm not mad at the white. I'm not mad at the white guys. I'm mad at the black dude
Well,
because
here's
he.
the thing.
Yes.
When
And
you
Because
take a film
about
out,
the thing about T'Challa in Civil War is that he didn't give a dang about what anybody was thinking or what he was doing.
exactly.
He
Yes.
went and he did. He just simply went and he did.
That's
Yes.
T'Challa right there. So
Yes,
here's
T'Challa.
my quick rewrite for what I would have done if I was a Black Panther writer.
All right. We are in
Was
Wolfpedia's office.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
oh
Yep.
goodness,
Yes.
oh no,
Shut up.
You're listening.
You're along for the ride.
no.
Suck it up,
We're
you
at the,
trooper. I thought they taught you to be a hard man in Bamora.
They did. This is
here's
not
the
Yeah,
thing,
that.
everybody.
but it sounds like you got a weak stomach there. Anyways,
Uh,
Here it is. Here it is, everybody. Wolf Commander has seen the dailies for Black Panther. He is terribly
right.
upset. We have now been called into an emergency meeting with Wolf Commander.
Oh
And
goodness.
go ahead with his issues, sir. Why are you unhappy with what you're seeing? You say you want to make some changes.
so like we mentioned back with the little quick skit at the end of Civil War, right?
Mhm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They're basically gearing us up. What I got from that end scene was that they were gearing us up for when Black Panther comes up, that we're going to deal with what could be trying to attack Wakanda. I was not prepared for Wakanda attacking itself with the infighting within itself. I damn
Mhm.
sure didn't think that we would think of African tribes when I think of Wakanda. I could have sworn when you go to Wakanda, you're dealing with one tribe,
Mm-hmm.
Wakandans, not separate other tribes that form into one nation. Wakanda's a nation. It's not. Shut up.
Not little. I get what you're saying. Not little city states.
Yes.
Right?
Bruh, are you that familiar with Africa, or are you not familiar with that with Africa? Complaint aside, so here's my take on what I would do as a Black Panther writer, right? So we'll still use Ulysses Claw as one of the villains, but he ain't gonna die in this one. He's actually gonna be a weapons arm dealer. That's what he's supposed to be in Age of Ultron. That's how he was set up right before he got his arm severed. So he's
Mm-hmm.
an arms dealer. But lo and behold, who is he supplying arms to? Killmonger. Still played by Michael B. Jordan, mind you.
Mhm.
Okay.
Here's the thing, though. Killmonger will not be the cousin of T'Challa at all. Killmonger will be his own villain. That's the problem we're getting with certain villains these days. They also have to be connected with the hero in some way for some reason, familial or whatever, right?
Right.
Mhm.
So Killmonger is not going to be family related. He's going to be he's going to be like the Bushmaster of this universe,
Ooh, okay.
trying to invade Wakanda. He's going. Let's just say he's going to be just that villain that wants to seize power and control Wakanda. He wants, and let's keep Killmonger's plan from the original Black Panther proper the same. He wants to take Wakanda and use his resources to supply his troops to take over maybe one of the countries, maybe more. You know what I'm saying? He's basically a black Johan. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Okay. Yes.
He's going to be the Black Johan. Let's give him that a sort of benevolent dictator that's trying to he he's trying to create a new society, if you will. Not a society for quote unquote disempowered black folk because that's bullshit.
Oh goodness.
Okay.
Let's be frank. That's bullshit. That he's actually trying to. I'm like you're trying to free the world from borders and all that stuff, but you're here to also just to empower black folk too. Which one
That's
is it,
right.
buddy?
That's
You
right.
can't
He
have it
was
both ways.
paying.
You
He was paying. So I
anyways,
mean,
but that would be that. He also has information that there's the Winter Soldier there as well. So that will be also his goal as well to acquire a brainwashed Bucky.
That's
mhm.
actually really good.
Yes.
So you know both Killmonger and Claw, they're one's an arms dealer and one's a warlord. He's a genuine warlord. So get used to let's say this. Get used to Michael B. Jordan doing an African accent.
Okay.
So
We can work with
he's a
that.
warlord. He's a warlord and Claw is an arms dealer. So he's supplying arms to Killmonger to supply his campaign to conquer Wakanda. But he also discovers that there's also an ultimate weapon there, Bucky Barnes. So he's going to not only does he want the best weapons from Wakanda, which is vibranium made weapons and the like, right? But he also wants the human ultimate weapon, the Winter Soldier.
Oh my
So
gosh, you just gave me a brilliant idea for an opening. It's Ulysses Claw and his mercenaries breaking into Interpol and stealing the red book.
yep. So you got that,
Ah, that sounds
but
great.
not with the help of T'Challa. And this is not the T'Challa that's going to be all groaning around when every time the girls are making jokes at his suspense. We're still going to get the cool bow with the Adora Malaji versus Killmonger, but he's not going to be in a vibranium nano suit. He's
Mhm.
going to be very skilled. He's going to be in that suit that we saw him in the trailer in, the suit that he came in proper, his mercenary suit, or at
Hmm.
least a lot of people like
Okay.
to call it his Vegeta suit. He's gonna stay in that one. But here's the kicker, though. I said he ain't gonna wear no vibranium nano suit, right?
Mhm.
That armor, however, is made of vibranium.
Okay, already like it
Sold
so far.
sold to him by Ulysses Claw. He's going to continue to have that but he's also going to have that mask that he wore when he got that where he took from that museum. He's not going to get it from the museum though. That's stupid. That's one of his tribesmen war masks
Okay.
that he wears to combat. So we get we get that battle and we're gonna see the Wakandan army as best. Yes, we're gonna get the CGI rhinos too because Wakabe. That's us. But um, Zuri's not gonna die. He's still gonna be the mentor. But but
Where's Grace
Let's.
Jones in all this? I need my Grace Jones cameo.
I just said the Dora Milaje is gonna be there. We're still gonna have that fight between them and Killmonger.
Yes, but it's, where does Grace Jones do her like 1-2 liner or something? That's what I want.
No.
And Naki and also Nakia's gonna be Adore.
Okay.
Naki's gonna be Adore.
Okay.
But we're gonna lose
Okay.
Michonne. Sorry. We're
Okay.
gonna lose, we're gonna lose Michonne.
Okay.
Nakia is gonna be the new general of the Adore. So we're not gonna get denied and have that one line. Why was she keeping them back there? Sorry guys. But that's
How
who
do you get it back to
that's not
100%?
Mm-mm.
that's what I'm saying. Like look, more power to them to kill one of the door and all that stuff. But I felt nothing in that scene. Everybody else as if we're supposed to be as if we're supposed to be very very broken up that one of their door just died. I mean, come on. Like we saw a lot of them get knocked around by freaking rhinos. And yet this is the one we supposed to focus on that I'm like, no, it's gonna have to be Okoye that dies in that scene. But she's gonna fight her hardest, of course, before she goes, because she's the general, right?
Mhm.
So
That would be a perfect little precursor. She goes to try to defend T'Challa and fights
Mhm.
Killmonger, and there we,
Mhm.
it's kind of like, forgive my comparison here. It's Rufio from Hook. It's
Yeah,
the
basically.
princess showing what the hero is now fighting for.
So I guess you guys are also wondering what the heck is Claw gonna be doing in this one? Well, he's gonna be the one that's destabilizing. That's gonna use his sound barrier to destabilize T'Challa's little nano suit. And he's gonna be down for a count. He's whooping some ass for a while, but then he's causes doing all that stuff. Killmonger is
Mhm.
gonna try to go in for the kill. That's where the door goes in to defend him, keep Killmonger away from him until they can until at least Zuri, no, not Zuri, Shuri is gonna figure a way to destabilize Claw's sound device. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody all in favor for Jury to stay at the Tech Wizard. Are we
Yes,
still in favor of
I'm,
that?
I'm all in favor of that.
Yes,
Okay,
I'm favorite.
she'll still
Want
be
to know?
played by Letitia Wright.
Yeah.
We will not, sadly, as much as I love as much as I love her, we will not be having Angela Bassett as Queen Mother.
Ooh, that hit a bit.
Ooh,
That hit.
so do we get Tina? Do we get Tina? Oh, that would be so good.
Good one.
Oh,
I'm
yes,
If we
sorry.
don't,
yes.
if she's not the
I'm
queen
sorry.
mother, then
She passed away a long time ago.
Oh darn.
T'Chaka was the
Also,
T'Chaka
I
was
really
the
I like
last
the
parent.
Tina
And
Turner.
he died in Civil War. I'm sorry, everybody. As much like I said, as much as I love Angela Bassett as Queen Mother, we will not be having her. I don't think. Look, I
but
love her.
it helps
She
too
she
because
she,
it would
she
show
did she
why.
did her she did her role as Queen Mother. But I'm like, no, we're not gonna do that. Sorry, it's gonna be Shuri as the mentor figure, as the father figure. He's gonna be the Uncle Iroh.
Yeah.
okay.
So, cause I'm sorry, he's king now. His parents are dead. He is running a country without his parents' guidance, but they left him a father figure and an uncle figure to guide him on the politics and the inner workings of Wakanda. Now, granted, he has known this since he's a prince, right? But he's now
Mm.
in there. He's got his Owen from Gargoyles in Shuri. In
I
Jury.
agree. You know what? I could totally see that too. Whenever he wants to, quote unquote, whenever he wants to talk, like when he's discussing his personal troubles, because on the surface
Yeah,
he has to
yeah.
appear kingly. But whenever he wants to just unwind and ask himself if he's doing the right thing, I like that he's talking.
And of course, you got
Shuri
the sister also being the kind of lightheartedness too, but she's not gonna be just teasing her brother like she does in the movie. She's kind of like that. She looks up to her brother. Let's just say that she looks up to her brother,
Yeah.
and she's not gonna be wearing that hip hop attire that she was wearing throughout that whole movie. She's gonna look like Shuri.
I see. I like
Put
that.
some respect in her image.
Mhm.
I
Mm-hmm.
love Letitia Wright. Put some respect into her image. She should look like the Shuri as represented in the comics, not Tanashitty Coat's version, by the way. But
Oh
Right.
but but
my
but
goodness.
Yes,
but
yes,
when
I
I think
agree.
when I think Shuri, I think Shuri wearing the Black Panther suit, sitting on that throne in place of her brother. Put it like this: this girl, sorry, this woman rules in place while her brother goes out on missions that take him away from Wakanda. And you trying to tell me this princess is it who's
Mm-hmm.
flipping him, who's flipping her brother off behind her bed like a petulant little child who interrupts a ceremony by saying, "Can we get this on? This thing is." I'm like, "Excuse me, that's a '90s princess." I'm looking at not no princess of Wakanda. That's not Shuri.
Mm-hmm.
That's a T-shirt right starring as Shuri, which no this to the actress because I love her in Black Mirror, mind you. So, but yeah, she's going to be the one that looks up to her brother because brother's now the king. He is now king through succession. Next in line, right? But there we'll have that moment where he even brings up this responsibility we bear it together, you and I. There will be times I'll have to leave Wakanda, and I'll have to trust in you to see it run. And of course she has that uncertainty to her, but we don't get that response from her until Infinity War, where she nuts up, of
Mm-hmm.
course.
Hmm.
And of course, her also actually no, we get that later in the movie where she nuts up and fucks up Claw's little sound device because she was uncertain at that moment where
Yeah.
she's ready to serve at her brother's side to really nut up when the time counts.
Um, I can see that too. When T'Challa's about to go off into battle, he can say that to Shuri. He says, "Should I
And
fall?"
we'll put in that conflict with her, Nakia, and Okoye, which is
Mm-hmm.
Okoye being the general of the Ador Malaji, doesn't see much out of Shuri that much, considering that she was raised to be a warrior, of course, but to her, the eyes of the black in her eyes, the Black Panther is the warrior. He is their king, but but above all else, he is a warrior, and 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 of course, once they had that little conversation between him and Shuri, he leaves and he goes past to the general, and she says, you're gonna leave me to babysit the cub."
Ooh, I like that.
You get that sting.
Yeah.
You get that sting, and of course we get Shuri to overhear that, and of course you hear T'Challa vouch for her, and you see her crack a smile, but she still has that frown.
Mm-hmm.
Nakia being the door, she's the one who vouches for Shuri in that regard. She's because let's keep that love interest in there for T'Challa and Nakia.
Right.
But they have history. Her and Shuri. She raised her since she was a babe. She was originally, let's just say, she was originally the wet nurse for Queen Mother,
Mm-hmm.
and later she joined the Adore because
I
because
could see that. I could see that too. Her and Shuri used to be close, but then she went off and became a warrior, and Shuri went off to do her princessing duties
hmm
and
hmm
be a hunter, and as such, then they kind of sort of drifted apart. And that
Yep.
would also explain a lot too that T'Challa would be growing up around with his sister and Nokia, which would explain, growing up,
Nokia.
yeah, maturing, and Nokia and him kind of had maybe a flirtatious relationship. So,
Oh.
hmm So we have the setup right there. So no parents. Yes, it's a cliche. No, the whole no parents cliche, but there's that because I
it
want
feels earned. It feels earned here.
the the decision for that is because I want T'Challa to stand on that throne.
Hmm.
And in a way, when you have that final shot, you have kind of like that idea of the the Panther Bastet looking upon him, but joining him is his mother and his father, where all the great kings and queens dwell in that spirit plane with Bastet. You may not
Mm-hmm.
see it, but you can imagine that's where they're looking at him from. Once
I
they
like
once they win the day, and of course the stinger
Similar.
is
Oh, go ahead.
the
Go ahead.
sting. Sorry, the stinger is that we get Steve and T'Challa back again, and of course you said Steve says I thought they couldn't get that close to Wakanda's borders. They got an inch. We didn't give them a mile though. And,
that.
and of
I
course
like
you get of course you still you hear Shuri says the White Wolf has woken up, and of
Mm-hmm.
course you don't see Bucky though. I'm gonna leave that for everybody to be on edge. You don't see
Yeah.
Bucky, but you hear the you hear the voice though. Where's the fight? And Steve says it's gonna be here, and then close.
Oh,
I
That's
like
kind of like
that.
that's kind of like giving a treat of a lead up to Infinity War.
oh,
Ooh, I like
that
that.
I like. Just listening to that. That sounds better than what we got. That is
Mhm.
perfect,
Oh, I
Commander.
got a question. I got a question for you.
Rewrites. Rewrites. Oh,
I
go
would
ahead,
have, I would
Sonny.
have, I would have just, I would have just replaced.
What'd you say, Trooper?
Good. I was gonna say
Sonny
I
had a
would have just
question.
replaced Angela Bassett with Tina Turner. So when Michael be in the
You
throne
still
room,
want that
he's like,
hey
"Hello,
auntie?
Auntie." It's literally, I want that. I want that on entity reference to Mad Max Thunderdome.
He still want that
Yeah.
hey
I want,
auntie? It's a
Mm-hmm.
memorable line, but yeah, I'm just like
but they had her dressed like too with a big old
I want to
Bernese
maintain
hair
that Black
everywhere.
Panther will still
Yeah.
maintain the same kind of
If it's Tina Turner, it's like
I
everyone would
want
have
to
gotten
do
it
what
right
the
the first day.
Russos did. Keep things serious. With a little lightheartedness, yes, but keep things serious. And of course, like I said, that the little joke where he says they almost got an inch, but we didn't give them out. That's kind of like the lightheartedness.
Yes.
And I would have
Yes.
found a way for that fight to be kind of like Thunderdome. I would have found a way to get like cage kind of thing going.
But yeah,
And
what was you gonna say, Trooper? I mean, Trooper Schooner.
I was going to ask you throughout the entire movie, because this is what I'm subtly getting at: is T'Challa only going to sit on the throne until at the end of the movie? Because if he sits on his throne at the end of the movie, it would be very symbolic.
Yeah, he will be sitting on
Well,
the
yeah,
throne.
because
But my thing is
the
this:
outfit
the problem I
the outfit
had
finally fit.
one of the few problems I had with the original movie proper was the fact that you had these tribes that are challenging for the right to be king. I'm sorry, no, he is king by succession.
Mm-hmm.
There
I
is no
think, yeah,
challenge.
I
Okay, I
agree.
got that. I agree.
That's
I
that
agree with
to
that.
me. As good as those fight was, that is
Mm-hmm.
too convoluted. Especially convoluted how they got there. Personally,
I
how they
agree.
got. Look, I'm okay. Look, I get it. Everybody want to see Michael B. Jordan with his scarred up body, flipping around with them two blades. But I'm sorry,
No,
that's gonna be coming in.
no, I just gotta get my mad throne is super high and their crown is
I mean,
super
we'll still
duper
we'll still get the
high.
lines.
The
I kill.
hair's out to there.
Look, we'll still get the lines. I killed for my nation, but it's gonna come off like this because he's African born too, mind you. He's African born. That's the bulk of Black Panther's enemies. Gorilla Man with M'Baku. I'm sorry, we're not gonna have M'Baku either. As much as I love Winston Duke, we ain't. I'm just saying they as much I love Mafi and all that stuff. We're not gonna have M'Baku. We're saving M'Baku in the Black Panther sequel. But unfortunately, we all know where that leads to. Of course, as history has shown us. But going back to my rewrite, where I was at
I was going
Yes,
to
yeah,
ask
that and then he would stand on the throne
no,
because of
no,
succession out of a fight.
I got it back. I got it back. I was gonna keep that speech that Killmonger gives, but it's gonna come out like this because he's gonna be African born. And he says, "I killed for my country, for my tribesmen. I killed in Zimbabwe. I killed in Nigeria, Ghana. Every scar I put on my body is the lives that I took in the service of my and to carve a bloody path for my new kingdom. And I'll carve more and more paths for many other kingdoms to rise." To some effect like that.
I like it. I like it a lot. In fact,
I
the whole tribe fighting for kings, like you said, it was so convoluted. What that should have been was a debate within the court of Black Panther on what they should do with the Winter Soldier.
Hmm. You
yeah.
let the white
Yeah.
you let this white wolf to come into our country and you get to make all the rules. I am the king, and you will stand down. You will not challenge my authority.
Mm-hmm. And some
I
will
like
even say, but and he says, and somebody could even rise up and say, and how did you become king? By letting this intruder into our home. Because
I
nobody knows the truth. Because I don't know. Do you want to say that that he tells his court that Zemo was the one who actually killed everybody, or would that create more problems?
It wouldn't really matter because he is the successor. It's not whether he has to tell his kingdom anything. He has to keep his kingdom in line.
Mm,
This because everybody remembers the way how Tataka rule.
yeah.
They have to get used to how T'Challa rule.
Right.
And T'Challa being a learned man with the way how the Black Panther is ruthlessly trying to hunt down a an enemy that was that was a front to Wakanda, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's now more of a, let's just say he's more of a patient leader, a quiet leader, if you like to call it. He doesn't move unless he knows the facts. That's why
He treads lightly like a panther.
Mm-hmm. Bingo, Scott.
okay. That's the
So
metaphor.
you know you got. I'm gonna keep Wakabe vouching for him. He's not going to
Mm-hmm.
be a turncoat later on in the film.
Mm.
He's going to be his trusted advisor. He's the general of Wakanda's Grand Army. Shuri is the mentor. Shuri Shuri is his sister that's trying to learn from her brother,
Right.
and of course through her brother she sees their father. The moment he steps onto that throne and he takes that seat, and it's not going to be no damn one seat surrounded by other seats. It's going to be on top of a throne.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one thing
Hmm.
I didn't like about that movie. It's like why? What, look, I don't look here. It's a bit cliche to have a king be above his subjects, but I'm sorry, that is the status symbol of the hierarchy
Well,
of the chain of command. He has to be above. He's he's willing to hear everybody out, but his throne should be above. I wouldn't say I would put too high above, but it would be above, at least two steps up. Whereas everybody
well,
is either standing in front of him or Nick or at least sitting up top there next to him at best.
that was the problem with a lot of that writing. It was, you can't have leadership of any one particular kind, and somehow it has to be somewhat matriarchal, and it's like, so I
I'm like,
mean,
what
a
is
lot,
this?
a lot of
Everybody.
that was ingrained to be passively subversive to the actual character. Like, you're not letting Black Panther lead by any means, shape, or form. It's like he's almost
Yeah,
like
it's
he's
like
almost Black
he's
Panther
hearing
because
everybody's opinion,
you got Nakia,
opinion.
you got Okoye doing
I'm
all
like,
this
homie,
stuff, and then you got
I'm like,
Ramonda
homie.
doing all this stuff, and it's like,
That was my main issue. I'm like, I'm hearing him just listen. I'm like, okay, he's listening, but he ain't making no decisions for himself right now, or he's not trying
yeah,
to
like all
step
these
over.
women are like the unseen hand that shapes
She's
society,
all,
I guess.
you got Queen Mother telling him you do not need to entertain the charlatan. I'm like, okay, mom, let me rule. I love you, but let me rule. You know what I'm saying? I'm again, much respect to Angela Bassett. I'm like that's that's mama boy talk right there. But
Right.
I'm like, where's that? I will accept your challenge, Umbaku. Like he cuts Umbaku off. I'm like, okay, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, we're not gonna have him, be that low among the council like that. The council is always going to be in his throne room, in his very own throne room. He's got to be above. Now, if they want to have council meetings, they can have a round table in some other location. Of course, when we do sets, right? That's where we have that. But as far as uh
Oh,
throne
that is.
room,
Go,
the
go,
hell you doing?
go. Da, da,
That better be
da,
your ringtone.
da, Power Rangers.
Anyways, so yeah, the conflict is again set up from Captain America: Civil War. Wakanda will be attacked by the outside world, or at least in the case of outside of their own country within Africa. With which also, what I mean by outside world, we're getting we're gonna get Ulysses Claw in on this. He's not gonna die either. He's gonna get locked up.
I like that because you can actually begin the Black Panther movie literally with the epilogue of Civil War. He goes,
Hmm.
"They're going to come." He says, they're going to come," and T'Challa goes, "Let them try."
Hmm. And that's what I was gearing up for, and they didn't give me that. They did not give me that. Just him going around, taking out traffickers and sibling and familial rivalry
Right.
and unneeded world building that could just been saved for Wakanda show. Well, if they are ancient tribes of Wakanda, that's coming back to the motherland. You know what I'm saying? If you want to do all that, but like, yeah, Ryan,
That
Ryan
would be
Coogler doesn't know. Ryan Coogler knows
I
dick all about Africa.
I totally your idea sounds better than what we got, and it makes a heck of a lot of sense
It really shows how much he
than
read
what
the
we did.
comics.
Yeah, I don't believe he read them. I don't think he read too many of them, Ryan Coogler. That's what I heard. Rumor has it, but I
And
can't
I'll
verify
admit,
that.
I'll
Well,
admit, I'm only
that's
going
the
through
requisite now.
supplementary
You don't have to
Wikipedia
read the
information, all that
comics.
stuff. But this is
Careful.
my image of Wakanda. Wakanda is one big ass nation with a grand army, bodyguards to protect the king personally. That's why we get that final fight with Ador Malaje. Like I said, he gets disabled, kind of like Iron Man in the first film where he's losing power through the arc reactor, right? The,
Right.
the the inferior arc reactor, and you got the lady coming in to give him that boost, right? That's going to be mirrored into Black Panther with Theodore Malaje, which again, Okoye is going to be the one that dies, but here's the kicker: she dies protecting Shuri.
Oh,
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 that
that
hit.
is great.
Oh, that hit. Man, that is what much more of a person. Oh man, now that made me feel something.
Hmm.
That would have made Black Panther worthy of an Oscar nomination after what you just described instead of what we got.
It
I
wasn't
absolutely
it
agree.
wasn't the brother that saves her. It was the Dodie kind of cool aunt that not Dodie, but the cool aunt, because she saw Okoye as a cool aunt too, mind you, when she was a little kid. But to hear your cool aunt, say those things about you.
Hmm.
But regardless of how much that hurts, she shows that she still loves Shuri by protecting her and,
Exactly.
and giving her life to protect her. Like
And not only that,
you see
she
Shuri
proved
trying
her.
trying to hurry up and she's trying to hurry up and try to hack the system and whatnot. Like when I'm talking about sound device that distorts by vibranium, right?
Hmm.
Hmm.
He built Claw. I'm talking about he built this he built this device that destabilized vibranium weaponry, or at least he uses the sound to counteract the vibranium properties, which is they repel sound and stuff like that. So again, using T'Challa's new suit upgrade, that's what destabilizes the vibranium. So you got him in a vulnerable position. He's fighting though,
Hmm.
but at the same time he's still vulnerable. That's why when Killmonger comes in, that's when or at least in that case, when Claw goes in, he's hitting the sound wave trying to paralyze T'Challa, and that's
Oh
again
my God.
that's where Killmonger was about to go into to the kill. But
I got a question. How
uh-huh.
are they? You said that they're still going for the Winter Soldier, right? Do they? How
Mhm.
close do they get? How close do they get to him?
Not that close because this is Wakanda we're talking about. We don't really want to make sure Wakanda. I want to make sure Wakanda still is OP.
So here's an idea. If they send in because at
Oh,
the beginning of the
actually, no.
movie.
Let me rewrite that. That's too complicated. So let's just say
Okay,
this. Let's just say this.
here's
Hang
what
on, hang on. So again,
Are you trying to
again.
tell me that the audience won't be able to understand the plot line?
No. I'm trying to
No.
fit everything together. I'm trying to fit everything together. Why would Shuri be there and for Okoye to come and sacrifice herself? Why would Killmonger be there to try to kill T'Challa? They were right there where Bucky was.
Hmm.
Well,
And
yeah, because this is what I was. This is what I was thinking. Ulysses Claw would originally try to go and get Bucky, but obviously Wakanda's defenses are too strong. So Killmonger just says, "All right, we'll go for the direct approach," and then initiates the attack.
Yep. So
Yeah.
so they were that close. They were that close to Bucky, but Bucky's shown. I don't know if Sebastian Stan will be available to play the part, so we'll probably do a body cast or maybe a body
body
cast.
double.
But
A
yeah,
body
body
double
double.
with his nose and mouth covered with an oxygen mask.
If
But
he's if he's
shrouded
not
face shroud. Like
Oh,
we
okay.
know.
not
I'll call him later.
yes.
No, my dad calling me. I'll call him later.
He's probably like, "Yo, YouTube's going too long."
He don't know. My parents don't know I do this stuff, but anyways,
Mm.
let's just say this. Let's just say this though. So yeah, two things happen. The doors is where Bucky is. That's where T'Challa sends to protect Bucky because they're the door, right? Um, of course, T'Challa is fighting Killmonger. The sound barrier is destabilized. Killmonger is fighting. Um, so there's some even ground between them. He still fights good. He still fights good. Now here's the kicker though. So I wouldn't say Killmonger will be the one that kills Okoye. I would say it'll be Claw that kills Okoye to protect Shuri.
Okay.
Because Shuri is working on disabling the device because
That would
she's
work
the tech
too.
wizard.
That would work too because Ulysses Claw and Shuri are basically
Tech
polar
wizards.
opposites. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tech wizards.
Yes.
And of course he points the gun. Okoye throws the spear, but she takes the bullet. The spear hits his arm. Take out the weapon and whatnot. And that's where that's where
turned into a claw.
yeah.
Excellent. That was the one thing it was missing.
Yeah, let's just say this. He was about to blast her with it. Okoye throws a spear. He's about to shoot Shuri with the gun. Okoye takes the bullet, and that's where Nakia takes down Claw. And of course, you get that sad moment between Shuri and Okoye. She's like, but I thought I was the cub. Yes, but the panther protects their cub. Something like that. Something to that effect.
Ooh, oh, I got it. And she's just like going, that brings it full circle because despite the fact that she calls Shuri the young cub, she's willing to die a warrior. And what does her warrior class do? They protect the royal family.
Exactly. And that would be more emotional than just having some random Daz Mahali, Adore
Malaji.
Adore Malaji die. That one would have be more meaningful. It would be painful. It would be much more meaningful.
Wakanda forever. She'd be like, "Long live the king." Instead of saying Wakanda forever, that's so corny. She'll say, "Long live." She'll pass. Her last words will be "Long live King T'Challa," because she was also one of the ones that kind of doubt T'Challa's ability to do whatever it takes to be the king.
So
Whereas
basically a
Nakia still
Boromir
vouches.
moment. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Basically Boromir. She dies like Boromir. She this is her send off, which is she recognized both the children to rule Wakanda. In the case of Shuri ruling in T'Challa's stand, heading the inner political workings of Wakanda within, whereas T'Challa goes on his separate kingly missions and whatnot throughout Africa or even across the world. So her send off would be "Long live King T'Challa," and that's where she passes away.
I like that.
That's
Yeah.
perfect. Yes, that'd be much. Yes, that is just listening to
And
that is what's more intriguing than we got in the movie.
mhm.
Sheesh.
Of course that's where Shuri womans up and finally shuts down the uh the device, and Wakanda gets his power back. Of course, the child gets his power back, and that's where we
Oh,
get
I
that
even
big fight.
yeah. That would even be awesome too. As he falls over, Claw removes the spear from his broken mechanical hand. Shuri then steps up, and the two begin fighting.
hmm No,
And
Naki already took him down because his claws are disabled. He did fire his gun. He's about to shoot Shuri again once Okoye went down, but Nakia already got there. You know, cuts the let's just say she cuts the gun in half with whatever weapon she uses for her weapons or whatnot, right? And then she knocks him.
Right.
She basically whoops his ass, knocks him down, cuffs him, whatever, and then that's why they both that's where they both meets Okoye. Of course, it's in that same scene, Okoye gives a general title to Nakia, and she says, protect your king." Which king? Long live King T'Challa.
I like
You
that.
know.
I like that. Much better. Much better. All right, pass the rewrite notes to the cast and crew.
Right.
Yep.
We have
Pretty
to
much.
reshoot everything. Yes, we're gonna have to
Oh
reshoot
goodness, it's
everything
like
all over
solo
again.
all over again.
Yes, have
So
to
so
reshoot.
we so in the final scene, so in the final scene, we have uh we have T'Challa recognized as a proper king. He proved in the eyes of his kingdom that he defended it, that he led the defense, and they came out on top. He has his trusted sister behind him. Of course, we can get Forrest Whitaker with a stun double doing his part too. So he has trusted advisor there. He has his main squeeze as the new general. We get the fanfare Star Wars ending, of course. But
Okay. Yes.
you got the lineup. You got T'Challa in the center. You have Shuri on his own right. Naki on his left as new general. She's wearing the new Adora general garb that Okoye was wearing, which is
Hmm.
gold. Whereas the others are wearing silver, right? To differentiate chain of command. You have Wakabi as a general, and of course he directs the whole the celebration, which is the army is doing their salute or whatever, right? You have Shuri, I guess closer to his yeah, on his right, next to Zuri. You have I don't know if I'm gonna keep I'm gonna have Martin Sheen in this one, if
You mean
but I'm not gonna.
Martin Freeman? Martin
Sorry,
Freeman?
Martin Freeman.
Oh,
Yeah,
don't.
Bilbo.
May
Well,
I
I don't know.
suggest?
I
May I
mean, you've got
suggest no? May I suggest you don't need it? I thought he was a weak character in the film. May I suggest leave him out?
Or
you
maybe
don't need Bilbo. You don't need Bilbo. You already got Smeagol.
Yes,
yeah, you're right.
you're right. Yes,
You're right. But
yeah,
yeah, you know what? He ain't there because he ain't no social commentary or political laughing stock punchline or whatever you want to call it. So we're not
right.
gonna have him in there. Like I said, we're gonna keep traditional to where it's where everybody's gonna sing and rave their praises. Oh, it's all black cast. Oh, let's dance naked around the fire. We finally got another movie with all black cast, and we got all black cast together. So I'm like, man, no, it's
Oh wait,
stuff
wrong
like
friend.
that. Woo! You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Let, let, let,
Ex-
let, let them say all that BS. That's not what I'm promoting that film for. Of course, we y'all know how I do. I'm here to
Mhm.
promote a superhero film.
Oh
Right.
man, because I could
Right.
see it
Right.
ending in the fanfare similar to that of Iron Man when he goes, "I am Iron Man." Then he
Yep.
goes, "Da,
Well, I mean,
da,
Black Panther
da,
was
da,
just like a
da,
retelling of
da,
the
da, da,
Lion
da."
King.
And we're not gonna have no rap music playing in the background.
Come
We are
on,
not
Trump,
doing
though,
that.
like,
I'm
can,
sorry.
can we
Go
have
ahead.
I
like
still want my Tina Turner cameo. Like,
oh,
Oh, trooper.
No, no. Here's what we're gonna
oh
have.
my
We're gonna
god,
have.
but
Here's
if we
what
did
we're
it,
gonna have. Here's what we're gonna have. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have some. We're gonna have some African chants, some African war drums, and all that good stuff. We ain't supposed to be doing no rap pop music. I'm sorry, Kendrick. Love you, baby, but we not gonna have you
comes
today.
in, he's like, "Hey, auntie." He does his little monologuing. She's looking
that
at him like he
Cause
just came out of freaking the Bronx, and she's like, "Huh, we
we're
don't
gonna
need
do this.
another hero."
We're gonna do this proper. Much
Would be
much
awesome.
much love
I would be the next Taika Waititi.
Ludwig Grossen. You know,
Hmm.
he did a good job with some of the music, but I'm sorry, we're not gonna put no pop music in that.
Mm-mm.
We're gonna keep it simple. Keep it simple and to the point, and represent Africa correctly. Yeah, we're gonna go through the location, even the war zones, baby. Now, if any of you guys make it through
I like
and I
that.
look like Swiss cheese, more power to y'all. We own this. We own this, and
I
I'm
have
gonna
a
make
You
sure
know
that
question.
what? I'm gonna. It doesn't shy away from the good and the bad.
yeah. But Leia has a question, or you were gonna say something?
Yes, at the end of our film, and it's done, and we've had our fanfare. Wolf, are we going to have an after credit scene? There's
The
this
Yes.
after credit
the
scene.
the Stephen Bucky moment was the after credit scenes
Oh, that was be
where
that would be. Oh, the one you.
you see
Okay, I'm sorry.
yeah, you see Steve weighing by okay, let's keep that one scene that they had in the Black Panther proper where they're by a lake, or at least a water hole, right? And
Right.
there's a tent.
Mhm.
There's a tent right there. Who's in that tent,
Yeah.
right? We don't see that. We don't see that. We have Shuri going in there though. Um, you you cut you cut back. There's Steve. Steve looks to his side. T'Challa walks into the frame, and Steve has the joke, says, "I thought they were. I thought you said. I thought you said they wouldn't be able to get through Wakanda's doorstep or something like that." And he says, "That's where you get that cool line." He says they got an inch, but we didn't give them a mile.
And then it rolls to the end, and then there's like a post credit teaser, and then it's same swamp, kind of
Hmm.
like the camera shifts towards a little bit of the little boggy portion of it somewhere. You see like a little shiny piece of Mjolnir
Or at
somewhere.
least,
Then you see
or at
like a
least,
thunder snap. You don't get Throg, but it's like it's
yeah,
implying there's. I mean, you'll hear a frog sound, and everyone's like,
yeah.
"Oh my God, Throg is coming!" So
You're funny, but no, but yeah, yeah. After the inch, joke,
yeah.
you know, you have Steve doing a little head nod saying right,
Yeah.
and of course you hear a voice, you know, a disembodied voice saying, "Hey partner, where's the fight?" And and of course Steve turns around, turns because the shot will be shot at their back, and
Ah,
Steve
okay. Yeah, I see.
and Steve turns around and looks and cut the credits, or at least cut the black.
I like it.
I like that. That is that. I like that.
You know what? That's
The
my new
whole
head
thing.
canon. That's my new head canon.
Yep, and we'll still keep the scene in Infinity War. We'll still keep the scene in Infinity War where he gets where he gets his new arm, because
But
Steve leaves Bucky's there still because you know the conditioning has worn up, but he still got to recover though. He still has to
right,
recover,
right.
and that's why I'm saying, like, if even if we have that, we're still gonna have Infinity War proper with the scene where he gets his new arm.
Exactly. That fit
And
right. That is
that's where we get the line from T'Challa, but with our version of T'Challa, the White Wolf has rested long enough. That's
yes.
where we
That's
have the We also have, sorry, Leia. We also have a more assured Shuri after the first movie. She's now fit in well into her place by her brother's side. You have Nakia ready as as the adore. Hey, we can even fit in the why was we keeping her back there line with her and mm, Black Widow and Scarlet Witch. I don't know how what's her name again? Lupita Nyong'o would have
Hmm.
delivered it, but I'm pretty sure
Hmm.
she would do a good job. I'm pretty sure she would do a good job delivering that line. We can even have that in there, but like I said, we have a more assured we have a more assured Shuri. We have very firm Nakia now the general. We have a more established T'Challa in the kingdom of Wakanda, and you had that dialogue between him and White Wolf, formerly Winter Soldier, and he asks where's the fight. He's like, it's coming, and that's where they present the arm to him, and of course you get the woohoo and all that stuff, you know.
Yes.
But can I write it? Can I think it? Can I idea it, or can I think and idea it?
You,
Can the wolf
you,
cook? Yes, the wolf can cook.
yes. Absolutely, positively. We are on it. Get on the phone, get the rewrites, calling, tell people they're coming back and doing reshoots. We're going to fix this thing.
There are times I
That,
wonder if anybody do stick around for these 4 hour the 4 hour mark to hear this stuff, but whatever, I don't care.
mm.
If they do, that's fine. If but you know what? One of these days I'm gonna find a way to clip this stuff.
Guess what?
Hero.
I even figured out. I even figured out
Yeah,
how we can get.
it would just be
I,
like a Tina Turner montage.
Mm,
Like,
mm.
I
Think
figured out
about
that's
how
where
we
I would
could
go
get
with.
I figured
It
out
would
how
have
we
been
could get
like Mad Max. It would have been like Mad Max meets Apocalypto, but like in Africa.
Yep,
I know
yep,
how we
yep.
could get Tina Turner into the movie. I kid you not. We just have
Mm.
Ulysses Law have all of Tina Turner's stuff and a photo picture with a heart tape with a heart drawn around it, and Claw just kisses the picture, saying, "Tina, wait for me."
But yeah, that's my rewrite of Black Panther proper. Um, like you know, we'll begin to wrap it up anyway. So we've
Yeah.
gone on more than an hour, and I don't want you guys to miss out on anything on your time. Definitely, everybody else has went to the professor's stream for the fellowship book study.
Oh,
With that being said, yep, yep.
Oh,
has,
With
that's a
that being
long
said,
book, man. That
has,
makes my head hurt. It's a
has
good
he
book.
started
yeah,
that?
yeah, he's
Off
already
reading.
started.
It's like,
So
Okay.
if you
yeah,
want to
they're
dip
already
out,
into
if you
all of
want to
this.
dip out, Leia, go ahead and dip out. I'll do the wrap up anyways. But again, I'd like to thank everybody for joining us for the rewatch and sticking around as long as they could. And hopefully, you guys in the backwatch can check out my rewrite of Black Panther proper, as I like to call it, Black Panther proper. And thank you all for the 7 and 8 of you that fluctuated on the stream watch the stream watch so far. Thank you for so much. Be sure to look for us on Sunday for Captain America versus the Winter. Sorry, Captain America: The Winter Soldier. Um, definitely check us out this Thursday. Definitely when we're talking about token representation and any other future comments. Have me again. Sign us out. Leia plus size.
Well, this is Leah Plus Sludge, your lovely lady of valor, and I want to thank everybody for joining us here tonight. I hope you had fun, and I hope you join us again when we do Captain America: The Winter Soldier, because it's going to rock like this one. I also just want to give a quick shout out and thanks to everyone who came to the Professor's Inspirational Hero stream last Wednesday, and I was featured. And if you did, thank you for showing up for that. I really appreciate it. As always, leave any comments below of what you like, what you don't like, and if you ever want to join us. And so this is the Lady of Valor, and I just bid you good evening and hope to see you next time.
Coming at you live underneath the basement. We have the Schooner of the Tuna sign us out.
Coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground, but has excellent Wi-Fi. This is Schooner Tuna signing out. Bloop 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 bloop.
And a bloop 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 to you too. And we
Yeah.
have the champion of Balmora and Occupy Imperial Balmora, mind you, the Trooper FN 2525.
Hey guys, it was super fantastic doing a rewatch. If you want to go ahead and just leave some comments for some other MCU old school rewatch suggestions, go ahead and do that. Hit like, subscribe if you like our content. Go ahead and catch us on MeWe.com. You'll find us there. We post some interesting stuff along with other little nuggets and tidbits. Hope you liked today's stream. I want to go ahead and thank Leia. I want to thank Skinner and of course Wolf for having us for this fun rewatch. It was great.
Hmm. Oh, definitely, definitely. Thank you, everybody, and welcome to the you. Sorry, you are the UN Spacey. Welcome to the Wolf Fleet.